Defining images, defining moments, defining emotions, and coming in 2011, March Madness. This is Turner Sports.
Welcome.
Daytona. Welcome to Countdown to Green on TNT. I'm Lindsay Zarniak, joined by former crew chief Larry McReynolds, former driver Kyle Petty. We have so much exciting stuff to talk about, including Dale Jr.'s win last night. Obviously, it was special. He was driving his father's old paint scheme. But this, to win here at this track, is a big deal for anyone because it's Daytona.
It doesn't matter if you're a driver, an owner, or crew chief. If you run Formula One, you want to say, I won at Monaco. If you run Indy cars, you want to say, I won at Indy. If you run NASCAR, you want to say, I was a winner at Daytona.
Yeah, you know, when you talk to the King and those guys who came here for the first time when this place was built in 58, 59, you know, that was the big deal. This was the place that NASCAR deemed their place. And it doesn't make any difference whether it's the 500, if it's a qualifying race, if it's a modified race or a sportsman race or a motorcycle race or a sports car race. It doesn't make any difference. You want that Daytona trophy sitting somewhere. You
want that feather in your cap. We have seen so much good racing during our past races. Last week we saw Jimmy Johnson pull the bump and run move to get him back with Kurt Busch. He ended up winning the race. Jimmy Johnson did, obviously. It's a whole different ball of wax tonight, though. We're not going to see that kind of racing here.
No, that's not that this time. That's totally different. That's apples and oranges. Really, this is one of those things where you have the bump draft. The bump draft is a big deal here. Don't get me wrong. But you're going to bump draft down the straightaways and down the backstretch. You're not going to bump draft in the corner. And the way handling is and the way things are here, it's so critical. You got to give each other room. So we're not going to see the bump and run. We're not going to see have at it boys at a place like this. But we are going to see these guys get into each other every now and then.
I know what we will see. Daytona is unpredictable. If you look at the last 7 races here, the 500 and the 400, we've had 6 different winners. Just think about our 3 July races, our last 3 races on TNT with our little wide open coverage. We have had a last lap pass in 2 of those 3 races. In the other one, we had a green-white checkered. So I promise you, whatever's happening at the white flag lap, don't cut your television off because probably it's not what the results are going to be.
Very well said, Larry Mack. It's going to be exciting, and you got to find a dancing partner. That's what makes all the difference. 31 Cup races have taken place here in July since the last time this track was paved in 1978. The track has aged, it's bumpy, it's rough, it's time to resurface. So once this race is over, 50,000 tons of asphalt will replace what the drivers are racing on tonight. It's a lot of history removed. Our Ralph Shaheen takes us on a trip down memory lane at Daytona.
I know this looks like standard old asphalt, but you know what? This stuff's actually pretty magical. This track was repaved in 1978. The first race was held on it in 1979. Since then, we've had some pretty incredible finishes and some amazing moves. And our tour around this asphalt 2.5-mile tri-oval begins down in turn number 1, where a pass was made in 1997 by Jeff Gordon down around the yellow line to take the win. Turn 2 here at Daytona International Speedway was bittersweet for Dale Earnhardt Sr. It snatched victory away from him in the 500 on 2 separate occasions, but it also helped him make his way to victory lane in 1998.
And there's trouble coming off of turn 2. Some cars get tangled. Whoever gets back to the start-finish line, they'll get the yellow together.
Daytona was repaved in 1978. So the 79 500, which was seen for the first time live flag to flag, christened the new asphalt. Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison were battling for the win and crashed coming into turn number 3. Richard Petty went on to take the win, and once the checkers had fallen, well, the fireworks really began, because right here on the grass, Cale Yarborough battled it out with his fists with Bobby and Donnie Allison. Turn 4 was the scene of a wild ride for Cale Yarborough in the 1983 running of the Daytona 500. During qualifying that year during speed weeks, he crashed his Chevy Monte Carlo coming off of turn 4. The thing was, he was well on his way to the first recorded qualifying lap at over 200 miles an hour. He was forced to his backup car, which was a Pontiac, and ended up winning the 25th running of the Daytona 500. Next to Victory Lane, the most hallowed ground on this racetrack is right there, finish line. And in 1988, it was the site of an epic battle between a father and son, when Bobby Allison beat Davey Allison to the checkers for the win in the Daytona 500.
And the winner of the 30th annual Great American Race, Bobby Allison, Davey Allison, his son in second. The Alabama gang has conquered the Daytona 500.
Certainly a lot of memorable racing over the years at this track. During the last Daytona 500, there was a problem because of a hole in the asphalt. It obviously caused delays during that race, but it's something that NASCAR has really taken all lengths to fix so that they make sure there's not going to be a problem this time around.
Yeah, if you talk to any of the drivers in this race tonight, they're really not that excited about this racetrack getting new asphalt. They love the character it has. I mean, you have to manhandle your way around this racetrack, but because the asphalt is so old, there's so many cracks. We've had some flooding here over the last couple of years. Water is getting down in those cracks, and that's what caused the pothole problem back in February.
Kyle, you drove your first race in a stock car in '79 here, right after it had been repaved. What was that like to drive on a track that had just been fixed?
I think it pretty much speaks for itself. I won the race and couldn't drive at all. So let's be honest. And that's what the new asphalt's going to do for this place. It's going to totally change this place. It's just now getting its character. It's just now getting where these guys have to race the racetrack too. When the racetrack is paved, you race each other. You don't worry about the racetrack.
And this is a major undertaking. Sounds simple. Pave 2.5 miles of racetrack. We ought to be able to do that in a couple of weeks, but all the safer barrier has to come out because the asphalt will go all the way to the wall. All the light posts have to come out in the corners because that's where the equipment works from to pave the banking.
Basically, NASCAR has said it's sort of like a root canal because you got to dig in there. You really don't know what you're going to find underneath. Very good. Tonight is the first time that drivers will run here with the return of the spoiler as well as a larger restrictor plate that makes things a lot faster. It's a bit of a learning curve for drivers. So right now we send it to our guys in the booth, Adam Alexander, Wally Dallenbach. And guys, 2 practices in, I don't know that we know a whole lot more about how these changes are going to impact things here.
No doubt about it, Lindsay. When you come to Daytona, there are plenty of unknowns. And as Lindsay pointed out, 2 practice sessions for teams here on Thursday, Wally. Less than 3 hours of track time. So how confident are these guys with the package they're putting on track tonight?
Well, some of them are pretty confident because watching practice and talking to some of the teams, they like the way their cars handle. And there's some guys that are completely out to lunch. You've got the bigger restrictor plate, and I think they like that. Now, you see guys really closing up with the restrictor plate, gives them more horsepower. They're driving a lot harder than they used to. But I just think it's always the same deal. You have to unload in the ballpark here, and some guys have it and some guys don't right now. So it's going to take a couple of pit stops to make those adjustments so their cars can get in.
You said it. Some guys haven't, some don't. And at the end of the night, Lindsay, it's all on the driver's shoulders anyway.
All right, we're glad both of you guys have it, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Don't miss the opportunity to get up close and personal with Race Buddy here at Daytona. And for the first time, available in 3D. Log on to NASCAR.com. You'll get live updates from Larry McReynolds and myself. Send your questions because we just might answer yours on the air during our show. Stick with us. We're just getting started here on Countdown to Green. Welcome back to Countdown to Green. There's Tony Stewart's car, the number 14. You think he gets tired of giving autographs? If you could see under that tarp there, you would see that he's got 50,000 fan autographs on the hood of a special Burger King paint scheme. Tony will join us shortly on the rig. But first, you can get some insight from that interview coming up. Stewart in your lineup when you play the $1 Million Fan Challenge. Do not miss a golden opportunity. You can win up to $1 million by going to NASCAR.com, choosing your lineup, and you can even change that lineup with up to 40 laps to go, or 40 laps rather, into the race. Here's something to factor in. Many drivers are driving their backup cars tonight, including Tony Stewart, because of incidents during 2 action-filled practice sessions on Thursday. How is this going to affect their chances? Well, our experts on pit road know the answer. For more on Denny Hamlin as well as the pits that he'll cover, we'll send it now to Marty Snyder.
Well, Lindsay, all we do is win. That's become the slogan for this number 11 team, so much so that fans are now writing it on pit wall in front of Denny Hamlin's pits. But as you mentioned, if they're going to do that tonight, they have to come from the back of the pack after a happy hour incident. And the race car Denny's driving has not been on the racetrack since it was here in the Daytona 500 and finished 17th. But Mike Ford told me, I don't think we're going to have to use strategy to get up there. I think this car will be good enough to get to the front. My end of pit road, we'll be watching that 11 car and see how fast he can get to the front today. Let's head up pit road to Phil Parsons.
Marty, Kyle Busch was involved in 2 separate incidents during practice on Thursday. The first one relegated him to this backup car, a brand new car, never been on the racetrack. The second one took your guy out, Denny Hamlin, and that's why Denny had to go to a backup car. Kyle was able to emerge from that accident unscathed. He won this race 2 years ago, and he was leading about right there last year before contact with Tony Stewart took him out of the race. Matt Yoakum.
Phil, 6 months ago, Jimmy McMurray scored the biggest win of his career when he drove right here into Daytona's victory lane. He's trying to do something tonight that hasn't been done since Ronald Reagan's first term back in 1982 when Bobby Allison swept both cup races here at Daytona, the 500 and the Firecracker 400. McMurray, he's got a great section on pit road, which I'll have, but he's also got a great race car. Ralph, he quit practice early, just showing you how great that one car is going to be here tonight.
Yeah, he should be tough, Matt. And this is one of the pit stalls I'll be covering tonight, the 2004 champion, Kurt Busch. Now, believe it or not, in 10 years of racing in NASCAR Sprint Cup division, Kurt's never won a restrictor plate race. He's got 4 top 5 finishes here in the last few races at Daytona in July, and he's led more laps this season than any other driver. He's just hoping here tonight at Daytona, he leads the last one.
Speaking of favorites here at this race, Tony Stewart has a reputation for ruling the summer months. He has dominated at Daytona in July. The 3 times he's won this summer race, he's done it by starting from the front row. Tonight, he will try to muscle his way to the front in a backup car. Tony Stewart joins us now. Tony, I know that you didn't have an opportunity to get that car out on the track. How much of a challenge is that going to be for you tonight?
Really, it won't be too bad, other than the fact that we have to start at the back because we didn't get a lap in it. And the biggest thing is just going out the first run and figuring out how far the front end's traveling and for the splitter height. So there's a possibility the first stop may be a longer stop, and they'll, even if we don't feel it hitting, they may be jacking the car up and looking underneath at the splitter to see how we're traveling, and we may kind of take an extended pit stop there to make an adjustment on the Packers on the front. But other than that, I mean, it's the same car tonight that we won the race last year with. So at least it's been on the track. It's proven that there's nothing that we're worried about with it, really.
So people shouldn't worry if they see an extended pit stop.
No, there's not a problem at the beginning if that happens. So it's better to do it at the beginning than it is at the end. So it's kind of a blessing in disguise, I think. I'm kind of have mixed emotions about starting at the back with it, but when you don't know what it's going to do on the front end, and as sensitive as these cars are to travel on the front, it's probably better that we're backing out of the way. That way we don't get run over if something's not right off the get-go.
Tony, we were talking at the top of the show about whether it's February or July, how special it is to win at Daytona. And you have definitely visited victory lane here. I think the total's 15 times. You've won even an IROC race on the road course. You've won this race 3 times. I know you still want that Daytona 500, but this place has been special to Tony Stewart.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's, any time that you go in any series to their biggest race and the biggest racetrack of the year, as far as popularity and how important this track is to our sport, it makes you want to win. It doesn't matter whether it's an IROC road course win or a nationwide win or cup win, it's big. So this is a pretty cool place to be in victory lane at, no matter what kind of car it's in.
We come here in February, we got a different plate, we got a wing. We come back in July, we got the spoiler, we got the bigger plate, and we got a racetrack that looks like it's bumpier than you know what, and worn absolutely out. How much different is the July race for you guys compared to the February race? Explain that to the fans.
When February, you hear us talk a lot about handling of the cars, but it's a lot cooler temperature, and with the tracks sitting with cooler temperatures all year, that asphalt doesn't retain the heat in February that it does here in July. So even though we've got a cool night tonight, that surface temperature and the ground underneath the surface still has heat in it. So it makes the handling even that much more critical, and especially the last couple of years, it seems like, especially with the splitters and the bump stops on the front, this place is so sensitive to bumps, and you're not going to get around them. There's nowhere you're going to drive on the racetrack and get around the bumps. You're going to have to go through them, so you got to make your car go through the bumps good. And it seems like every time we come back, this asphalt seems to just sag and settle more, and it just makes it rougher because of that.
You know, Tony, we go to Chicagoland Speedway next week, and 2 years ago that weekend, you made the announcement you were leaving Joe Gibbs Racing and going over there with Gene Haas, with Stuart Haas Racing. A year and a half into this driver ownership, a lot of accomplishments. Your season last year, both teams in the chase, and then finally you got that 39 car to victory lane at Phoenix earlier in the year.
Yeah, it's nice. It's, we've done everything but win a championship now that's on the to-do list. So, Ryan's got 3 poles. We got a pole this year. We've both been in victory lane, and we both got in the chase last year. So a lot to be proud of, I think, in a year and a half. I'm really, really proud of our organization and everybody at Stuart Haas Racing for all the hard work, and there's so many hours that are above and beyond what they're supposed to do during the week, but nobody complains. They come in and they do what they're supposed to do, and they're the guys that keep me pumped up, because they go in there and they do it right every time, and it just makes it fun when you come to the racetrack and when you got great cars.
You always heat up in the summer. Is your attitude good? I mean, do you feel like you're right on the cusp?
Well, especially after last week. I mean, last week's probably the best that my car's driven all year, so we've had a very slow start to the year and a disappointing start under my standards, but the last couple weeks we've been going pretty well, actually. So I'm starting to feel like maybe we're coming into it, and we got a really good start to the first half of last year and fizzled off, and I'm hoping now it's just the opposite. We're kind of bad in the first half, and we're going to be strong in the last half.
Coke Zero, what's the deal? Special race for you?
Awesome deal, man. CokeZero.com tonight. If you vote for your favorite driver, Coke family driver, and if they win the race, you get a chance to have a Coke Zero, but the highest finishing driver gets $10,000 to the charity of their choice. So CokeZero.com tonight, and it's a pretty cool deal. I mean, Coke really goes above and beyond with us as drivers, and really helps us out with our charities and foundations, and it's just one more way that Coca-Cola gives back to the communities.
Tony Stewart, thank you so much. Are these for us?
These are for you guys. I know you're going to be thirsty tonight.
I was going to say, yeah, we are. It's a little hot.
thirsty.
All right, thanks, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Best of luck tonight. Thousands upon thousands of fans bearing the heat, ready to watch the sparks fly. We're getting closer to 400 miles under the lights at Daytona.
You're watching Countdown to Green on TNT. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Nationwide Insurance. Play the Nationwide Insurance Code Spotter Sweepstakes for your chance to win a custom Roush Ford Mustang. Enter now at CodeSpotter.com. The more codes you spot, the more chances you have to win.
Welcome back to Countdown to Green from Daytona, where rain has really started to fall. We thought we were going to avoid it, but right now it is more than misting outside. Turning now from NASCAR to music for a minute. Some thought that singer Darius Rucker, formerly of Hootie and the Blowfish, was nuts to make the swap from rock to country, but he's hit a home run. He's one of the hottest country artists around. Tonight, he debuted his single Comeback Song to fans trackside at Daytona, and you watching on TNT. Normally in our Pride of NASCAR, we tell you the life story of the legendary drivers that have made up this sport. With the driver that we are remembering tonight, we wanted to do something different. 7-time champion Dale Earnhardt Sr. was the best in anything he raced at Daytona. One of the biggest wins of his career came in 1998 at the Daytona 500. So many stories have been told about Earnhardt Sr., but the incredible emotional stories that you are about to hear from the crew members that helped him to victory lane that day have never been shared. Our Marty Snyder had a chance to sit down with the crew behind one of the greatest moments in NASCAR history.
lap to go.
4-car shootout to decide it all. Dale Earnhardt.
Here comes Cope down on the inside. Earnhardt has problems. It looked like Earnhardt had a tire go down maybe as he went into the turn.
To come so close so many times, was there ever a time when you guys said, this is never going to happen?
We'd go down there and we'd win the 125, and we'd win the Bud Shootout, and we'd win the Saturday race. We'd win everything, but we wouldn't win the 500.
That's what hurts about that place. You know, it's just so, there's no other place like there. They can talk about Indy and Charlotte, but Daytona's the place to win.
To be so close so many times, be leading it and get flipped down the back stretch or crashed or passed on the last lap or something. It was, those were the heartbreakers.
Well, I almost think he was starting to question, you know, is it meant for me to really, really win this race? You know, because everything that could happen could happen.
He basically won somewhere within 3 to go. He was somewhere near the sniff 6 times and never pulled it off.
Was there anything different leading into that weekend?
I remember the little girl coming and brought the lucky penny.
Wessa Miller, I believe is her name.
It was a little girl from Make-A-Wish Foundation, and her Make-A-Wish was to come to Daytona, see the Daytona 500, and meet Dale Earnhardt.
He stops, looks at Wessa, talks to her, she hands him a penny, and it was a penny that in his mind changed his day.
I remember him getting that epoxy himself and gluing that penny on the dash of that car, and it's still there.
He said, this is special, not the lucky penny for us, but for her. Let's do it for her. On track, after a week of practice, the 3-car had been nearly perfect until happy hour the day before the 500.
We'd been really good the whole time down there. I mean, we could pass anybody, do anything. In that last happy hour practice when we put the race motor in, we weren't that good.
Got ready to practice, and he's leaving pit road. He doesn't even get up to high gear going through 1 and 2. He said, something's wrong with the engine. And we all made the executive decision, you know what, that's why we bring spare engines.
That's a development engine that was really intended to go to a later race, and we had taken a little chance there.
Well, anytime you make a change for the Daytona 500, it's big. It was pretty nerve-wracking.
Good news is we put that engine in. First lap at turn was when they dropped the green flag.
And to start the 50th anniversary season of NASCAR, the 40th Daytona 500 is underway.
You start, he pretty much dominates the race, doesn't he?
It was one of those days where the pit stops were almost flawless. The car was almost flawless. I don't know that we made very few adjustments on that race car. It was a half a turn here, half a turn there, half a pound of air here, half a pound.
Was there a point at which you were worried about the race?
Probably the biggest nail-biting moment was on the last caution that came out with about 25, 30 laps to go. Everyone pretty much had to pit for fuel to get to the end of the race. I just felt in my mind, without ever second guessing, we needed to do 2 right side tires and get at least a full can of fuel in that car to go to the end. Dale was always a 4-tire guy.
Radio communication back to Larry and Richard was, I can't believe we took 2 tires, but I'm gonna make the dang best of it, and he did.
Earnhardt has the quick pit stop. It'll be Earnhardt leading the charge off pit road.
Before the last restart of the race, Bill France comes on the radio.
I think we've got maybe 1 to go before this, what ended up being the last restart. And all of a sudden I hear this voice, hey, Sunday Money, this is Captain Jack.
For those of you that don't know what that meant, Sunday Money was Dale Earnhardt, Captain Jack was Bill France.
And I'm about to go berserk, because I have no idea in my mind right then what idiot is on our radio.
But I can just remember Larry McReynolds' look on his face was, who in the heck is Captain Jack and why is he on my radio?
And Richard, I think, looked at me and he could tell I'm fixing to blow a gasket at whoever, and he's going, and he's pointing to the tower, and it's like, oh, I get it, Bill Jr., yeah, Bill Jr. But anyhow, it was a short, quick conversation. He said, hey, Sunday Money, this is Captain Jack. Don't you think it's time to go snag that big one? And that was something that, you know, I'll never forget, because I think that made such a statement about how much this sport needed him to win that race.
2 laps to go.
And there's trouble coming off of turn 2. Some cars get strangled. It might be this. Whoever gets back to the start-finish line, they'll get the white and the yellow together.
Right when the race was really over, the caution flag came out.
And I was devastated. I thought, man, what's going to happen to the engine? Is it going to make it all the way around the racetrack? You know, what's it going to be this time?
We got to the point to where we're just waiting for something to happen. I mean, you know, you're sitting there, okay, a meteor is going to come out of the sky or anything's going to happen.
Even though I think everyone was celebrating it inside, that you knew not to put a period on this thing till that 3 car absolutely went under that checkered flag.
20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration. Dale Earnhardt will come to the caution flag to win the Daytona 500. Finally.
The emotion level was just so high, such a relief. We jumped off the wall, and I looked over, and there's chocolate, and I seen a couple little tears.
You know, for me, it's just thinking about all the hard work, all the people that sacrificed. Those were just tears of joy for a lot of people.
There are popular wins in the sport. Was that the most popular of all time
ever stood on
in the garage area?
No one else has won that 500 and had entire teams of everybody out there to congratulate Dale Earnhardt coming down that pit road. Never happened before, never has happened since, probably is not going to happen again.
To win that race and to see the people come out there, all the people, all those other guys, whether they loved him or hated him, they respected him. And when they walked out there after we won that race and he come down pit road, there's never been a more special moment in the history of this sport, I don't think.
Did he ever tell you the 98 Daytona 500 was the greatest moment of his career?
Dale had this look he could put in his eyes that would stare completely through you, or it'd make you melt because you knew it was a happiness look. And he had that look in his eye after the race. I'll never forget the look in his eye.
The Daytona 500 is ours. We've won it, we've won it, we've won it.
That just gives you chills, doesn't it? You know, Larry Mack, I heard that there is a cigar story told about that win as well. Can you share that with us?
Yeah, we went to so many different suites. We went to the Unical suite, we went to Bill France Jr. suite, and I think it was at Bill France Jr. suite.
And this is after the race.
Yes, he gave Richard Childress, myself, and Dale a victory cigar. Well, Richard and I love cigars. Now, we never really lit these cigars because we didn't have time, and then we come to pit road, and all the affiliate, all the media's lined up, and we're just going from one to the other. And I looked at Dale, and he had that cigar hanging out of his mouth, and he was looking a little green. I went, "Are you okay?" He went, "I don't feel too good." I said, "How long you been chewing that cigar?" He said, "Well, ever since they gave it." I said, "I think you might want to get rid of it. I believe you've been swallowing the juice and you're getting sick on the cigar." So we got a lot more celebrating to do. Yeah.
You know, Richard Childress there talking about how Dale Sr. had that look in his eye and he could see right through you. I think we saw a similar look in Victory Lane last night with Dale Earnhardt Jr., and they do have similarities. Dale, his fans needed to see him get a win here at this track. What do you think about that, Kyle?
Yeah, last night was an incredibly emotional win for not only Junior, but for all of the Earnhardt fans. And when I say Earnhardt fans and I say Earnhardt Nation, it's not just Dale Jr., it's Dale Jr., it's Dale Sr., it's NASCAR. Last night was an incredible night. When you saw what Junior did, he dropped to the back. He had the best car from the time the race started. But he had to drive the car. He had to put the car in position. He and Tony Eury Jr., and you saw Tony Eury Jr. when the thing was over with, walking down pit road, and the tears in his eyes.
Yeah.
I think it was an incredibly emotional day for those guys. But I'm going to go back to something David Smith said. What I remember about that race more than anything else was every single team walking out on pit road. I don't care whether you, like he said, I don't care whether you loved him, you hated him. Everybody respected what he could do with a race car. And that was one of the big moments in this sport ever. That's how simple it is.
And I think Chocolate Myers touched on it. Whether you were Bobby Labonte that ran second or the Penske cars that were back there, or fans that loved him, fans that hated him, fans that pulled against him, I think it was one of those moments in NASCAR. No one begrudged that man of winning that Daytona 500.
And it's certainly accurate that he did a world of good for this sport. Well, as you've heard, last night was a very special night for Dale Earnhardt Jr. He said that that nationwide race was the only time he would drive the 3-car. He powered it to victory lane. Just behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. was Joey Logano, finishing third, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Fans, keep up with all your favorite drivers by checking out the Nationwide Insurance On Your Side race review only on NASCAR Nationwide Series. Stick with us. We'll be back with keys to the race next.
Still to come on Countdown to Green, the Ponytail Express rolls through Florida. Larry Mack gives us keys to winning at Daytona, and we'll hear from the pole sitter.
Daytona history for you now. Here is Bill France Sr. After breaking ground on swampland to build this track in 1959, it was Lee Petty who won the first race held here at Daytona. That was a photo finish. Also, Richard Petty won here after the first repaving in 1979. There's Kyle to the right there, looking sharp. And Dale Earnhardt Sr. with that magical win in 1998. Last year, it was Tony Stewart, one of his 3 summer wins at Daytona. Tony Stewart won this race last year. Some NASCAR history, but what could it be like moving forward once this track is paved? And Kyle, we talked about, you said it was going to be very, very tricky.
It'll just be, it has so much more grip, and it really depends on what Goodyear does. Goodyear obviously will come with a tire. They'll do some tire testing at Talladega probably, because this place has to be paved and then it has to cure. And that's a big issue with a racetrack. You got to give it time to settle, to find its place. But when these guys come back, it's going to be a lot smoother. I think the bump stops will not be a non-issue on some of this stuff. But the grip level is phenomenal. Back in '79 when I won the ARCA race here, my father won the 500 here, you could drive anywhere on the racetrack anytime. And I heard Darrell Waltrip say it the other day. They'll be running 3 and 4 wide, and I believe that.
Our expert crew chief, Larry McReynolds, is down by his Toyota off-track race car, or Torque for short, presented by Toyota. Larry, I want to hear your keys to this race, but first, how are we going to be impacted by this weather that's now in our area?
Well, the thing I feel the best about, contrary to about 10 minutes ago, there is no rain falling. When I look to the west, I'm seeing a little bit of blue sky. They get this racetrack dry, she's going to be fast because she's going to have a ton of grip. But talking about my keys, a lot of these keys, they really have everything to do with what goes on the racetrack. The biggest thing is patience, give and take. We know they're going to be out there in big packs, but you know what? You can't win this race if you're in the garage area tore up. The other key is the front bumper. If you look at the front bumper of this car, it's a perfect match height-wise to the rear bumper on the car in front of you. Don't be afraid to use it. Bum drafting, we know when you hook 2 cars up, they are very, very fast, contrary to the pack, but pick and choose where you bump draft. Do it on the straightaways and don't do it in the corners. The other thing is late in the race, say 5 laps to go. You know what? There's nothing else as a crew chief that I can do. Pretty much, it's on my driver's shoulders and the guy on top of the grandstands called a spotter. Larry Mack's job is done when we get 5 to go.
Thank you, Larry. We're getting closer to going green. Jimmy Johnson has won the past 2 races. So he's won here at Daytona once. It was 2006, the Daytona 500. Can he do it again? His teammate, Jeff Gordon, now leads active drivers with 6 wins at Daytona. He'd love to finish his day in victory lane. You're watching Countdown to Green on TNT. Clint Boyer, there he is, goofing around, driver of the 33. He loved his race car during practice this week. Ryan Newman won here in 2008. His father was his spotter. It was a moment he and his dad say they will never forget. Here's a look at the Sprint Cup point standings as we're now 9 races away from the chase for the championship. Kevin Harvick, still your points leader. It's Carl Edwards, who happens to have kept himself at that much coveted 12th spot. That's for all the drivers that are on the outside looking in. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is now just 3 points away from being a chase contender should the playoffs begin now. And the rest of these drivers, they need to make something happen quickly, including Jamie McMurray, who's been extremely strong the last few restrictor plate races. He, after all, won this season's Daytona 500.
They're going to jam it in 4 wide mid-pack. Who's got enough to bring it home at Talladega? McMurray leads.
Checkered flag in the air. The 52nd Daytona 500 to Jamie McMurray. Here they come. He got him. It's Harvick. He got him. He timed it perfect.
And when you look at
Jamie McMurray and all those great special moments. He's looking to add to that again tonight. If you're up for our $1 Million Fan Challenge, make sure you put the one car down and lock it down. With your history, especially here, you didn't even run the second practice. Is that a good idea, just how good that one car is?
Well, yeah, we unloaded actually with the same setup that we ran the 500, and the car drove really well. And we made a few adjustments to that practice and tried another set of tires, and the car just didn't seem to have the speed. It didn't really drive as well. So we put the original setup back in it on old tires, and it had a lot of speed again. So, you know, I talked to Bono, and I told him, I said, look, if I'm in charge of this, I said, I would like to quit right now. And he said, absolutely. We felt like we had our best car already on the track, and the backup car, even though it would be good, probably wasn't going to be as good as what we had. And they ended up having another wreck in that second practice. So I think we made the right decision. The car had a lot of speed, and it actually is faster than what we had here in February. I didn't think we had the fastest car here for the 500. We just got in the right position at the end. So should have a good night tonight.
You know, it's well documented how special the 500 win was for you. But besides you, for so many people on your team, and you had a special celebration this week.
Yeah, we, Johnny Morris, founder of Bass Pro Shops, and Chip Ganassi and I all went in together, and we bought everyone at our shop a Daytona 500 ring, a replica ring. And for all the guys that were already down here this weekend, they rented a conference room at the hotel where the team's staying at, and had like a little video and like a dinner, and then we got to give everybody their ring and shake everybody's hands on the team and just tell them, you know, how much we appreciate it, and just kind of relive the moment. So it was really special to get to do that with Chip and Johnny, and just let all the guys on the team know how much it meant to us.
A huge win indeed, and like we mentioned before, if he pulls off the sweep tonight, Lindsey, it'll be the first time since 1982 his last 3 restrictor plate finishes either finished first or second.
Thank you, Matt. Jamie McMurray, certainly with a world of confidence there. How much as a crew chief can you lean on what you experienced at the 500 to help you out in this race?
Well, it is a different race, and of course we know they do not have that same race car. That race car is sitting over in the Daytona Experience, which is what they do with all the Daytona 500 winning cars. But it's a good starting point, and I think you heard Jamie reference that you know they wanted to try something different because this track is so different in July versus February. Not near the grip, but they ended up going back to what paid dividends back in February.
All right, well, who will end their nights under the lights in victory lane? Kyle Busch won this race in 2008, but fell victim to a late move by Tony Stewart last year. Mark Martin has raced here 50 times, still never won. Maybe he can break it tonight.
You're watching Countdown to Green on TNT. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero, real Coke taste and 0 calories, and by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
Welcome back to Countdown to Green. We told you before about the $1 Million Fan Challenge. It's a unique opportunity to choose your top 10 finishers on NASCAR.com. There is a big payoff. You can change up to lap 40. If you guess correctly, guys, you could win $1 million. I mean, not that you need it, Larry Mack, right?
I could always use $1 million, but when you just look at of our 4 races, one of those races, a fan had 10 of 10 right, just didn't have them in the right order. In another race, 9 of 10 right. So these guys are getting close.
And let's just clarify that fan was not you, Kyle Petty, who's always tweeting away, because that wouldn't be right.
No, just put the names in and do them out down here. It is a shoot down here. It is one.
Sounds good. Kevin Harvick looked like $1 million after qualifying was rained out. He starts first for the second time because of rain this season. He's standing by with our Ralph Shaheen.
Well, Happy Harvick's becoming Soggy Harvick because he's been standing out here waiting to do this interview with us. Thank you for that. You ran the Nationwide race last night, and the new Nationwide car about as close to a Cup car as we've seen in a few years. You finished 5th. Learn anything last night that might transfer over to this?
Don't spin the tires on the restart, so screwed everything up there at the end trying to get a good restart. And I heard the 3 spinning the tires, and I started spinning mine, and I should have just let off because I just kept going and I couldn't hardly move. But the cars drove really good compared to what I thought they were going to drive, but they drive a lot like the Cup cars, a little bit looser. But the cars both move around a lot and should be fun to drive.
All right, well, good luck tonight. Go get dry. He's going to start on the pole, as you said, Lindsey, because of the rain washed out qualifying, and he is the series points leader.
Thank you, Ralph. Gentlemen, we have to go. Give me one name. Who's going to win?
Kurt Busch gets his first points-paying restrictor plate win tonight.
Greg Biffle.
Greg Biffle. Okay.
Where did that come from?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to do it tonight. All right, we're moments away from trackside ceremonies. Welcome back to NASCAR on TNT from Daytona Beach, where this speedway is a big destination. Let's go trackside now for ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats as the Patrick Air Force Base Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Pastor Corwin Lazenby Sr. of New Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church of Daytona Beach offers tonight's invocation.
Shall we pray? Father, we come to you tonight. We want to say thank you for all the drivers. God, we pray for their safety, Lord, as they enter into the track today. We pray for their families. We pray for their fans who have come from all over the country. God, right now we ask for safety. And we ask, God, as we enter into this race, God, that everything that we will see tonight, Lord, will be for our entertainment. But God, right now, we want to thank you for the United States of America. God, we bless your holy name. In your son Jesus' name, we pray for all our troops that are out abroad and for those that are in our country defending us from any hurt, harm, or danger. This is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
In support of our troops, please place your right hand over your heart and welcome Capitol recording artist Darius Rucker as he performs our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Let's hear it for Darius Rucker and the F-18s out of VFA 125 Rough Riders out of Lemoore, California.
Ladies and gentlemen, July 4th is about celebrating our freedom and independence. Standing in front of this amazing flag are 6 examples of why I feel so proud and thankful every time I sing our national anthem.
On a weekend during which we celebrate our nation's independence, we would like to recognize 6 individuals who exemplify the bravery that is the foundation of our freedom. Medal of Honor recipients. Petty Officer Michael Edwin Thornton. Staff Sergeant Kenneth Stumpf. Sergeant Richard A. Pittman. Lieutenant Thomas Norris. Staff Sergeant Don Jenkins. And Lieutenant Colonel Joe Jackson. Gentlemen, on this 4th of July weekend, an entire nation is eternally grateful for your service. Welcome back to NASCAR on TNT, where we come at you from Daytona International Speedway, the Coke 0400. Right now, we are waiting out a little bit of weather. Things a little bit soggy here at the track, and it's been raining, I would say, for the past 30 minutes or so. Temperature 78 degrees. See the humidity there. Larry McReynolds, 85%. This weather map, put on your meteorologist hat. What do you think?
Well, it's doing something strange here. It's actually moving from the east to the west, but the biggest thing, it's swirling right there between the Atlantic Ocean and coming on land there in the state of Florida. But the thing that to me looks promising, when I look to the west right now as I spoke in the countdown to green, I see some promising skies. So you never know. It's easy to be a weatherman in Florida. It's 50% chance of thunderstorms every single afternoon.
What do you have, your meteorological degree or something?
I love the Weather Channel. When I can't watch it, I just get Linda to tape it and I watch it when I get home.
That's what you TiVo. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, you can see the light peaking right over there from the west. How tricky is that for these drivers as they wait to get things started here at Daytona?
Well, they know when they get this track dry that it's going to be cool, it's going to have a ton of grip, and normally more grip just means handling issues that you hadn't practiced. It's going to make it better. The biggest thing, Lindsay, is these guys have been waiting all day long. They have their routine, and it's the anticipation. We should be ready to race now, and now we've got to wait, and then the question becomes, how long will we have to wait?
You mentioned routine. The routine here at Daytona is about to be busted wide open because this is going to be the last race before this track is repaved. The last time that happened was 1979, and that's really when it all began. The first nationally televised flag-to-flag race. It included with a memory that sticks out for all NASCAR fans, Larry McReynolds, because there was a brawl that ensued between Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison. Really, you could say that that race was a perfect storm for the sport of NASCAR.
Well, Donnie Allison in the 1, Cale Yarborough in the 11, they had been beating and banging prior to that last lap, and then here you see Bobby Allison, Donnie's brother, stops down there in the corner. He's really just going to check on Donnie, and next thing you know, the three of them are fighting, but it was absolutely the perfect storm for NASCAR because it was the first flag-to-flag coverage on a major network of the Daytona 500. The entire eastern seaboard was snowed in from Maine to Jacksonville, Florida. There were a lot of eyes watching that 500, and I think what the fans saw, these guys love what they do, and they're very passionate about what they do.
And that's why when we hear NASCAR say, drop the gloves, get back at 'em, boys, it kind of is reminiscent of the things that really started the attention, the eyeballs on the sport in the first place.
I've said all along, Lindsay, our sport, yeah, it was built about race cars on the racetrack racing each other, but our sport was built upon emotion and feelings, and these guys show it. And certainly NASCAR, even today, they say, look, we still have to maintain law and order. We can't have people getting out of their race car slinging jack handles at each other. But if we want to see these guys get out of their car, as we've seen almost every single weekend in 2010, and put out their emotion, their feelings, you know what? That's what our sport was built on, starting right back in '79, and let's go at it here in 2010.
Well, driver Casey Kane seems pretty mild-mannered. I've certainly never seen him swing a jackhammer at anybody, but I have seen him. His tensions have risen a little bit over the past couple weeks. Right now, he's standing by with Marty Snyder.
I've seen him angry before, but never swinging a jackhandle at anyone like the '79 Daytona 500. You have no recollection of that race, I'm assuming, right?
No, I'm not sure on that one.
Well, how old were you in '79?
I was -2.
-2, that's right. Yeah, you weren't even here yet. Good degree. What is your favorite Daytona 500 memory? While we're talking about the surface being redone, and you and I were just talking about your favorite memory.
Well, I think for myself, it was watching Earnhardt Sr. win his first one. You know, just it had been, I think we had all watched for so long how close he had came, and then when he won that, I was on a cruise. We had left that day, so I was watching it on the ship, and it was just really neat to see him come down pit road. Everybody's high-fiving him and stuff, and then the celebration. But it was just cool for his first one after so many tries.
Let's talk about your efforts here at Daytona. How's the prospects of getting your first Daytona win tonight?
Well, it's been decent this year. You know, we were quick during the Bud Shootout, speed weeks. We're really fast in the 500 lead laps, and at the end we kind of fell back. We had a little issue with the car, but we were fast here, and I think we were decent on Thursday too. So it's just about being in the right position, being there late in the race, and then being in the right position, getting the right push, and having it all work out. It could definitely happen for our Budweiser Ford team.
How big was that engine last week when you look at it? I'm sure that's one when you got on the airplane and said, man, that was our shot. We had a chance to win that race, get back in this chase thing, and then you have that happen.
Yeah, there's been a couple races this year that we've been one of the best cars, and the other ones we finished up front, but we didn't win. And then that one we still had a shot. We needed one more adjustment to work on the car, but if we would have got it right, we definitely would have had a great shot to win the race. And it just happens. It's disappointing, but it's racing. Those things happen, and we just need to recover from it and be ready to go tonight.
What's going to happen with you, and everybody wants to know what you're going to be doing next year. How far are we away? Because you and I talked, I don't know, like a month and a half ago. You said by Daytona we should know what's going on.
Yeah, I was wrong.
You're a little off, huh?
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, sometimes you just have to let things play out and let the best situation happen, and that's what I think we're doing. That's what they're working on, and I know it's going to be good, whatever it is. Mr. Hendrick told me it's going to be good equipment. It's going to be a great car, and whatever it ends up being will be fast. So, you know, I look forward to that, but we still don't know. It's still maybe another month.
Oh, another month. So that's the timetable. And real quick for the Casey Kane fans, the backup car was how on Thursday when you got it back out?
The backup car was pretty good. The problem was we had an old engine in it that wasn't really even a restrictor plate engine. It just had a plate on it. So it was way off on power. We still ran pretty decent laps, and it handled really well. So we made some adjustments. It was a little bit too loose, made some adjustments to hook up the back, and hopefully it'll be good on a long run. We didn't run a ton of laps because last thing I wanted was to get another fender bender, and then you're going to a third car having to steal one from Allmendinger or something. So we just left it at that, and I think we have a good shot.
All right, thanks for your time. Make sure you check out Casey, the special paint scheme with the Budweiser car, a little camouflage on it tonight, Phil.
Thanks, Marty. I'm standing by with Jeff Burton. And Jeff, you know, we've talked all week about how slippery this racetrack is. Even weeks before here, we knew it was going to be slippery because of July. But you told me something Thursday that was one of the most interesting things anybody's ever told me. You told me Thursday that you would race this racetrack like it was Michigan.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to. I just think that the grip level is as low as I ever remember it being. And I don't know if that's because of the extra speed that we're going and the spoiler versus the splitter. I don't know what it is, but there's less grip here than I ever remember. This is going to help. The cooling down temperatures, the rain on the racetrack is going to make the track better. But yeah, I got my head not on super speedway racing. I got my head on racing like Michigan and California.
But in practice the other day, you got a couple practice sessions. What mostly did you work on?
When we first started, I couldn't drive it. I mean, I never made a lap, and come in, we work on it, and the second practice, we got a lot better. We got a lot more competitive. But, you know, it's a real balance here. If you get the thing where it's real comfortable, it gets too tight. Lap 10, you'll be pushing. So, you know, it's a real balance between how loose you can drive it for a little while and how far that'll take you into a run. It's real easy to just get the car tight here and make it comfortable, but you're going to pay a big price for that, you know, especially off turn 2 with the car not turning well enough. So we just tried to find the right balance that I was comfortable on restarts and that I could go good later in the run.
You know, years past, we came here and said, okay, how long can I run wide open before I lose the grip? You told me that maybe a lap.
I saw cars on the second lap, you know, yesterday in practice lifting, and I lifted one time in a trial oval, and so you know it's going to be an interesting race. I'm really interested to see what happens tonight. I think track position is going to be really important. And one thing that's difficult is it's very difficult to put it in the middle, so it's very hard to go 3 wide. So even late in the race, if you have tires, I don't know where you're going to go because the cars don't really handle that great. It's hard to make it 3 wide and make up a lot of ground. So you're going to see a lot of people, I think, run the top, and then some people trying to make moves on the bottom. It's going to be an interesting race.
All right, well, good luck tonight. Matt, this guy won this race 10 years ago.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, catching up with Clint, boy, you're making friends everywhere. Who's your new friend?
I thought he was a basketball player. That's a tennis player. Look at the size on that guy.
He would be tough to fit into a sprint cup.
I hope he's on our side.
Well, when you look at Daytona, and people at home might be surprised to learn that this guy has the best average finishing position of any active driver. We won't tell you what it is, so that way we don't jinx it. But I will say that in his 9 starts here, 6 times he finished top 10. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I love this place. You know, it means a lot to me. Kid from, you know, Kansas, growing up in the Midwest, beating up bull rings across the Midwest. This is what you work your whole life to get to, is Daytona. And, you know, the last race on this surface, this is an old wore-out dirt track right here, and I want to be able to be the last winner on this surface. It'd mean a lot to me.
When you look through as a kid and you watch all the special moments that have taken place here, what's the one that stands out to you like, yeah, that was the one, that was awesome?
Well, I mean, it's a given. You know, Dale Earnhardt's Daytona 500 win, I mean, that meant a lot to everybody in the country. And, you know, I just had a lot of great memories myself here. You know, first time I pulled through the tunnel. Did I mention Watching a flyover is always pretty good.
Everything is big here.
Everything is big here. But we might have to take cover here in a minute. Going back to Daytona, what it means to everybody driving here. I know, speaking for myself, we've all worked our whole lives to get here, and I want to be the last winner on this surface. I mean, it means a lot.
A different package than we had here in February. Coulda, woulda, shoulda won the 500 back in February. You finished fourth. How is it different? What can the fans expect to see tonight?
It's just more of the same. Going faster that's always better. Everybody likes more speed, but I think handling is going to become even more important. As you get off in the corner, it's harder. You got to be able to turn at the end of that straightaway. So I just think more of the same is the answer.
He'd love to end the night in Victory Lane and maybe scoop up some of this asphalt and take it home, Lindsey, for his own trophy case.
Victory Lane?
You know what? If you win it, I think you can probably get anything you want.
All right. I'll ask for that.
Sounds good. All right. When we come back, Countdown to Green rolls on. Plenty more driver interviews. Kids are trying to avoid all the wetness, or maybe they're playing in it because it's just so much fun at Daytona. We'll also hear from the guys in the booth when we return. Welcome back to Countdown to Green from Daytona International Speedway. A little soggy here at the racetrack, but we don't think it's going to rain that much longer. We have a very cool shot for you, though, because we have a blimp shot from high above this racetrack. Larry Mack, do you like heights?
I do. What I liked about that shot, though, was he was very high, and we can see the racetrack, which is a good sign. It wasn't that long ago. If you look from this shot here, all you would see is rain clouds. So we've got hope.
All right, you like it clear. Well, if those heights maybe make you a little bit squeamish, wait till you see what Kyle Petty did this week. Kyle, the last couple weeks, has been out on the water. Well, this week he took to the air, 14,000 feet up, so that he could jump from a plane. Here he is, Ponytail Express.
Here we go, plane's pulling up right here. Ready to go, we're gonna go up. Next time you see me, I'll be floating down with my man right here. We're getting ready to take off on the 10,000, then we're gonna hook together. And then at some point in time, we're going out that door right there.
I think typically when you do something for the first time, you're supposed to be a little bit nervous. I guess not earlier in the week. At age 50, jumping out of an airplane. Looked very good.
Obviously, rain's not the only thing that falls out of the sky at Daytona sometimes. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Those guys over at DeLand Skydiving, I mean, it was a great time.
So I think we're going to have some fun here tonight. It just may be a while before we get there. And we talked earlier about how unpredictable this racetrack is, and now the added element of rain, they dry this place, another curveball for these teams.
Well, it really is, because it's such a different race from February. There's so much more grip in the racetrack because of the temperatures. You come down here in July, and it's always more slippery. Then you've got the spoiler, then you've got a bigger restrictor plate. A lot of guys got a handle on it, but there's a lot of guys that don't. A lot of guys struggled with the racetrack trying to get grip, and now all of a sudden you throw in the rain. And honestly, I'm not sure which way it's going to go. It should cool the track down, but it's also going to be less grip. So it should be, these guys should have their hands full.
And the other item you talk about when you come to Daytona, certainly speed, certainly handling, but you must have a dancing partner, Kyle.
Yeah, you do. And in the Nationwide Series race last night, I think we saw a lot of teams team up. We saw the Gibbs organization together. We saw the Childress guys together, maybe not the Childress team. We saw the Penske teams together. And the thing is, just like Wally mentioned, the thing different this time than it was last time is it's no wing, it's a spoiler. It's a little bit bigger plate. Drafting's going to be critical because the closure rate is so much greater now than what it was. But by the closure rate being greater and the racetrack being slicker, these guys get to the corner, they just spread out and separate. And we saw it in the race last night. And it's going to be a big factor in the night. It's not going to be necessarily the guy that's the fastest guy. It's the guy that can run with the most wide open throttle all night long. It's going to be the guy that leads and the guy that wins the race.
We all know one of the big storylines when we came here in February was the track issue they had over in turns 1 and 2. And Thursday night, after a couple of days of NASCAR Nationwide Series practice and a pair of cup practices, they did make a minor repair to the track just in front of the big patch. Just right of that, they patched a couple of other areas, and they've had no issues over the course of the last couple of days.
Yeah, you know, and Tony Stewart and the countdown to the green, he had something interesting to say. He said the racetrack really, it sits here and it gets so hot, it's almost like at this point in time, after 30-some years, it's melting and running off the banks, you know what I mean? And it's getting bumpier and bumpier. And I think what they did when they came back and practiced, it was a little bit more bumpy. Or the bump had grown in that area, and they hit it in a different place. So they had to come in and patch it because the bump really had almost moved from the time we were here in February.
Pins and needles for the drivers when they come here on many different fronts. Let's hear now from one of the drivers that's anxiously awaiting the opportunity to go racing tonight, Brad Keselowski with our Ralph Shaheen.
Yeah, Adam, we're just standing down here chatting about all kinds of different things. So let's talk a little bit about this racetrack. What are your thoughts on it? They're getting ready to rip this asphalt up here when we're all done racing tonight.
Well, I'm kind of excited about it. I think it'll be good for the racing and produce a lot more side-by-side action when we come back here for the 500. And, you know, hopefully tire wear and those things will go away. And I know there's some fears that it will turn into another Talladega, but this is Daytona. It'll never be another Talladega. So, you know, it's got a little less banking and it's a lot narrower and just a lot less forgiving. So it should be exciting. I think the best races we've had at Daytona were the races where they've just been repaved with, you know, the 79 500 and races like that. So it should be good for the sport, and I'm really excited to come back here for the 500.
You're leading the nationwide points, and last night you got to race the new nationwide car. And we were talking earlier in our broadcast about how it's the closest we've seen a nationwide car to a Cup car in quite a while. Did you learn anything last night that could help you tonight?
Absolutely. I think, you know, we're going to see that trend go back that we had a couple years ago where, you know, the nationwide car, without having testing in the Cup Series, is a pretty distinct advantage to get to run. So a lot of the same handling characteristics, you know, much different than the previous nationwide car. And it also offers some great brand identity. It's great to see the Dodge Challenger over there. I'm a big supporter of Dodge and everything they're doing, and that car just looks beautiful. So I think it's great for the sport.
One of the things I get asked a lot from race fans is, why is this driver not exactly right where his teammate is, or so forth and so on? You're running pretty good, running great in the Nationwide Series. What's it going to take to get your car up to the front, maybe like where your teammate Kurt Busch is?
Well, we just got to keep building. It's really a new program with the 12 car. We got brand new crew chief with Jay Guy. I'm new to the team, and just a lot of changes over the offseason. So it's just going to take time to build that continuity. I'm still learning from Kurt. Kurt's really, really good. I don't think he gets as much credit as he deserves. You know, he just does a lot of things very, very well. And so I'm learning from him and that, and trying to take and build off of that and build that whole group together. It's just going to take some time. So I think, you know, in a few months' time, we should start to see some progress. But I'm happy to be where I'm at here at Penske Racing, and we're going to keep digging and working hard.
All right, now I know you're a bit of a racing buff because we were talking about a lot of different things. Have you asked anybody when the night's over if you can have a certain chunk of asphalt from this place?
No, I haven't, but I read that they were doing that. The track was giving away chunks of asphalt, and I'm volunteering to take one. I'd love to have that be a cool memento. Just an awesome facility here at Daytona, and it's going to be even better when we come back.
All right, Lindsey. Brad Keselowski is going to enjoy a little downtime now and get ready. Maybe the piece of asphalt he'll get will be from the start-finish line, as he's the first one there later tonight.
All right, Ralph, thanks very much. Well, this is a welcome sight. The jet dryers are out, starting to dry the racetrack here. We will go racing. Could happen soon. We know for sure we will be getting this race in tonight. After all, patience, Larry Mack, it certainly is a virtue.
Yes, it will. But when we see the jet dryers out there, we know that's a beautiful sign. It takes a little while to dry this 2.5-mile racetrack, but we have about a dozen jet dryers here, so they can do it pretty quick.
There's somebody very special who has come to this race tonight just to see it, and he certainly is quite a lot about patience. He's standing by with Matt Yoakum.
Now, Lindsey, when you look at the NASCAR schedule, the Coca-Cola 600, the longest race on our schedule. Now, for John Isner, he just came back from Wimbledon where he won one match that took over 11 hours. Long day, long night for you, and we're not going to have that same situation here. We're going to go racing soon, and you're a longtime race fan.
I am. I mean, I grew up in Greensboro, right in the heart of NASCAR country, really, and my oldest brother was a huge fan, so I followed him to a lot of the races he went to.
Your favorite drivers?
I like Junior, Kyle Petty.
Kyle Petty?
He's up in the booth right now. You know, I actually had a ping pong match with him earlier, and you know, and actually a fan of Matt Kenseth. I'm actually here with his team, and you know, Jeremiah Weed, Sweet Tea Vodka. They had me along, you know, here for the day, so I'm just enjoying it.
I've got to tell you, I was following your game against Nicholas Mahou on TV. What a match. For you, can you describe just what it was like hour after hour?
It became just a bit surreal after once it hit like 30 all, you know, the umpire would announce the score and the crowd would start laughing. It was just something out of like a comic book or something. You just wouldn't think it was possible. And you know, eventually, I finally finished at 70-68, and we spent more than 11 hours on the court.
All right, I've got probably the most difficult question that you're probably going to be asked all night here at Daytona. Can you describe the athleticism of Kyle Petty and his serve in the ping pong?
Oh, that's right. Well, it was Matt Kenseth. Matt Kenseth and I played against Kyle Petty, and
well, that's an even bigger question if it was Kenseth.
It was Kenseth, and Kyle Petty was actually all right, but he gave me a high forehand, and I hit him right in the chest with it. So that was good, and Matt and I got the win.
All right, well, have a great night tonight.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Lindsay?
Matt, he makes you look like you're 5 feet tall. What's up with that? Pretty interesting stuff. As we,
Hey.
Kyle, is that Kyle?
That's me. Hold on. He's got a 140-mile-an-hour serve. He hit me right in the chest. He hit me right in the chest, and it left a mark. I'm gonna tell you. And not only did he hit me with the ping pong ball, I made him sign it. So I've got it at home. So I've got it with me. It's in my suitcase. He hit me like right here. It left a mark. Oh, incredible. Kind of like that. I'm gonna tell you, it was
Kyle,
wicked.
why did it take 2 of them to play you? That's what kind of alarmed me a little bit.
Okay, because Rutledge was my partner, and you know how it is when you have Rutledge as a
Now
partner.
the picture's a lot clearer.
Yeah, it's still not 2-on-2. It's 2-on-1. But I'm gonna tell you what, Matt Kenseth can play some ping pong. He spent time in a basement somewhere. I can tell you that right now.
Well, here's my question. So you're playing ping pong with John Isner. You're skydiving. You're having lunch with Darius Rucker. I mean, how do you get a gig like yours, Kyle Petty?
You know, I don't know. I guess you do it for free because obviously I'm not making any money at this. But it is fun. I'm gonna tell you what, playing ping pong with those guys and talking to him about Wimbledon was to talk to him about the intensity that it took to play that many hours and to stay in the game and stay on his game. It kind of reminds you of these guys out here in a car that sit in a car for 3 or 4 hours and have to stay focused that long. For him to go back and come back and play that match was phenomenal.
Absolutely. I just had a good picture. I think Kyle Petty would look great as a tennis player. He's got the hair, kind of like the early days of Agassi going on. You'd be a welcome addition to the All-England club, I'm sure, Kyle Petty.
Yeah, but I had the McEnroe attitude, so that was my problem. Sorry.
I wasn't going to say it. Exactly.
All about the attitude.
They're drying the track right now. You can hear the jet dryers behind us. Looking back to 1998, that, of course, when Dale Daytona 500, but that was also the year of the first night race here at Daytona.
Well, and there's an interesting story there. You know, they put the lights up actually before February of 1998, but everything during Speed Week that year was run in the daytime. But the weekend before the Daytona 500, we brought a third number 3 car down here, and one evening over the weekend, Dale Sr. was the first guy to hit the track under the lights. We kind of did an exhibition for the fans, just watching the car under the lights. But what's interesting, we were scheduled to run that race under the lights in July. That's the year of all the Florida wildfires, and the race got postponed until the fall. So it was a lot of interesting twists and turns with the first night race here.
What was Dale's first reaction to getting out there on this track under the lights?
Oh, he loved it. And what was really neat, Lindsay, so many fans were still here. I think it was like the evening after qualifying of the Budweiser shootout. And what they did, they put me up in the tower, and my radio communication with Dale was piped in over the PA to the fans. The fans loved it. Dale loved it. And he said, I'm going to tell you what, this place is going to be a lot of fun to race at nights.
Very, very cool. Well, we're here drying the racetrack, obviously. We're going to get this racing in tonight. It will get done. Daytona International Speedway. Stick with us. Countdown to green continues on TNT. When we go green, we will bring you wide open coverage. There's challenge lineup. There's still plenty of time to play. All you have to do is visit NASCAR.com/TNT Million. Right now, go there and make your picks. You can change your picks up to 40 laps into the race. Pick your top 10. If you have success, you could win up to a cool $1 million. Larry McReynolds, your top 3 drivers that you would select are who?
Boy, I have a good feeling about that $1 million tonight. I think there's no question. I would look at Dale Earnhardt Jr., I would look at Kurt Busch, and I would look at the man that won the Daytona 500 back in February, Jamie McMurray.
Jamie McMurray, a strong chance tonight. I think Greg Biffle thinks he's got a good shot tonight. He is downstairs with our Phil Parsons.
Thanks, Lindsay. I'm standing by with Greg Biffle. And Greg, tell us a little bit about a night about 7 years ago tonight.
Well, I can tell you I remember a hot, slick racetrack like it's probably going to be tonight. Not going to be as hot, but I'll tell you what, you know, it was a great night for us. I remember we had Granger on the car, and coming across that start-finish line for my first win ever in the Cup Series. It was a pretty special night.
Now, how about coming into this race? Obviously, we're 17 races in. You're 10th in points. You've got about 100 points right now on 13th. How much is that playing into your strategy tonight?
Well, you know, I'm trying not to look back. I'm trying to look forward, and you know, we know we're on that kind of on that bubble, but we have got a great car. This is the car I finished third in the Daytona 500 with, and maybe under the old rules won the Daytona 500 if it's not 3 green white checkers, but still this is a good car, and it was really fast in practice, so I'm excited about the Scotch Brite Ford Fusion tonight. You know, it looks like it's drying up a little bit. It's quit raining, so we're getting ready to go.
How much different is this car here tonight versus back in February with the wing?
You know, it's real similar. I'll tell you, we didn't change a lot on the car. We've changed a little bit. A little shock and spring adjustment, you know, front packer adjustment is a little bit different because of the speed, I guess. And, you know, really it's fairly similar.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Marty? Hanging out with Jimmy Johnson, and we're just talking about his favorite favorite non-Jimmy Johnson Daytona memory. You said you have a few of them, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to not look back and think of '98 when Senior won. And I saw it earlier on the broadcast where someone mentioned the fact that he was driving down pit road and everyone was high-fiving him. I just thought that was the ultimate compliment to the effort he put in to try to win here. And then the other one that comes to mind for me is the one where Casey Kane was -2. And that would be
that was funny. I knew he wasn't born yet, but I just wanted to see what he would say.
Bobby Allison and Davey. I was a big Davey Allison fan, and just was sitting on the couch with my dad watching, wondering how cool would it be, Dad, if it was like you and I out there racing in this big event. But 2 great moments amongst many that we've all witnessed here.
Yeah, it certainly has been fun. And I know for you, the big 06 500 was certainly the great moment for you. How's Baby Watch going? I can't imagine not being there and how gut-wrenching it must be for you.
You know, right now it's all going well, and I was able to go home each night and you know, be at home in case something went on. It's exciting. I honestly have been explaining it to a lot of people that it's like Christmas for me. Like when I was really young, that one Christmas where you woke up and, you know, or it was leading into it and the gifts were there and something big was going to happen. I have that feeling again, like I'm a kid waiting for Christmas. I know my wife's extremely excited as well, and we're just waiting for the day. Whenever she decides to come, we're ready for it.
And so is there a little part of you that's a little nervous about maybe watching your car go around the track with someone else in it, though?
Yes and no. We're well prepared, as Chad always does it, and I think Eric would get in the car and do a great job and get us the points that we need to. But in the end, there's still 10 races or 9 races until the chase, and a lot can happen. And I would rather be in that car trying to win races and kind of be in charge of the good or bad things that come with that race car and the points that come with it. So hopefully it doesn't come to that, but if it does, I know Eric's going to do a great job for us.
One of the big annual things for your foundation, you're kicking off next week. You guys have done it for years. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, we have the Helmet of Hope program that's coming along once again, where we have 6 media members and then 6 fans put their votes in each week to for their charity of choice to be on our helmet. And you know, if you'd like, you're a media member and all, you can be the first one to put a vote in.
I can do that?
Yeah, please do.
The first one?
Yeah.
All right, I will put my vote in for the Victory Junction Gang Kansas City, because I know Kyle's starting that camp. Great new effort that he and Patty are doing, so that's the first vote then.
That is the first vote, and we'll put it in the bucket, and now it's just up to me to pull it out. So,
okay.
So don't be mad if I don't pull it out.
I won't. Kyle might be mad at you. I won't be mad at you.
No, it's been a great program with a lot of very small charities that normally wouldn't get the recognition on a big scale like they have with the Helmet of Hope. So we're excited to do it again.
All right, best of luck tonight, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Matt?
Marty, I have to put my vote in for the original Victory Junction Gang Camp up in North Carolina. But when you talk about we talked about it earlier, the $1 Million Fan Challenge, you might want to put this guy down, David Reagan, as a sleeper. 2 5ths and a 6th here at Daytona, a nationwide series win at Talladega. So you've become a good little restrictor plate racer. Who gave you the best advice?
When I started this deal at Roush Fenway a few years ago, Mark Martin told me one time, you know, sometimes the best move is no move at all. And he's certainly a very patient guy. And so sometimes I try to think about that. Sometimes I forget about it, but that's a good strategy to keep. And it always makes you second guess yourself. And so when you move out of line or you get ready to pass, you know you're ready.
Is that one of the disciplines that you feel like you took to rather quickly, restrictor plate racing, when you made the move to Cup?
You know, I think so. Coming here in an ARCA car, in a Craftsman truck a couple of times, it was just so easy to jump out of line, and you think that you've got to run on someone, you're fixing to pass them, and then you know, you shuffle back 20 spots. So it's very tough to be patient, and you have to have that good gut feeling on when to go, when not to go. So that's something to always keep in mind, and I think I got a good lesson those first couple of times here.
Now, your family is in an elite class. Father and son both have raced here at Daytona on this pavement. What's your favorite, your special memory of your dad racing here?
Well, of my dad racing here, I was just born the few years he was racing, and probably I'm 6 or 7 years old, and I'm old enough to know that Dad's racing here, and I'm back at the house because I'm too young. They won't let me come, and I'm sitting there with my grandma in Unadilla watching the Daytona 500, wishing that I could be there. So I've always been a fan of the sport, and it's certainly great to have Dad on my side. And probably the biggest thing is the first Daytona 500 that I was in 2007. Just being here, we finished 5th that night, and just seeing Dad after the race and seeing how happy it was. And at that time, I thought, man, this is pretty easy, just a top 5 that easy, and haven't been able to back it up since then. But maybe we'll have to get a little piece of the asphalt or something when they start tearing it up.
That seems to be a common theme. Score a win here tonight and take home a piece of the asphalt. Lindsay?
Thank you, Matt. NASCAR on TNT continues. The track is being dried. The rain has stopped. Things are clearing up. When we come back, we'll hear from more drivers and talk about some of the challenges they'll face tonight.
Great to have you with us for NASCAR on TNT on this Saturday night from the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. We continue to dry the racetrack and get you set for tonight's Coke Zero 400. You can see middle of your screen where we are located here in relation to the coast at the Speedway, and most of the heavy precipitation staying to the north. Number of jet dryers stationed around this 2.5-mile oval, and safety vehicles now logging laps as well. It won't be long before we have an opportunity to put the green flag in the air on this holiday weekend. When you handicap a race at Daytona, there is one driver who always finds his name toward the top of the list. It's Jeff Gordon, and he's with Ralph Shaheen.
Yeah, and I just spent about half an hour talking to your dad over there, John Bickford. And, of course, I've known you guys for a long time, and we were swapping some old stories about you. And one I didn't realize was your first sprint car ride was about an hour up the road here at Jack's Raceway. Do you remember going up there and doing that?
Oh, absolutely. As a moment I'll never forget, driving a dirt sprint car for the first time and stepping on the gas. I don't know, we had 650 horsepower or something back then. I was 13 years old. You want to talk about getting your attention. It got my attention in a hurry. And guys like Doug Wolfgang and, Brad Doty, and I can't remember who all was there. It was an all-star event, actually, were whizzing by me, and I was scared to death, I'll be honest. and it rained. Thankfully, it rained much worse than it's raining here right now. And we ended that night. And we left there, went to East Bay for 4 days, and the next 4 days were awesome. And after that night, I didn't know if I was going to be driving a sprint car any longer. After the next 4 days at East Bay, then I felt like this is what I'm going to be doing for a long time.
Yeah, so Jack's Raceway up in Jacksonville, East Bay over on the west coast of Florida. Do you remember what you weighed? Because he told me.
Well, you got to be careful now, John, my stepdad, he can exaggerate a story really good, but makes for a great story. But I don't know what I weighed. I wasn't.
How about 76 pounds?
No, don't listen.
I'm telling you, he said 76 pounds.
I was probably about 110, 150. I still wasn't that heavy, I can tell you that. But I was not 76 pounds.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about was he was telling me about the first motorcycle he bought you when you were about 8 or 9 years old. He bought you a little Yamaha, had all the gear and everything. You remember riding that YZ?
Oh, I remember the YZ. It didn't scare me as much as that sprint car did, but I couldn't reach the ground. And, that was the thing about my dad. I mean, he introduced things to me at a very young age. And you know, he had way more confidence in me than I had myself. And whether it was a BMX bike or whether it was, you know, a motorcycle or a sprint car, you know, he just believed in me. And it was really cool to have that kind of support and confidence, because it made me believe in myself and go out there and do things I never dreamed I would ever do.
Like tonight when we go racing. So this is a racetrack I know you feel a lot of passion about. You 6 wins here, 12 restrictor plate wins. You're pretty good on these big super speedways. This old surface has got a lot of significance to you, I know. Are you going to hate to see it go?
I am, because I like, you know, the way we slip and slide around while I'm out there. You know, got my hands full, but I think it really plays into our strategy, our team, and how good we are at communicating to get the car to handle really good. So, you know, I'm going to miss that, because I love the difference between Daytona in February for the 500 and speed being more important than just handling, and in July it pretty much being all handling. And it makes it fun and exciting to have 43 cars out there, you know, almost backing it in like on a dirt track. And you know, I'm definitely going to miss the surface. I mean, I think as drivers we want abrasive, worn out surfaces everywhere we go, but we also understand, you know, what the tracks have to go through in the maintenance of it, and when tracks start, you know, deteriorating, there's a time when it has to happen. I'm impressed this track, what's it, like 30-something years?
32.
Unbelievable that it's been able to stay in the condition that it's in for that long.
Yeah, pretty amazing. And one last thing I'll tell you as we let you go that John said to me, since you and I are both dads, you'll appreciate this. I asked him, I said, it's got to be tough when you're a father and you're putting a 13-year-old 76-pounder in a sprint car. I said, what was the hardest part about being a dad to Jeff Gordon? He says, not letting him down. Because when you got a Jeff Gordon, you know you got something special. And the one thing you don't want to do is disappoint him as a dad. Remember that as you get ready for another one. I know I'm going to.
He didn't have to worry about that, that's for sure. It was more the opposite, me not wanting to let him down. That's what made us a great team. So, but you're right, as a parent, that's what I see now, you know, through my eyes and through my daughter's eyes, and our son that's you know, going to be here soon. Definitely don't want to let him down.
If you and I could be half as good a dad as he was, we are right. Phil, you're up.
Thanks, Ralph. And you know, Ryan, as a former driver, I know how a rain delay can be pretty boring. So, but you came out of the hauler here with a pair of clippers. Tell us what about that.
These are Stewart's clippers, and we got little Trey Hutchins over here. Bobby Hutchins, our director's son, and he made the comment, because we were making fun of him all the time for having long hair. It's anywhere from 3 weeks to 6 years overdue for being cut, and he said that if one of us, me or Tony, won a race, that we could cut his hair off. Didn't say how, didn't say when, didn't say what kind of race. And then last week after the modified race, he realized, because I said we get to cut your hair now, and he thought he meant a cup win, and that's not what he said. I reassured him on what he said. So we have the clippers here. We just don't have a guard. I kind of feel guilty about going straight to the scalp, and I don't want to. I mean, it's been a long time since his scalp has seen sunlight. I don't want him to look like a little half burned onion or something, you know.
Well, tell us a little bit about that. I know you have some obviously special memories of this place, winning the Daytona 500. I know you've been upside down at this place, but what do you think about the last race on this surface after over 30 years?
I look forward to it, actually. I think it's going to be one of our better races here. And we always, as drivers, kind of dread the new surfaces just because they offer so much grip. And, you know, in general, it's more difficult style of racing. But I think here, just the way the cars handle and the way they have to handle is what the drivers like. And, you know, we're going to miss it for sure. We miss Darlington the way it was. We miss Old Rockingham because of the character it had. So it's going to be a new Daytona for sure, and we'll have to see what it brings.
You're just a handful of points outside of the chase right now. Is this one of those races that you say, man, I really need to make some ground up here because of the volatility of this place?
Yes and no. We want to do that each and every week, but on lap 155, I don't say, man, I need to make up some ground. I just, you know, go out there and do the best I can each and every lap and take what it gives me. We've got a great Tornado Chevrolet for tonight, I feel, and just being at the right time in the right place with the right people around you is what it's all about here, restrictor plate racing.
All right, good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Lindsay.
Thank you, Phil. So as we heard Ryan Newman say, this is the final race that will be held on this track before it's repaved. Larry Mack, though, a couple big changes for the first time that the drivers are seeing with this car when they take them out on the track tonight.
Well, the first thing I want to say, Larry Mack's scalp has seen the sun full time for the last 10 years.
I was going to say, I don't want to see you with those clippers, buddy.
But yeah, you know, when we were here in February for the Daytona 500, we had the wing. As we know, in race number 6 of 2010, the wing was gone, the spoiler was on. What did the spoiler do to the aerodynamics of the car at a place like Daytona? It puts more drag in the car. It hurts the straightaway speed. So NASCAR, knowing that the speeds are down here anyhow in July versus February, plus this spoiler hurt the straightaway speed, what they decided to do to counter it to get the speeds back up is the bigger carburetor restrictor plate. Now, I want to give you a little NASCAR 101 on carburetor restrictor plate. It's a plate, aluminum plate, that goes right here on top of the intake manifold, right beneath the carburetor and the spacer. Now without this, the holes in the bottom of that carburetor are 1 inch and 11/16, makes about 850 to 875 horsepower. This restrictor plate, the holes in it, 1 inch and 1/32. Now that's about 3/32 of an inch bigger than we ran in the Daytona 500. Doesn't sound like much, but we'll be racing about 40 to 50 more horsepower here tonight than we ran in the Daytona 500, and it cuts the horsepower back from about 850, 875 to about 500 horsepower.
So how big a deal is that on the track? What will we see as viewers watching tonight?
Well, I think the more horsepower just kind of counters the aero drag. I'm not sure speed-wise we're going to see anything a lot different from what we saw in the Daytona 500, but Lindsay, with the more horsepower, the bigger holes in the restrictor plate, the drivers love it. When they have to roll out of the throttle, it lets them recover, and that's something that they like. That's one reason I think we've always had the big ones at the carburetor restrictor plate races, is the drivers were reluctant to get out of the throttle. Bigger plate, and this is the biggest carburetor restrictor plate. I hate saying bigger restrictor plate. The bigger hose in the carburetor restrictor plate than we've ever run since the inception of it in 1988.
Let me ask you this, and this might sound crazy, but doesn't this change, that change, I mean, doesn't it amount to the fact that there could be complete melee out there tonight just because these things are going to be such a handful?
There's no question we're still going to have the big packs. They're still going to be running 2 and 3 and 4 wide when they possibly can. So yeah, regardless, big plate, little plate, spoiler wing, the big one is always lurking out there.
You never know when it's going to happen. What we do know is that the track is being dried. We know the rain has stopped. We're going to go racing at Daytona International Speedway when we return.
Just past 30 minutes of our scheduled start time here at Daytona International Speedway in tonight's Coke Zero 400. Rain has slowed down our action tonight.
And Darius Rucker joins us now here on the set at Countdown to Green. He's got his South Carolina shirt on in honor of the Gamecocks who won the College World Series. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing? It's good to see you.
Great. I bet you didn't think we were going to have all this time, huh?
I know. I love it. The rain delay. They get to play my song again. That's pretty cool.
But you hadn't done many concerts in the rain like you did earlier today.
Not a lot. They usually stop them before that happens, but that was a lot of fun today.
It was funny. I was earlier in the day. I caught Larry Mack actually singing one of your songs. So,
that's nice.
Yeah.
Huge fan.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you. I'm honored to be here talking to you, man. You're a legend.
I don't know about it. Yeah, have you been to many NASCAR races? Being from South Carolina, you ever been down to Darlington?
Yeah, I've been to Darlington to a race. I've been to 4 races here. I've been in Vegas. I've been to LA. You know, I try to go when I'm in town or if I'm close, I try to go. I'm real good friends with a bunch of the guys, so I like to go to the races.
You're friends with Michael Waltrip, right? He plays in your golf tournament.
All the time. He's one of my best buddies, and we hang out a lot. He's a real good friend of mine.
Kyle Petty is also a friend of yours, right?
Kyle's my buddy. I do a lot with, with the Victory Junction. I love doing a lot with him, and Kyle's a great guy. Jimmy Johnson's a friend. He's a great guy. I mean, NASCAR guys are real cool to hang out with.
So who do you pick out to root for?
Well, today I'm rooting for Ruderman because he's got my single on his car. I got a sticker on the car, so I'm the 00, baby.
When did you write that song? That's my question, the comeback song.
I wrote it just right before we recorded it. It was like the last song I wrote for the record. We wrote 77 songs, and that was the last one, and it's the first single.
You know, making the transition from Hootie and the Blowfish to Darius Rucker, I know you probably told the story many, many times, but what inspired you to do that, Darius?
The music. I've been saying since the mid-'80s that I was going to make a country record someday, and finally the guys wanted to take a break and all this stuff, and it happened just perfectly. I got a record deal, and, you know, we tried to do something special.
sometimes we're lucky enough to hear Kyle Petty break out his guitar. He hasn't played it for me yet, but he's done it for a lot of the guys. What is your professional assessment of Kyle Petty's
great.
talent? Really?
He's great. He can play, he can sing, and he writes these cool little songs that are so funny.
Do we have Kyle right now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, look, Darius, I appreciate that, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Darius played the barn for us at my house for a fundraiser for the Victory Junction Game Camp. And let me tell you what happened. When you own the venue and you get to have the concert with Darius Rucker, you get to open for it.
Yes,
so I'm open for Darius. Don't give me any stuff. I'm telling you.
Hey, Kyle, I hate to tell you this, but my wife says she thinks you should go bald. She thinks it would look real good.
Oh, my Lord.
I'm working on it. Me and Larry, we're working together. Larry and I together.
You can do it Ryan Newman's way, or you can do it natural.
I'm not doing it Ryan Newman's way.
Why not? You should do it for charity. You should do it for charity.
That's a good point.
I agree.
I'll let Larry cut my hair. How about if I let Larry cut it?
I think it's a good deal.
I might put a little bit to use that I
think that's a pretty good idea. Darius, what are you working on next? I mean, we know obviously you got this big song, a single.
Yeah, we're going to put the record out later this year, and I'm on tour all year with Brad Paisley, so we're having fun doing that. And I'm just going to try to keep putting records out, making country records, see what happens with that.
When do you write your songs? I mean, I know you said when you wrote this one, but when do you get that inspiration?
It's usually when you get with guys, you know, when you get with guys in Nashville and you just got some idea, you sit down and say one line, and then the songs just fall out. It's really that simple.
So you do write most of your songs, though?
Every song on the record I at least co-wrote.
Wow.
Yes.
And so you said you're on tour right now?
Yeah, I'm on tour now. I'll be meeting up with Brad next week. I'm going to do the Capitol tomorrow for the 4th of July, and that's going to be cool. But then I'm back with Brad next week.
Very good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
We've got faith that you'll be in Washington and we'll be on the beach tomorrow.
We'll be on the beach.
We're racing tonight.
And we'll be looking for your next show where Kyle Petty opens for you.
Absolutely.
Right now, we got someone standing by with Kyle's father, the King, Richard Petty.
And Lindsay, when you look at the history on this asphalt, which we've been talking about all night, 2 500 wins of his 7, Richard Petty 79 and 81. But then for me, probably my favorite of this era would be that win in 84. How about you, King?
Probably me too. You know, 84, the track wasn't wore out quite as much as it is now, but it still got the deal that it was kind of hard to run wide open for the whole race. But, you know, when it came down right to the end of the race and Cale and myself was running, I think my car handled a little bit better than his, was able to get back by him or back beside of him in the corner. So the track was slick at that time, and I think most of the races we won here, we won because the car handled more than the speed.
Back in 79, new pavement, you brought out that young kid in an ARCA car. Talk about that day and his driving ability that day.
Well, you know, Kyle came on the board and never been around a racetrack. We come down here and practice a little bit, turn him loose on the racetrack, never been in a race of any kind particularly. And the track was so good, he could, you know, no matter where he called somebody, he could pull out and go by them or catch up with them or whatever because the track stuck so good. I don't know if he started with him today. I think he probably had a little bit of trouble.
When you talk about the different eras, and we were talking about that, the different eras of pavement jobs here and how this track has changed.
Well, yeah, you know, the first 20 years before they paved it the first time, then there was a big hump coming off of number 4 corner, and that's where all the wrecks occurred. Okay, and then when they redone the track, then they fixed that part of it, and the track was really good for the last 4 or 5 years where it really started coming up. And you know, one of the operations lasted 20 years, the next lasted 30 years, this one already lasted 40 years.
We talk a lot about the drivers and the heroes of the sport, but the men who make the heroes, one of yours, Dale Inman, he's one of the 25, you know, drivers, owners, crew chiefs, people in the sport that has a chance to be in the second class of the NASCAR Hall of Fame. I know that means a lot to you.
Well, it means a lot to me. It means a lot to Petty Enterprises because that's where Dale really got his start and done all his things. Even though he went out and won some races and won a championship with other teams, it was still Petty Enterprises, I guess, where he learned all this stuff. And, you know, I've been talking to these guys, and there's so many crew chiefs that come through under Dale, never seen a race car or nothing, and learned a lot of stuff at Petty Enterprises. So we always called it Petty Enterprises School because so many people went out. But Dale taught a lot of people, you know, how to maintain the car, how to do a little thinking about around the racetrack and stuff like that. So, you know, I'm glad at least he's the first mechanical deal to get in the top 25. So we're real proud of him.
Can't wait till the fall when they actually let us know who those names will be in the second class of the NASCAR Hall of Fame. Phil Parsons?
Thank you, Matt. I'm standing by with Martin Truex. And Martin, I think if they would have made the rule that we're going to have 2 attempts at a green-white checker, you may be sitting here as a Daytona 500 winner.
Well, we've been closer for sure. A third one kind of messed us up a little, but had a great run in February in our Napa Toyota. Had a lot of fun, and so far this weekend the car's been really good, so I'm looking forward to getting this thing going.
As you told me, now this is the exact same car you had in February.
It is, same car. You know, they didn't have to do much work to it. It was in pretty good shape after the race. So in February, it was, you know, we had a really good handle on the car, and that's what paid off for us. And so far this weekend, it's been driving about the same. It's been really good, and we really hadn't changed a whole lot, so it should be a good car.
We've talked to a lot of guys about the fact that it's very, very difficult here to run wide open this time of the year. The track is so slick. You finding the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, you know, later in the run, and especially in traffic, if you get put in the middle, it's very, very difficult, really, just to get around the corner. So track position like the 500, I think, will be a little bit critical. You know, if you can stay towards the front and in some of that cleaner air, it'll be a huge benefit, especially in the longer runs. But, you know, a lot can happen here. Guys will be coming, guys will be going, and be a lot of slipping and slide. It should be a lot of fun.
We saw last night that a couple guys, Kyle Busch actually gave up 3rd in the nationwide race to come in and get tires, and he only got back to 7th. But some of the guys that came in 10th actually improved their position. So there's a line somewhere, right?
Yeah, you know, and I think it depends on what happens on the restart. You know, if one of the lines would have got checked up and his would have went, he'd you know, looked like a hero. So some guys took 2 and got in between him and the leaders, and you know, it just depends. A lot of things could happen. You know, it could have went either way. So, you know, at the end, I think tires are going to be bigger tonight than probably they were last night. You know, with us being a little faster, have more horsepower. You know, but either way, whatever all happens, I look forward to. It's always a fun race here, and July is a lot of fun to run here.
All right, good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Night has fallen over the racetrack here at Daytona. The jet dryers are out. Looks nice and dry, wouldn't you say? We're getting ready and getting closer to going racing. Full coverage, wide open coverage when we come back. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back to Countdown to Green at Daytona International Speedway. Once we go green, we will bring you wide open coverage. There's nothing else like it, from green flag to the checkers, not a lap list. And we have something else you can do too. Enhance your live race experience like never before with Race Buddy 3D, presented by Coca-Cola on NASCAR.com. For the first time ever, you can experience the power and speed of NASCAR in 3D live on your computer. Check out Race Buddy 3D, presented by Coca-Cola, only on NASCAR.com. Here at TNT, we have a few more innovations up our sleeves. Those guys up in the booth, you guys, what, you're too cool, you got to wear shades?
Looks like the Blues Brothers. I'll tell you what, you do not want to watch the opening in 3D. No. You do not want to see these faces in 3D.
No. I'm going to tell you what, looking at my tie in 3D, I think I'm at a Grateful Dead concert.
You know, sometimes in the television world, when it rains, you go off the script. I think officially we have thrown the script away.
We got off the rails. It's a train wreck.
Absolutely. But what a great way to watch the race in 3D. And, you know, Wally, when Kyle suggested a couple of weeks ago when this whole 3D thing was happening that we should wear these glasses, I can't believe the plan went through.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a monitor over here on the way to the booth, and I didn't know anything about the 3D, but they have it over in 3D, and I went over there with the glasses and looked at it, and it's very, very cool. There's no question. I had no idea it was like that.
Yeah, when you see the cars and you saw the backstretch and some of that stuff, it's truly amazing. I mean, and it's like watching some of the other stuff, like some of the movies that they're doing in 3D now. The car almost looks like it's running over you. My problem is, I saw that same scene my whole life. I don't want to watch this in 3D.
A lot of history has been made here at this speedway on the track. Tonight, we're making television history. For the first time, NASCAR in 3D.
Sure this is not good history.
And you can go to NASCAR.com for much more, including to watch this race. Lindsay, please bail us out.
I mean, I kind of like the glasses. Adam, that might be a good look for you. The other two, you know, I don't know, guys.
I look more sophisticated, you think?
A little smarter.
I need all the help I can get.
You know I'm joking. Larry Mack, what do you think?
I'll tell you, I've got to say it, and it's not because I'm prejudiced to NASCAR racing. I mean, so many sports are going to some 3D coverage, certainly so many movies, but I've got to say, I think doing NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing in 3D, it's going to take 3D to a whole new level, and that's above and beyond those knuckleheads in the booth. I'm talking about what's going to go on the racetrack.
No, it is. I had a chance to check it out on the computer screen, and it's crazy. I mean, they're coming right at you, so pretty serious stuff.
coming at you times 43. Not like stick and ball sports where it's times 2.
Exactly. So we're getting close to being fully dry here at the racetrack. Right now, these guys are probably thinking about, okay, what do we need to do as far as now we're starting this race at night? It could be easier for them now, right?
Well, I think from a driver's standpoint, you know, you're not starting in the day and then having to adjust vision to nighttime. I think when it comes to the crew chiefs, they're thinking about, just like when we had Tony Stewart on the countdown to the green talking about his first pit stop. What adjustments will I have to make to that car because maybe the grip level of this track has certainly changed? The problem with driving this track, there's a lot of humidity in the air, and they have to have every bit of it dry. It's not like some of the mile-and-a-half racetracks where if part of it's a little damp, we're okay because the cars never go there. These guys go from the yellow line to the wall. Pit road has to be dry, and even most cases, when you think about it, even the apron needs to be dry at this 2.5-mile track.
You know, one of the guys that is still looking for his first win here at Daytona is Kurt Busch, and we had an opportunity to talk to him a little bit before, Larry, and he has had such a good season, and it's impressive because he's with his new crew chief, Steve Addington, who was with Kyle Busch last year, and they've just been able to find this chemistry, it seems, to get on the right spot, you know, but still, to get a feather in his cap here, he said would be everything.
There is no question, Kurt Busch is the best restrictor plate racer that's an active driver right now that has not been the victory lane in a points-paying restrictor plate race. There's no question. He is the best, and I think he's so close, and as I picked earlier, he's my pick to go to victory lane tonight.
I wonder what he thinks about that. Maybe Marty Snyder can ask him.
I certainly will ask him, Lindsay. Larry Mack with some big praise for you, saying you're the best guy at restrictor plate racing who has yet to win one of these races. You know, I don't want to make you agree with that or disagree with that, but how big of a thing is that in the career for you that you want to get this restrictor plate win out of the way?
It's on the list. I mean, Jimmy Johnson's able to knock off his bucket list at will, it seems like. It's like, oh, yeah, I want to win at Bristol, okay. I want to win at road course, okay. You know, I've been working at this deal for 10 years and been very close on plate races and finished second the Daytona 500 3 times. And, you know, the one year I pushed Newman, and one year I was trying to race Gordon to the end, and one year Mikey Waltrip, I finished second. And I've been right there in the mix, and it's all because I've had good cars and good equipment to help me get there. Maybe it's like Mark Martin. He's got an 0 for 50 streak going. Maybe I'm just too nice of a guy when you get down to it.
You can be a little more mean at the end of these races, but when you walk through the garage area this morning, a lot of guys say that you're the guy to beat today. Now, do you agree with that?
I'll go with that. I think we're one of the top 5 guys. I mean, right now, Jimmy McMurray looks good to defend his Daytona 500 victory. Jimmy Johnson's car looks strong. Then Greg Biffle, his car would maneuver very well. And those Roush guys, I know they're hungry.
Yeah, for you, you want to get the race in for an all different kind of purpose because you got a big party planned tomorrow for the guys, don't you?
We do. It's Addington's birthday tomorrow, so I don't know if he's 29 or 39 or...
Let's say 29.
Yeah, we'll go somewhere in there. And, you know, he's done a great job for this team, and we want to celebrate tomorrow with him and his birthday and the team. What we did at Charlotte was pretty special, and so I got a great sponsor with Miller Lite. Got a couple kegs at the house on ice for the guys, and we're supposed to have a good time. The weather's very sunny up in North Carolina, so we can't wait to get back home.
Yeah, I think we'll be okay. We'll be able to get this one in. Chicago is next week, but you've already gone. I know you love the city, but what did you go early for?
We went early for the Winter Circle program to help the track sell some tickets, you know, and I still know they have tickets available for their NASCAR weekend, and you don't have to buy all the ticket package this year, so something different for Chicagoland Speedway, but of course I volunteered to go see my Cubbies
no
play,
doubt
right?
about that, right?
Of course, and we got to go see the game and see the Cubs. They lost. It was 2-0, and the Pirates beat them for all people. And you know, just to go see the city again. You know, you and I were on a tour last year.
Yeah,
and
I know, yeah.
You look like a kid lost at the first day of school.
Well, you made me dance, and that was weird. We were singing, and we had a good time, though, didn't we?
It's what it's all about. I mean, that city, it's a fun city. You go there, and it's just something different. I wish we could go there twice a year, but once, that's what makes, when you race at a track one time a year, it makes it more prestigious to win there. So we're looking forward to tonight, tomorrow, and then, of course, next week, getting that big race in on that Saturday night, and then we're off to Italy. I'm taking my wife to Italy, so I can't wait for a little vacation.
That'll be good. And, you know, Lindsay and Larry, if you want to take them, I'm sure they'd love to go to Italy with you guys.
Oh, man, first class is sold out, and we just ran out of tickets, guys. I don't know what happened.
I tried to get you guys a free trip to Italy, Lindsay, but I couldn't swing it. I tried.
fine.
Kurt
It's really not a problem. I'll be happy to fly coach.
Just tell Kurt there goes his Victory Lane interview right there, right? All right. Well, no, you know what's interesting, though? His team is so appreciative that what he's done and showing up at the shop all the time. He actually showed me on their box in their garage stall. He opened it up. He said, I didn't know they did this. They took a piece of confetti from all the races that he's won this year, and they've taped it up there inside their toolbox in the garage. So it's kind of like a memento that he has to look at each race.
Yeah, and there's no question, and we sat down with Kurt Busch earlier in the week. He is a team player. He really believes in his race team. Now that he and Steve Addington, they've had that half a season together. He's sitting 6th in the points right now with a pretty good cushion on the top 12, staying in there with 9 races to go. And one of the reasons that I picked him is the fact that he has 4 consecutive top 5 finishes in this July race. So his numbers look good when we come here in the summer.
Kurt Busch also might like Chicago because he is a huge Cubs fan. We've got some baseball action for you. If you watch TBS tomorrow at 12 noon as Cal Ripken, Dennis Eckersley, David Wells, and host Matt Weiner unveil the 2010 MLB All-Star rosters, followed by the Toronto Blue Jays at the New York Yankees at 1, only on TBS. We are hearing, Larry McReynolds, that the drivers have just gotten called to their cars. Here's a weather map for you. Like we said, the track is dry now. Okay, meteorologist McReynolds, what do you see?
Well, we're in an alleyway. As you can see, we have weather to the north, weather to the south, but it looks good and clear. And I believe we're going to go racing here, and we're going to see all 400 miles of this race.
Jeff Gordon, there he is, getting ready for his car. Larry, I don't ever want to hear that you've left us for the Weather Channel.
I might do it part-time, but I'll stick around.
All right, the guys are getting ready. When we come back, we're closer to going racing here at Daytona. Welcome back to Countdown to Green here on TNT. We are very, very close to going racing here at Daytona International Speedway. We have been under a bit of a delay, about an hour and a half. Rains have subsided, though. The jet dryers are out. The track is, for the most part, completely dry. We know that the drivers have been summoned to their cars. This is the last time that they will be racing on this pavement before it's repaved. Larry McReynolds, walk us through the trends.
Well, this would be the trends of the patterns that a crew chief would call a race here. This goes back to our last 9 July races here at Daytona. The first caution, average lap 23, but 6 times before lap 15. The longest green flag run, averaged 58 laps, probably at least 1 set of green flag stops. The last caution flag, average lap 137. That's less than 25 to go, but 6 times in those 9 races in the last 10 laps.
We heard from Casey Kane a little bit earlier. Right now, let's check in with his teammate, A.J. Allmendinger, standing by with Matt Yoakum.
And trying to keep a straight face with this guy's a tough job. A.J. Allmendinger, he's bouncing around here like you're a boxer getting ready to go in for a big Major League prize fight.
Well, this rain delay, I got my afternoon nap. I'm getting older, so I need a nap. So I got that. Now I'm feeling spry. I'm ready to go.
Now, the King has so much history here. Has he given you any kind of pointers? You finished 3rd in last year's Daytona 500, so you are good at plate racing.
Well, we've had one good race. No, I mean, we got fast race cars. We got the same car we had at the Daytona 500, which was a rocket ship. So with these races, it's all about just trying to put yourself in the right position. I know I'm going to have a fast car. Roush Yates is building a ton of horsepower. I feel honored to have the PVA on the race car, 4th of July. King's birthday yesterday, so happy birthday, King. My mom's birthday today. Hi, Mom. I love you. So we're just going to go out. I'm thankful for all these fans for staying and hanging out in the rain. It's time to go. Let's go win one.
Now, for the fans, they may think back to Talladega, where a lot of guys rode in the back. Can you ride in the back here, or do you need to be up at the front with the pack the whole time?
I mean, this racetrack, it's going to have a little more grip on it because of the rain, but this track's all about handling. At the 500, I tried to ride in the back, but my car was so good, I just went to the front. So I think I'm a racer. I want to be leading. If I can be leading, I'm happy. So we're starting 21st. We have a good car. Just try to go to the front.
You can just feel Lindsey. He is just bouncing all over the place. He is ready to go for this prize fight here tonight.
Getting ready for his prize fight. Is that the dance that A.J. Allmendinger was doing earlier?
I know why he's dancing. How about 6 consecutive top 15 finishes, including that 10th place finish last week at Loudon?
Not too shabby. A.J. Allmendinger, it's interesting. He's one of the guys that told me earlier within our 6 races, he said, my dad always told me that you bring your friends to the racetrack if you want them there with you. And he was speaking out about how, you know, when you've got a teammate and you get into them, or when you have an incident on the racetrack, you got to just let that thing go. It's kind of like we've talked, Larry, about old school, new school racing.
Well, especially this time of year, Lindsay, when there's so many people with so many important agendas. Guys trying to stay in the top 12, guys trying to get in the top 12, and then guys like A.J. Allmendinger trying to win a race. His only career top 5 finish came right here in 2009 in the Daytona 500.
Well, and when you look at other drivers that have been impacted by tensions flaring a little bit, Joey Logano is certainly one of them. I think Joey made a lot of people take notice when he really stood up with himself a while back in our races, standing up against Kevin Harvick, really, and he's standing by right now with Ralph Shaheen.
Yep, getting ready to go racing is Joey Logano. Okay, this race, you have to either be really aggressive or very patient. You go offense or defense tonight?
I think there's a certain time for either one. To be honest with you, there's times you got to be patient and you know, survive it, and then there's times you have to go at the end of this thing and try to get the best finish you can. So if you're not patient in the beginning, though, you're not going to have the chance to go hard. So you got to be smart here the first few, and you know, feel out your car, see what it's doing, and really work on the first half of the race and get your car good. Put yourself in certain situations you might be at the end of the race, and make sure your car handles good, and at the end, try to get the Home Depot Toyota up front.
All right, good luck to you tonight. Phil?
I'm standing by with Matt Kenseth. And Matt, I know maybe a year and a half ago or so, rain worked out pretty well for you.
Yeah, that worked out really well for us. So we had a great car that day, and that was certainly an experience I'll never forget. But it's drying up real nicely here. Can't wait to get on the track with our Jeremiah Weed car, and hopefully we can run the full distance tonight.
How were you in practice? I know we talked during the qualifying show, and you didn't have a clue what qualifying was going to bring, but how was your car in practice?
Yeah, by looking at our lap in qualifying, it was really good at rain for qualifying. So we had the handling okay. We felt like we still had some work to do. We tried a couple different packages. Thought one was a little better than others. So I made some adjustments to it and see what it's like here this first run.
Good luck, Matt.
Thank you.
Back to you, Lindsay.
Thank you, Phil. Larry Mack, when you were in a situation like this and your driver was getting ready to go out there on the track, what was the last thing you said to them before they strapped into that car?
You had to be a good salesman and said, it's going to have more grip. It's going to be even better yet than it was in practice the other day.
I promise we're going to give you good adjustments. Take a look. There's Dale Earnhardt Jr. Jr. celebrating that nationwide victory last night in the paint scheme that was his father's number 3. That was very special for him.
In watching the practice on Thursday, I think he's going to be awfully strong tonight. He very well could easily win both these races this weekend.
And I think it's impressive. There he is in that Wrangler Chevy that he drove last night. All the fans, you know, and he still is one of the guys that the fans just scream for.
And that was lap 3 when those fans were all holding the number 3 up. I even saw people on pit road doing that, Lindsay.
And I think that to hear him talk after that race, it was reminiscent of the pride of NASCAR when we heard his father speaking about winning the Daytona 500. Obviously a very different thing. But with Junior, you can kind of hear a bit more confidence that he's speaking with now, and I think it's because he and that team have hit on something they feel good about.
There's no question they have had 3 good runs here over the last 3 weeks, and even though that nothing at Michigan and Infineon and Loudon really relates to Daytona, they still are carrying that momentum. 2 things I picked up on in his post-race interview last night. I don't know if this came to him in victory lane, if this was his thought before that race. He said, you know what? Running that paint scheme, that 3 number, a tribute to my dad, we had to win this race. If we did not win this race, it would have been a waste of time. The other thing I picked up on, he said, I'm done with the 3 number. That's all I'm going to do. That's my dad's number. I wanted to do this with that special paint scheme. I'm done with the 3.
The thing that's interesting, too, and this happens to be the fluke of timing, is that his brother, Kerry, Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s other son, obviously, is over in England right now getting ready for a race. He's going to be driving the number 3 that won the Brickyard in, what, 1995?
Exactly. It's over at Goodwood, a big festival over there. And then last year, Dale Jr.'s sister, Taylor, Nicole, she actually went over there and drove the car that Dale won his last race in, which was at Talladega Superspeedway in the fall of 2000.
So this is obviously a huge deal for him. And I mean, if he could find his way tonight to victory lane, this could turn his entire season along. We are getting so close to going green. There you see Dale Earnhardt Jr. getting into his car. We've got 160 laps, 400 miles. When we come back, wide open coverage.
There is an inherent obsession with speed that lies in man, causing us to continually push the limits of the physical world. Something virtuous about being the fastest. For over a century, this phenomenon has been deeply rooted on a Florida beach where men would pit machine against machine in a measured mile. This renowned stretch of sand was soon circuited by the slick asphalt of A1A, ultimately leading to the creation of Daytona International Speedway. A showcase, a laboratory, a monument to the birthplace of speed.
Green flag is out and we're back at it in Daytona.
With the restrictor plates opened up, more horsepower will be unleashed tonight than has been seen here in over 20 years. Drivers will grip the wheel a little tighter as they push these motors to the brink in a contested rush of velocity to see who's the baddest, who's the hardest, and most importantly, who is the fastest. The Coke Zero 400 on TNT is next.
It is the 4th of July weekend, and that means the Coke Zero 400 at Daytona.
You, we're going to see some fast speeds in this 400-miler.
Let's go trackside for the command to start engines.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome 2000 Sprint Cup Series champion and original member of the Coca-Cola racing family, Bobby Labonte, as he celebrates his 600th start as a NASCAR Sprint Cup Series driver and delivers the most famous words in motorsports.
From the Coca-Cola racing family to yours, gentlemen, start your engines.
Bobby Labonte with the special opportunity to give the command. They're under the lights as they've been since 1998. Wide open coverage when we come back.
Wide open coverage of the Coke Zero 400, the only NASCAR coverage that gives you more racing action and fewer commercials.
Brought to you by the only drink that gives you real Coke taste at 0 calories.
While you're watching today's race on TV, why not jump online to NASCAR.com?
TNT's Race Buddy will let you watch the race from 4 different camera angles.
And for the first time ever, TNT is letting the fans watch the race in 3D.
Competition will be fierce on the track, but there'll also be competition online.
So when you're done checking out NASCAR.com, head on over to CokeZero.com.
Yep, CokeZero.com is where you can vote for your favorite driver in the Coke Zero Fan 400.
The first ever online NASCAR race decided by you, the fans.
If your favorite driver gets the most votes, you'll get to join him in a victory chug with a free Coke Zero. So go over to CokeZero.com.
What are you doing?
What?
That thing with your hands.
Nothing. Just limbering up.
Well, could you stop it? It's a little distracting.
Yeah. My bad.
We welcome you in with Kyle Petty and Wally Dallenbach. I'm Adam Alexander. We've had to wait out the rain for just over an hour, but now it is time to go racing. We know the emotions that go into getting ready for this race for a driver, so how does this delay affect these guys?
I think they were mentioned earlier, you're just ready to go, and you're kind of programmed. You know when the race starts, you want to get going, and that just kind of slows everything down. But, you know, once the drivers get back into the cars and they put their helmets on and they fire those cars up, they're ready to go. There's nothing that was in between. They don't worry about the rain delay. These guys are ready to go racing.
Yeah, and if you follow, you know, Montoya, Harvick, a lot of those guys are on Twitter. So if you follow them on Twitter, the thing is, a lot of them didn't get up till 10 or 11 this morning. So it's not like they've been up all day long. You know what I mean? They're rested, they're ready, and just like Wally says, this is a night race. They knew they had a night race going into this thing. And the thing is, they've been sitting in the truck, they've been talking. They're anxious to get going, but it's not a big deal for them right now.
The track is green. Does that change your approach at all?
Yeah, I don't think so, because it's so worn out.
You know what I mean? Whether the little bit of rubber that they put down on it from last night really hadn't changed the racetrack that much. I don't think we've heard any drivers or any crew chiefs talk about that. Tire wear is not an issue. A lot of these things that you see on other tracks are not an issue. And by being a little cooler tonight, like Larry and some of those guys have said, it's going to be a lot more grip. So it's going to help some of these guys. Green and no rubber is going to help some
I
of these
think
guys.
the only difference with that, it's in their head, it's green.
Yeah.
So maybe for the first 15 laps, there'd be a lot more calmer out there on the start normally than it would be otherwise, because they're not quite sure what the track is going to do, and they don't know. It takes a couple laps to get these things wound up.
And as advertised tonight, there are a number of folks that are a part of our broadcast as we get set for the Coke Zero 400. And tonight, the Coke Zero Fan 400 happening right now online. Go to CokeZero.com and vote for your favorite driver. And now we take a look at the Coke Zero starting grid. Jimmy Johnson on the front row with Kevin Harvick. Both drivers have won the Daytona 500. And in case you missed it, qualifying rained out here yesterday. That meant we went to the NASCAR rule book, putting many of the drivers who are high in the standings at the front of the field to start here this evening. Matt Kenseth, we heard from moments ago, won the Daytona 500 last year. Jeff Burton won this race 10 years ago. Tony Stewart always good in the summer here, and Greg Biffle got his first career win in this race at Daytona. Mark Martin never a win at the World Center of Racing, and Carl Edwards trying to help Ford to victory lane for the first time in 2010. No one will ever forget Ryan Newman and his successful drive to a victory back in 2008, and we all know Dale Jr. and how good he is when it comes to restrictor plate racing. Martin Truex Jr. in row 9 with the guy who won the Daytona 500 earlier this year, Jamie McMurray, Kyle.
Yeah, and we heard Jamie talk in pre-race, and we heard Martin Truex talk about same car. They didn't really change a lot. He thinks he's got some. He thought he had something at the 500, and they did. You see these guys right here, the 83 car, Reed Sorensen filling in for Brian Vickers. Paul Menard. Paul Menard had a great Daytona 500. Those guys started off really, really strong. David Reagan, who has been a restrictor plate racer ever since he's come into this stuff. You look at his Daytona stuff and his Talladega. Brad Keselowski, the Penske cars ran really, really good in the first 500 down here. At one point in time, they were in the top 10. Scott Speed led a lot of that race. There's Sam Hornish in the other Penske car. Elliott Sadler was so upset with his car the first practice, they came in and changed a multitude of things, but in the second practice, he got a lot more comfortable with it. Reagan Smith, I was busted on you the other day.
Oh, yeah.
You said he didn't have a top 10. I said I thought he had won a race when it went with the move at Talladega. And those guys, and as we move back into these guys, these are guys that will start. Some of these are the starting part. Some of these guys are going to run the whole race. I think as you go through this, you see David Stremme in the 26, Bliss right there. Bobby Labonte, 600 start. How cool is that? To be able to be the Grand Marshal, to set in the car, and to give the command to start your engines. That's pretty impressive. And Max Pappas, and here we see Steve Parks. Steve Parks driving a car. It's a tribute car to the great Richie Evans. If you get a chance to go to the NASCAR Hall of Fame, they've got Richie Evans modified there, which is pretty special. J.J. Yaley and Joe Nemechek. You know, J.J. was he in an accident last week? I think he got in an accident early on. Dave Blaney brings up the tail of the field, but these guys are just, they're all ready to race right now.
Kurt Busch, Mr. Close but no cigar at Daytona. He's finished second here 3 times. Let's visit with him as he makes his way around Daytona, the pace laps. Wally?
Let's give him a shot. Hey, Kurt Busch, this is Wally in the booth. You got a copy?
I got you, Wally. Go ahead.
Well, we were talking a little bit on Friday, and I thought you had a really good car in practice. The car looks good. I don't know if these guys starting around you are all on your Christmas list, but with the conditions now and the rain, you approach the first few laps any different, not knowing what the track is going to be like?
Yeah, the track's definitely going to be green, and we've got her tightened up just a little bit from where we were the other day in practice. Our car was running a little on the loose side. So we've made 2 adjustments to tighten her up, and we should be money here to start. We just have to keep track of the racetrack as it starts to rubber in and as the race goes on. So looking for a good run with our Miller Lite Dodge.
Well, like Larry Mack mentioned, you have got an incredible record here without a victory. Maybe tonight could be the first one. Good luck.
Thanks, Wally. Yeah, maybe I'm just too nice sometimes, but we'll see what we can get done tonight. You got to be smart.
TNT would like to thank the following sponsors for supporting tonight's wide open coverage. Goodyear. Piranha 3D from Dimension Films. Coors Light. Subway restaurants, Sprint, Toyota, Burger King, and of course, Coke Zero. And now we send it back down to the pit lane one last time. We lead it off with Ralph Shaheen.
You know, Adam, one of the big family fun things to do on 4th of July weekend is to get out the old slip and slide. Well, Jeff Gordon will tell you this 2.5-mile tri-oval here at Daytona International Speedway, quite possibly the world's largest slip and slide. But he likes that. He's a 6-time winner here, and he's won 12 restrictor plate races. He's hoping to get one more tonight on the old asphalt here at Daytona, Matt.
Ralph, when you talk about drivers who've got great history here, even though he's a young driver, Clint Boyer, who starts back in the 8th row, 9 Daytona starts, 6 times he has finished in the top 10. Now, his crew chief, Shane Wilson, told me, when you look at strategy tonight from on top of the pit box, every time they hit pit road, their game plan, 4 tires. There's a lot of give up in the tires. The wear's not bad, but you're seeing give up on the stopwatch after around 12 to 15 laps. Phil?
Matt, Tony Stewart has won this race 3 out of the last 5 years. The good news is he has the same car here tonight that he won with last year. The bad news is that's not the car he practiced. He was involved in an accident. He had to go to the backup. Darian Grubb, crew chief, said, I don't know how to get all my heights set right now. So we're going to have to try it at the beginning of the race and may have to adjust on it on the pit stops, Marty.
Well, Phil, our championship leader is also our most recent restrictor plate winner. That, of course, is Kevin Harvick. And I talked to Gil Martin, his crew chief, earlier this afternoon, and he told me we've got to loosen things up around here on the 2019 because we need to start gambling, going for wins, because if we started the chase today, we would be pretty far down the standings with only 1 win so far in 2010. So look for this 2019 to maybe take some gambles tonight, Adam, to try and get to victory lane.
And it may not take a gamble, Marty, when you look at recent history and really throughout Kevin Harvick's career. He's a driver, when you come to a place like Daytona or Talladega, that is always one to watch. And a big advantage for him tonight, he starts from the pole position. Larry McReynolds knows what it's all about to go to victory lane here at Daytona. 2 times he was on the pit box and got to celebrate in victory lane. Let's send it back to our crew chief one more time.
Well, Adam, I think it's very rare that you can say no matter what racetrack we're at that basically what happens in the Nationwide Series race, that it will carry over to the Sprint Cup Series race. But I think we maybe have an exception here this weekend. When you look at the fact that this race team, they've got momentum coming in here. They have 3 consecutive top 11 finishes. Dale Earnhardt Jr., he has 8 wins here total, 2 in the Sprint Cup Series, and then you throw in the fact that they finished 2nd in the Daytona 500, and Marty Schneider, you're with his crew chief, and it doesn't hurt that he did win this race last night.
Yeah, I think that actually did a lot for him, and let's ask his crew chief, Lance McGrew. Lance, I know it wasn't a cup win last night for Dale Jr., but what did that do for his psyche and the psyche of this race team?
Well, I don't think Dale will ever admit it, but I mean, a win is a win, and confidence is everything in this sport, and the drivers that have the confidence are the ones that are successful. We went through a bad stretch where he wasn't confident in us as a team, and I feel like we really stepped our game up over the last month. We've been really, really good, and it's been showing on the racetrack. So he's definitely up. He's excited. He's ready to get this deal done, and I think last night just contributed to how far we've come.
They've been terrific in the last few weeks, Adam, and I tell you what, Thursday in practice, the 88 was awfully good, so watch out for Dale Jr. tonight.
Momentum so good in the draft here at Daytona, but it's not bad to have Uncle Mo on your side when you talk about restrictor plate racing on the season as well. Now our race analysis for tonight's Coke Zero 400. 160 laps makes up the 400 miles. You see the pit window, 38 to 42 laps. Pit road speed tonight, 55 miles per hour, and that's slow when you consider how fast the drivers are running around this place.
Yeah, it's not going backwards. If you gotta come in and pay for a penalty or a drive-through or anything like that, 55 is just crawling. Especially when these guys are running 185, 190 miles per hour on the straightaway.
Because it is a green racetrack, NASCAR has announced to the teams there will be a competition caution at lap 15. So regardless of what happens early in the race, we will get a competition caution so drivers can come down pit road and make sure everything is where it needs to be. You cannot fuel your car prior to that.
Yeah, and you know, they're running extra caution laps here. And one reason they're running extra caution laps, I know you people at home are watching this on TV, you keep hearing those jet dryers. That's the massive noise you hear in the background. and especially when they're on pit road. Even though they drive the racetrack, the cars were setting on pit road. Now that the cars are on the racetrack, the jet dryers have gone up and down pit road. They've tried to circle and drive that area in, because if they are going to have a competition caution, they've got to make sure that pit road is safe for the guys that go over the wall. You don't want these guys coming down at 55 miles an hour and hitting this wet asphalt and sliding into somebody on pit road. So they're not going to drop the flag on this race until they get pit road where it's safe. The racetrack is looking good, but pit road has to be safe also.
2 practice sessions here on Thursday. They were eventful. In the first, David Reagan, Casey Kane, and Kyle Busch all wrecked and went to backup cars. They will start in their scheduled positions here tonight. Other drivers involved, Denny Hamlin, Tony Stewart, Robert Richardson Jr., and Reed Sorensen, all will have to go to the tail of the field at the start of tonight's race. And to explain that a little bit more, let's go back down to Larry McReynolds.
Well, it gets a little bit complicated, Adam, because NASCAR's rule is that if you crash a car before qualifying and you have to go to a backup, as long as you present that car with the race engine, you're good to start the race where you qualify. Well, when you look at the fact that David Reagan, Kyle Busch, and Casey Kane, they got back out on the racetrack in practice, and even though qualifying was scratched, these guys are able to start the race where they actually would be as per the owner points. But now if qualifying had went off where Tony Stewart, Denny Hamlin, and Reed Sorensen could have made 1 or 2 laps in that race car, they could have started where the points would have left them. But it's mainly a safety thing that NASCAR does, is that since they did not make a lap with those race cars, they have to start this race at the rear of the field.
But this is a gift for guys like Tony Stewart, because these are guys that don't have any time on the car. They have no idea what it's going to do. This gives them a great opportunity, knowing a caution is going to come out, to hit pit lane and make an adjustment, probably a couple of adjustments.
Yeah, and Tony Stewart in our Countdown to Green show on TNT, he said the same thing. He said, expect my first pit stop to be a little bit longer, because we don't know where we're at. We might have to add a little bit to keep the valence off the racetrack. We might have to make some adjustments. So by having the competition yellow, it's a godsend for those guys.
And it will provide for some entertainment, because when you don't have track position here, it means you need to work your way through the field, and certainly some of the best at doing so, Tony Stewart and Denny Hamlin, among those drivers that will start this race at the tail of the field. The last time they came by the start-finish line, the 1 to go signal was given. So now as drivers make their way down the back straightaway, we are a half a lap from going green. It's not the first time we've been delayed in the Coke Zero 400. Some 5 years ago, we started the race at 10:45 p.m. Tony Stewart went on to win in 2005. Butterflies building all day, Wally, and I guess at this stage they've reached their peak.
Yeah, but like I said, once those engines fire up, the butterflies go away. I mean, these guys they're ready to get down and do business. And you watch if you notice the temperature, I think it's at 77 degrees, which doesn't sound too bad, but the thing to look at is the humidity. The humidity was like at 90%, and that's what makes the racetrack slick.
An hour and a half rain delay tonight, but we are set to go racing at Daytona. 43 cars lined up. It's a wonderful thing. Anytime you can put the green flag in the air at the World Center of Racing. Tonight marks the end of half number 1 on the Sprint Cup Series schedule. We're glad you're with us on this holiday weekend here on TNT. Wide open coverage of the Coke Zero 400. Brett Bodine set to pull the pace car to pit lane. Tony Stewart, the driver to watch from the back. And as we will follow his progress, our eyes in the front, Kevin Harvick, Jimmy Johnson on row number 1. Fans feeling the anticipation, and now the green flag in the air, and we are underway racing at Daytona.
Saw a little bit of this yesterday, Kyle, at least in the nationwide race, that bottom line was awfully strong during the race.
The bottom line in the nationwide race was strong all night long. You expect the bottom line to be kind of strong with new tires and on a green racetrack and at cooler temperatures, so you think it's going to be some grip. But, you know, these guys, I don't think anybody's gained or lost a foot or a foot and a half since they dropped the green flag.
Jimmy Johnson in the outside lane leads lap 1. Not much movement. Still several rows of 2.
I was just going to say, you know, I haven't seen anybody hit anybody yet, but that's Kyle Busch, who probably takes the lead for that.
That's Kyle Busch up on the wheel saying, go, 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 go. You saw those little, the vents that come up right in front of the windshields right there. You know, that's just the air that's tripping over the spoiler. It creates lift right there, and it's lifting those up. You'll see that a lot during the night on these cars.
Great shot there as they come through the tri-oval for the second time. Lap 2 belongs to the pole sitter and point leader Kevin Harvick.
I'm surprised, actually, you know, Kyle Busch has been leading. I'm surprised he hasn't pulled out and tried to take the lead. He leans on him real hard going down the straightaway. And of course, you got to back off before you get to the corner, because if you're on the guy's bumper, when you're pushing him into the corner, you'll spin him out. But he has been wearing out the back of that 29.
Harvick led the most laps here in February. 41 circuits he had the field in tow during the 500, and of course he won the last restrictor plate race. A dramatic come from behind win, passing McMurray at the line at Talladega back in April.
You know, just watching these first few laps, all these cars look fairly stable. I think watching some of the racing last night, those guys, it was a lot hotter. The temperatures were up, obviously, and the racetrack was a little bit different. But those guys struggled after about 4 or 5 laps. I mean, they were going in and going straight up the racetrack. You see these guys have already, Jimmy Johnson jumped down in the inside lane. You just saw Kurt Busch. So these guys have conceded the fact that the outside lane, you know, 4 or 5 laps into a run is not going anywhere. We need to get in line and try to the bottom of the racetrack.
First car in that outside lane being scored in the 7th position. That's Jeff Burton in the 31 Caterpillar car. Greg Biffle right behind him, and there goes the Biff to the inside with his teammate Matt Kenseth. Told you Denny Hamlin starting at the back. He's up 15 positions from 38th, and Tony Stewart on the move as well. Let's send it downstairs to Phil Parsons.
Yeah, Tony Stewart reported to Darian Grubb that it felt like the front end was a little bit high. And that's because, remember, Darian said, I'm not sure exactly where to put our heights and where to get our splitter, how high off the ground. So he may be able to adjust on that a little bit on that competition caution on lap 15.
But, you know, when they went through the inspection process, they had no idea there was going to be a competition yellow. So Darian and those guys obviously opted to go a little bit higher. You didn't want to start this race and start slamming the racetrack right off the bat. The safest place for those guys to be were a little bit high, so they didn't wear the splitter off. Now they're going to be able to maybe adjust that thing. And if they make an adjustment that's a positive adjustment that really helps this thing, if he's picked up that many positions with the thing being a little bit high, when he gets it right, he'll come back a little bit far, or come forward some more.
Jimmy Johnson started on the outside of the front row, led lap 1. Kevin Harvick, who started on the pole, took over at lap number 2, and he's led every lap since. After inventing a drink with real Coke taste and 0 calories, Coke Zero now gives NASCAR fans an exclusive peek at Joey Logano's pit stop.
Oh, hey, it's Joey Logano. Listen, while I'm busy trying to win the Coke Zero 400, you can help me with another race happening right now online. Go to CokeZero.com and vote for me in the Coke Zero Fan 400. If you do and I win, all my fans get to join me in a victory chug with a free Coke Zero.
We showed you some of the drivers that started at the tail of the field and how they are moving up in the early going. The Hendrick cars have something brewing. That's Jeff Gordon, who has moved up to third in the running order, and Jimmy Johnson starting to help him in the outside lane.
Yeah, so far the outside line hasn't shown much, but you know, sometimes a lot of it, as you see Gordon trying to get to the bottom, he's had enough of it out there too. You know, he tried staying out there with his teammate to see if his teammate could help him, but it just, that outside line has not been able to pull up even with Harvick.
You can have all the best intentions in the world when you come to Daytona as far as having a drafting partner. Bottom line is, when you get out there, you don't know who it's going to end up being. How about this? The two guys that knocked each other around for first and third last week at New Hampshire now working together in the outside lane. But Busch and Johnson.
You completely forget about last week. You know, when you come to a restrictor plate race, all you're looking for is the fastest guy that you can hang on to and work with. And you seem to forget about a lot of the things that happened possibly in the past, because you never know which car is going to work best with you. You see Jeff Gordon duck underneath Kyle Busch here, kind of take over the second spot. I'll tell you what, the 24 car in the early stages so far has looked pretty strong. Whoa,
Kyle
wow,
Busch
sideways on the 18 car.
2 cars behind Gordon on the inside lane is Jimmy Johnson, Matt.
And he was waiting for some help in that outside lane. Now he's jumped down to the bottom. Jimmy telling Chad Knaus, the car is a lot tighter than I expected it to be early on.
Jimmy Johnson in the 6th position, led a lap, currently, as we said, dropping back 4 positions. Enhance your live race experience like never before with Race Buddy 3D, presented by Coca-Cola on NASCAR.com. For the first time ever, you can experience the power and speed of NASCAR in 3D live on your computer. Check out Race Buddy 3D, presented by Coca-Cola, only on NASCAR.com.
I'm going to tell you, if you're watching this, some of these guys, the handle has gone away on their car after about 7 or 8 laps. Carl, coming up out of turn 2, the lap before this, pushed up, got caught in the middle, lost about 7 or 8 positions. And we're seeing these guys go in low and slide up the racetrack right now. So it took about 7 or 8 laps to get the good out of the tires. And now that we've got some of the good out of the tires, you see maybe the 29 car's not as fast as what it was, or not handling as good as what it was, because these guys in the outside line is coming back a little bit. Wow, somebody's up against the wall in the back there.
Jeff Gordon pulling that outside lane around. He became the 3rd different leader last time by, outdueling Harvick for that. Kevin Harvick's been solid tonight, Marty.
He's been leading most of these laps, Adam, and trying to keep the car up front. And it's funny, Kyle, exactly what you were just talking about is what Harvick and I were talking about when he climbed in the car. He said, you know what? For about 10 laps, these things are great. But after that, that's when handling will become a factor. He said, for me, I think we need to be in a single line. I want to be up front in that line if I can. But you'll see who has a good handling race car about 10 to 12 laps into a run.
You see these guys in the top groove have gone all the way to the top groove. They've just given up the middle of the racetrack. But look how much the separation is on these cars from where they went into turn 1 to where they come out of turn turn 2. They're giving each other a lot of room now. They know there's going to be a couple more laps, and they're going to catch a competition yellow, and they're going to be able to come in and change. You see the 2 car. He goes in the middle of the racetrack, goes straight to the top.
He's making that got loose right there.
Yeah.
He hit that bump, and sometimes you get these bumps just the wrong way, depending on where you're on the racetrack, and you have other cars around you. That car jumps sideways on him. Jeff's going to lose some spots here.
And look at Jeff. Jeff's in the middle, and that's the bad place to be right now, especially if your car's a little loose or a little pushy one way or another, because you're not going to be able to get that thing to turn because they're taking air off of you from both sides.
Yeah, you basically, when you're in the middle like this, you've just got to roll out of the throttle, and you've got to either wait for a gap or get behind one of these lines, because you cannot run full throttle in the middle through the corners at Daytona, or it'll just turn sideways.
A few laps ago, Jeff Gordon, the race leader. Now just trying to find a spot in line outside the top 10. He finally gets it in front of Kane.
Thing down there.
Wow.
Yeah,
he wanted it bad.
He wanted to get back in line there at some point in time on the inside, and he made that turn.
Bottom of the racetrack, Kyle Busch. Outside, Greg Biffle. This is the battle for second. Busch, the man in the runner-up spot as they cross the start-finish line. 13 complete at Daytona. Kevin Harvick continues to lead. You're watching the Coke 0400 at Daytona, powered by Coca-Cola on TNT. Aerial coverage is provided by the Goodyear blimp. Tonight, Goodyear is doing something that has never been done before in a NASCAR race. To tell us more, here's Richard Childress and his team.
NASCAR trusts Goodyear. Their tires are on every car in every race. And because of this, Goodyear is able to do something that has never been done in the history of NASCAR.
Tonight, every car will proudly race on these special edition tires with the Support Our Troops logo boldly displayed on the sidewall. This is to kick off Goodyear's Support Our Troops initiative.
Support Our Troops is a non-profit organization that benefits military personnel and their families. Last year, they shipped $8 million worth of goods to troops all over the world.
Let's see how much money we can raise for this patriotic cause. Go to Goodyear.com to join in.
There you'll find an easy way to donate and an auction where you can bid on one of these Support Our Troops tires used in tonight's race, signed by your favorite NASCAR drivers.
An awesome tire for an awesome cause. Go to Goodyear.com between now and November to be a part of history. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
I think when this caution comes out, there's going to be more than just air pressure adjustments on a lot of these guys. I've seen Boyer, Newman, even Harvick now slide back, but some of those guys in the middle there, Kyle, that were hanging in there, they had just got to the back. They're like, man, I need to get to the pits and get working on this thing.
Now had 5 different race leaders. Greg Biffle led a lap a moment ago, and Kyle Busch has now gone to the front. Lap 16 of 160 is what we're working right now, and we anticipate soon there will be a competition caution. If you're just joining us, rain moved through the area this evening, pushing this race back, and with that, a competition caution. And as you can see, it's out right now. A welcome sight for some drivers because, as Wally pointed out, it's time to go to work on their cars. As we get our first caution of the night, Kyle Busch will be scored the race leader.
And I'm, just by watching, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of cars that are tight. Most of these guys look like they're loose. Maybe some of those guys in the high line may have been a little bit tight because they're going up the track, but there's a lot of cars that are loose out here.
Yeah, and they're, I'm really surprised they're not bouncing around as bad as what I thought they were. I really, after watching the nationwide race last night, I thought these cars would be a lot more rigid, but these guys seem to have their stuff worked out. But when you see these things, it's just like you're talking about. They're not just plowing like you used to see down here. These cars, they've set themselves up to wait for the racetrack to come to them a little bit looser.
What about the leader, Phil?
He's talking on the radio to crew chief Dave Rogers that he's a little bit too free. Dave said we're going to put a little bit of air in the left rear and take a little bit of air out of the left front. He said we're going to close up that rear stagger for the rest of the race. These tires, these radial tires, have very little difference size-wise, but there's just enough that they can get maybe 1/10 of an inch.
2 drivers out of the race in the early going, Max Pappas and Dave Blaney behind the wall. The other 41 drivers still on the lead lap. And under this competition caution, they will very likely all come down pit road and work on their vehicles.
Yeah, I would say very, very likely. They want 4 tires and changes.
Kyle Busch, the race leader here. Greg Biffle, Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski, Kevin Harvick, the top 5 as we get to pit lane for the first time tonight. Let's go down to Ralph Shaheen.
Well, they're going to try something a little crazy here with the 16 at Greg Biffle. He's a little tight. They're going to go down a half a round on the track bar, but they're only going to take 2 tires on this stop. They don't want to get too aggressive with the car, so it's a 2-tire stop, Phil, for the 16.
Ralph, the 18 of Kyle Busch will come in for 4 tires. We talk about the air pressure adjustments. Remember, brand new race car. Never saw this racetrack till Thursday afternoon in the second practice, Marty.
The call for Kevin Harvick just came from Gil Martin, and watching everybody else for 2 tires. It'll be an air pressure adjustment and also a wedge adjustment for Harvick. Matt?
Rich Gutierrez, the gas man, already made a significant chassis adjustment on the left side. The car entry to center was awesome, but Jimmy says he needed big help on exit for the long run.
I'm really surprised with the 2-tire stops.
Kevin Harvick and Greg Biffle, the first 2 off pit road, both going with 2 tires as you see on your screen. We're 17 laps in here at Daytona.
Glad you're celebrating this holiday weekend with us. TNT happy to be bringing you live coverage of the Coke Zero 400 at Daytona, powered by Coca-Cola. With Kyle Petty and Wally Dallenbach, I'm Adam Alexander. And you have until lap 40 tonight to get your picks in at NASCAR.com for the TNT $1 Million Fan Challenge. Pick the top 10 drivers in tonight's race and their correct finishing order, and you could win up to $1 million. And if ever you were going to earn the money, you certainly would do it here tonight.
That's a tough call here tonight. I'm still really shocked about the two-tire change.
Yeah, I don't know if they're trying 2 tires this early in the race just to get a feel for what they think. But I think the racetrack should probably change by the time you would want to go to, later in the race. But I'm not a crew chief, so let's be real clear about that. But if I'm a driver and I was watching some of those cars out there, I'm thinking, give me 4. Let's get my adjustments. Let's get the car under me.
Comfortable.
So I am comfortable with it. Yeah. And then I'll gamble when I'm comfortable. I hate to gamble on something when I'm just not comfortable with how I feel out there. And we saw cars that led the race at lap 7 that were running 18th at lap 15 or 16. That's how far they had fallen. Not because, and it was all about the handling at this point in time, not because they got shuffled out.
And there are a number of big name drivers still outside the top 25. We will continue to update their progress as we continue on this run. We've wrapped up our competition caution. We go back green as we put lap 19 on the board. Among those drivers in the back, Tony Stewart, who came down pit road twice under the caution. Kevin Harvick, Greg Biffle on the front row, both of which, as we pointed out, took 2 tires when they came down pit road.
Kurt Busch got a great start, and he's just literally pushing the 16 down the straightaway.
And we saw starts like that at the end, green, white checkered at the end of the 500. The guys that got the great starts were the guy that's your teammate or the dancer behind you got a great start.
It was almost too good because Kurt Busch really laid into him going into the corner, and Biffle slid way up the racetrack, which let Harvick get back in the lead. And it looks like, to me, it looks like Biffle is still struggling. I think Biffle's going to be put in the middle here pretty quick.
That 3-car breakaway at the front, Harvick, Kyle Busch, and Brad Keselowski. Kyle, you pointed out how good the Penske organization looked down here in February during speed weeks. Kurt Busch has been solid throughout the weekend, and Brad Keselowski serving notice that he came to play tonight.
See Sadler sitting there in that 19 car. That's a good run for him. He's worked his way up into 3rd spot right there.
And that's an incredibly impressive run, because I'm telling you guys, we did the first practice on speed, and we worked the booth. Remember, he ran 2 laps. We were an hour and something into the practice, and he had run 2 laps because he hated the cars so much. Obviously, those guys worked really hard, went back to their nose, and have put something together where at least he can run and hang on to that thing.
Here, Elliott Sadler looking to the outside of Kyle Busch. Fan Subway now has breakfast. Build your better breakfast at Subway. Subway, race hard, eat fresh.
Yeah, I think he's got a really good shot to win the race.
I sure could go for something to eat right now.
Yeah. Wait, guys, did you know Subway has breakfast?
Everyone's getting dialed in now. This could get interesting. This looks like an aggressive field.
Aggressive and hungry for a breakfast made to their order.
Yeah, they're revving their engines, and the green flag's not even out yet.
There's the green, and here we go. Pit crew jumps to the inside and grabs the early lead.
Whoa, they're really mixing it up tough out there.
Yeah, no cautions today, though, guys.
We do not need a late race caution.
There is plenty of bumping and shoving going on, and well, now we got trouble.
There goes his shot at building a better breakfast.
Oh, and now it appears there is a problem for pit crew.
Adam, he'll have to hit the pit road and get that looked at.
You just hate to see that happen.
It looks like Reporter is drafting off off a camera guy. Have you ever?
No, I've never.
You know, there's a lot riding on this race. A made-to-your-order breakfast sandwich with whatever you want, like a steak and cheese omelet sandwich on flatbread with jalapenos, banana peppers, spicy chipotle sauce. You name it, and build it the way you want it.
Adam, I know I'd do whatever it takes to win. How about you, Larry? Larry? Where'd he go?
Wait, is that?
Wow!
Welcome to the party, Larry Mack.
Looks like Larry's still got something left in the tank, Adam. But do you think he can close the deal?
Here they come to the finish. It's Larry McReynolds taking the checkered flag.
Subway now has breakfast. Fuel your morning with a breakfast sandwich made just the way you want. Like the steak and cheese omelet sandwich on toasty flatbread. Or the delicious double bacon and egg muffin melt. Made to your order with your favorite fresh veggies and sauces. Build your better breakfast at Subway today.
Subway. Eat fresh.
For a driver that had gloom and doom during practice here on Tuesday, what about Elliott Sadler tonight? Looking very good in that blue number 19.
Yeah, he's right there. He's hanging on. He's got Kyle Busch right on the back. So he's in some pretty good company right there.
Yeah, he bounced up the racetrack a little bit right there, and the 18 car got up under him. But at the same time the 18 car got up under him, the leader switched to the outside line, the 29 did, to pull the outside line and left the 18 hung out.
And if you look at Biffle back there, Biffle is about in the 13th spot right now, so he has slid way back.
Wow, did you see it? Yeah. That 12 car, oh, look at that 29. 12 car goes in the corner right on the bumper of the 29 and just loses a nose and chases that thing all the way to the wall. And you see he lost so much momentum. These guys are 3 wide under him in the trial right here, 2 wide.
Opens the door for Elliott Sadler, who led that lap, the 6th different driver to pull this field around tonight at Daytona. More on Elliott Sadler. Let's go to Marty Snyder.
And guys, I talked to Elliott before the race, and he said, man, that car completely different in that happy hour than it was in that first practice when they struggled so much, like you were talking about, Kyle. And he's one of those guys with 4 tires. That may have been the difference here. He was able to drive to the front. No changes on that first stop for Elliott. And should we be surprised? He's always good here at Daytona, isn't he, guys?
Yeah, I don't think we should be surprised in Elliott as a driver, because Elliott can drive a race car. That's how simple it is. I think I'm extremely surprised at how far off they were to come to lead this thing a day and a half or 2 days later. That's pretty impressive.
Tell you what's another impressive storyline that's developing early here. We talked about the success for Team Penske. Outside lane, 3rd and 4th cars in line. You've got Kurt Busch and Brad Keselowski. We mentioned them earlier and how good they've looked in the early going, but there were 12 cars that actually went out for qualifying yesterday before it was washed out. The quickest of those, Sam Hornish Jr. He's about 3rd in line on the bottom right now.
Watch out, guys.
Oh.
You got to watch that. That could have been big right there. Just all that was defensive driving, trying to keep guys behind each other. But I don't know how the 19 didn't get turned in the wall on that deal.
The 19 was turned to the outside. He just saved it and brought it back to the inside. I think Kyle Busch made such a move to the left. It really startled the guys behind him, and they didn't know whether to go with him or to go with the 19. And I'm going to tell you, we're here once again. Here we are with the 19 and the 2, the Busch brothers up front. These 2 cars have been impressive in the first little bit of this race, with the 29 hanging right there. These are the 3 cars right now.
You got Truex snuck up there right there to the bottom line, too.
Truex, a driver that was very good and just missed an opportunity of winning here in February. Kurt Busch leaving his brother and pulling to the outside to follow Elliott Sadler in the high lane.
Now, you see the 18 come off the corner and get a little bit of a run. You see Elliott Sadler come down on his door and comes down on his door and then swings back out to the wall. That almost stops the 18.
18's coming in.
Having trouble here.
Yeah, because he looked like he was all over that steering wheel. So he's obviously feels something wrong in that car.
An unscheduled pit stop. Lap 28 is when we will get the service.
11, 10. He's 3, 2, 1.
Let's go to Phil.
Kyle Busch said he thought he had a loose wheel. They're going to come in. They're not sure which side it is. They will probably put 4 tires on this car. But Kyle reported in about 4 or 5 laps ago. He said it felt like it was a rear, but he definitely feels like he has a loose wheel.
Kyle Busch, one of 6 different drivers to lead this race here tonight.
You know, and he's going to be he's probably going to go a lap down. I mean, he's going to pit these guys out of the pits, but he'll be the lucky dog if the caution comes out. So all he's got to do is ride.
Yeah, and you saw him come down pit road there, and you pointed it out, Wally, on the monitor here. He was adjusting his brakes so as not to lock the front or lock the rear. Now, when he goes back out, he'll readjust his brakes for what he's doing on the racetrack. But to get down pit road, that was incredibly interesting to watch him adjust the brakes so he's not got too much rear brake when he gets there.
Fans, everyone's favorite Cup Car Design Contest is back. The Toyota Racing Sponsifier 2 is underway with new features. To design a car and learn more about the contest, visit Sponsifier.com.
Well, we wanted to do something for our fans.
I want Kyle Busch in a pink car in a pink suit.
Nice. And now, they get to be our sponsors.
I'm a 7-tier Warlock, which at my age is extremely rare, 34. With this contest, I can put that out to the world. Up to now, it was just my van getting the word out. I'm choosing Joey Logano as my avatar. I feel he is a worthy ally.
This has always been artistic.
And she loves those cats.
I'm a little over it, to be honest with you.
Who doesn't like kittens, bunnies, and little baby seals?
I love you.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart.
No, write that on the spoiler.
Okay.
Design a new car, win new prizes at ToyotaRacing.com.
Sam Hornish Jr.'s had a nice run through the field tonight. He hopped out of line and helps push Kevin Harvick back to the race lead. Driver 29 has led more laps than anyone here tonight.
You know, I tell you, Harvick's car has got to be awfully good because I mean, you look at what happened. Bivell's sitting at 29th spot on that pit stop, and Harvick is still hanging tough up there.
Updating Kyle Busch, you don't see him on our Toyota driver update here. That's because he had to make that unscheduled pit stop. He scored in the 38th position, but he is still on the lead lap.
And I know this means absolutely nothing right now, but let's go back one more time. 3 Penske cars in the top 6 right here. And we talked about it in February down here for the 500. They've got a speedway program that's impressive right now. And their stuff, all their cars seem to be handling real well. You know, Harvick will drive his way back up there and lead the thing, and then they just leave him hanging. They'll go to the outside, they'll go to the inside. As we see Jeff Gordon go by here, he's dropped back a little bit. And these guys are trying to catch back up, but the field is so disjointed right now. You see them get to the corner, they're 3 wide. When they get back in line, they just barely catch up with each other, and then they get to the corner and they spread out again. Some of these guys are working a little bit better up top than they are on the bottom. Some a little bit better on the bottom than they are up top. But they've got to give each other room when they get to the corner to let these things slide a little bit as you see them working around.
And you have 7 laps left to log on to NASCAR.com/TNT Million and get your picks in. Perhaps Kyle Busch having to make an early unscheduled pit stop means you need to make some changes to your selections. Pick the top 10 finishers in tonight's race in the correct order. You could win up to $1 million, and just by playing, you definitely could win $1,000. 7 different leaders in this race tonight. 34 of the 160 laps complete. 2 drivers that we have definitely kept our eye on. Kevin Harvick, who's led 19 laps, and Kurt Busch, who is pulling the field around now. And I'll tell you someone we haven't discussed a great deal, the top running Toyota, David Rudiman, has been solid here this evening.
Yeah, you kind of look up and you don't even know where these guys came from. You've got Rudiman's up there. Let's try to get on board somebody here. I'd like to see how much these guys are working the throttle. Because, you know, Kyle was talking about these cars going up the racetrack, and a lot of times you'll drive down in here, get off the throttle, the car just slides up there. You've got to give it all the racetrack. You can hear him working the throttle right there. And he's working the throttle because it knows something's not gripping. I don't know if somebody was up above him or not. But when you hear somebody stabbing the throttle like that, it's because you're waiting for the car to grip before you can get back all the way in it. And now all of a sudden Harvick's losing a lot of spots.
Yeah, and it's funny because he had the lift coming out of turn 2. That was down the back stretch. Let's see. He was able to run through that corner wide open. You know, a lot of times down here you'll see drivers and you'll run behind somebody and their car's not exactly right. And as we ride with Kevin Harvick right here, a lot of drivers will come down into the corner and ease out before they get to the corner. Yeah, you see that thing get
awfully loose right there.
Right there. Oh, that's pretty close quarters right there.
Guys, all I know is I think Kevin Harvick in that 29 car that has fallen back to 15th, and you look at Greg Biffle has fallen back to 29th. They are now paying the price for changing just two right side tires.
I agree with you, Larry. That's why I was shocked when they did it. Just knowing how this racetrack is for this race, those guys go with two tires. Because I mean, I just think you have to go with four tires tonight, unless it's towards the end of the race.
Well, they know now it won't work.
More on the 29 with Marty Snyder.
As you can tell, way too loose, guys. You can tell from that replay, but you can hear Kevin's voice after that stop. He kind of wanted 4 on that stop, but I think what happened was they're all the way at the turn 1 end of pit road, the very first stall at the end of pit road. They saw everybody else take 4, so Wally and Kyle, I think Gil Martin felt like he had to take 2 there just to keep the track position to keep up with everybody else. You know, follow their strategy.
Yeah, you know, but if you're going to win a race like this kind of race, you can't follow everybody else's strategy. You got to, and especially when you had the car that Kevin Harvick looked like he had when the race started, because he just drove back up anytime he wanted to drive.
These guys he's racing have better tires than he does now. It's not an even deal.
Yeah. You talk about, in other sports, you talk about playing an opponent and not playing the opponent's game, playing your own game. Right there, if that is a fact, then Gil and those guys let the other teams play them. And that's not how you win games. That's not how you win a race.
First leads the way for race fans. First is the HTC Evo 4G, and it's only from Sprint.
First is the beginning. First leads. First kicks open the door and possibilities follow. Other than curiosity, nothing comes before first. The greatest thing since first is first. First resets everything. First takes us places we've never been. We all want first. First isn't later, it's now. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
Told you at the beginning of the night, qualifying was rained out here yesterday, but Tony Stewart unable to stay in his scheduled starting position inside the top 10 because he was in a backup car. Stewart's not made a lot of progress. Worked very hard on his machine on their first pit stop of the night, and the defending race winner still scored back in the 30th position. Kurt Busch continues out front. Elliott Sadler enjoying his ride right behind him. And if you drift back in this group, see the bright orange car look familiar? Jamie McMurray piloted that one machine to victory lane here back in February. How are they feeling about it tonight, Matt?
The first part of the race, Adam, he felt like he had probably one of the best cars on the racetrack. Much more grip than any of the cars that were racing around him. He could go on the bottom, the middle, or run the top. They made a slight chassis adjustment. He told Kevin Bonomanian, we have taken all the grip out of this machine. We're going to have to back up that adjustment we made, but he has just now climbed back into the top 10.
And everyone now chasing Elliott Sadler, who used the outside lane and some drafting help to drive around Kurt Busch. He's the new race leader. What's the story with Kurt Busch, Ralph?
Well, Adam, he says he's got a real handful out there. In fact, it's kind of interesting, Kyle and Wally, he says when he gets in behind somebody, the car tends to tighten up. When he gets out into the lead, it gets loose. In fact, it gets loose everywhere. And he said this might be a byproduct of these cars on this racetrack tonight. That's what he told his crew.
You know what, Ralph, you're exactly right. What's happening, these guys get in the corners, and it's doing different things. They're spanning out in the corners because they need the room. They can't run into the corner side by side like they used to, but these cars are a handful. You're exactly right, and it looks like it, because once they get to the corners, they fan out, and they're looking for as much real estate as possible.
Those Penske cars hooking up again. This time it's Sam Hornish Jr. on the bottom lane, getting help from Kurt Busch. Watch TBS tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Cal Ripken, Dennis Eckersley, David Wells, and host Matt Weiner unveil the 2010 MLB All-Star rosters, followed by the Toronto Blue Jays and the New York Yankees at 1 p.m. Eastern, only on TBS. Sam Hornish Jr. sideways as he tries to grab the lead. Nice save. I bet the radio chatter was interesting on that one, Phil.
It sure was, Adam. He told his crew chief, Travis Geisler, that he needed the car just a little bit tighter. And I'll say after those pictures that it's pretty evident that he needs a little bit tighter, but the car is very, very fast. He's driven his way up all the way up to the lead.
Sam Hornish Jr., a driver who has struggled throughout 2010, but has been very good here tonight. Larry looks solid.
Well, yeah, I'm just thinking about Sam Hornish Jr. Right now, if you notice, there's not a car in front of him, so he's getting all that clean air on the nose, and it's really pinning the nose, and then you take someone running up behind him, like his teammate Keselowski, it's really going to magnify looseness. Until they get that thing tightened up, it's going to be hard for him to be out front lead.
Yeah, I think you're... And something else I look at, Larry, these guys don't look like they want to run right behind the 77. There's a couple of guys that got right up on the 77 like they were going to help him and saw him get loose, and they backed way off. When a guy's that loose in front of you, you do not want to make it too much worse.
You've got to have a good mental checklist when you come to Daytona. This portion of TNT's Wide Open coverage brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Scorching speeds, heated rivalries, hot laps, burning grills, boiling tempers, victory burnouts, and smoking hot trophy queens. A sport this hot calls for a beer this cold. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer and the official beer of NASCAR.
Yeah, it looks like Montoya's trying to make something happen down there, but it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of people willing to work with him either.
You know, and the funny part is sometimes, you know, you can go in high and feather into the corner and then run off strong. And you can go in strong, but you can't come off as strong, you know what I mean? Because the car begins to take off, so it equalizes itself. And you see Montoya dive to the bottom and kind of gain on him through the center part of the corner, but at the same time, you see the two get that run up off the corner a lot of times and come back by him, just as soon as I say it, but it doesn't happen. So there we go. I'm a genius. Really
we do it all the time, don't we? We do it all the time.
Yeah. But he celebrates when he's right, doesn't he?
Well, yes.
I appreciate the fact that you take the good with the bad. You talk about Montoya, his owner, a winner earlier today. The Grand Am Rolex Series running here at Daytona and the Daytona Prototype Division.
But he's not, you know, the 42's not content to just sit there and run in line. You know, he's one of those guys that he'll keep pulling out and hoping that somebody's going to go with him one of these times.
What's pretty good about watching this group right here, this pack of about 10 or 15 cars has really separated itself. As we see this shot right there, those guys have separated themselves from the next pack behind them, which is fairly impressive because there's some good cars in that next pack.
What's the word in the 42 camp, Marty?
Yeah, also, KP, all these guys up here in this pack, 4 tire guys. Wow, Jimmy Johnson very loose in front of Montoya, and that's Montoya's problem. He said off the corner, extremely loose. So for him, he said, I would like to run that high line if I can get people to go with me. He's a little more comfortable with a loose race car running it up high when he can, although he's in the low line right now, guys.
In the category of what a difference a year makes, David Rudiman, at this time last season, 14th in the standings and very much alive for a playoff position. This year he's 19th, but he comes to a place where he had a great run earlier in the year, 5th in the Daytona 500, and Rudiman's been strong here this season.
Two-car took off and went to the wall. Now you can see the more they run on these tires, the more these cars are going to handful. And here comes a 48. I think he's probably maybe had enough.
30 laps. Actually 31 since his last pit stop. What about it, Matt Yoakum?
The 2006 Daytona 500 winner making his way down pit road. Great save through the tri-oval. Keyed his mic and said, I believe I've got a right rear tire going down. Chad Canals told him just get clear, get safe, and bring it down. The right side tires are off, left side's going on. They're going to immediately start checking over those tires to see if indeed he's got one going down.
I think everybody thinks they've got a right rear tire going down right now on the racetrack.
A sport this hot calls for a beer this cold. Frost brewed Coors Light, the official beer of NASCAR.
Scorching speeds, heated rivalries, hot laps, burning grills, boiling tempers, victory burnouts, and smoking hot trophy queens. A sport this hot calls for a beer this cold. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer and the official beer of NASCAR.
A pit stop for Jimmy Johnson at lap 47. Lap 48 bringing A.J. Allmendinger down the pit lane. Meanwhile, it's Sam Hornish Jr. who pulls Allmendinger's teammate around, Elliott Sadler in the runner-up position. More on Jimmy Johnson and his stop a minute ago. Let's go back down to Matt.
And Jimmy just told Chad Canals the car is fine. And when you look at the tires that came off, indeed the right rear had started to chunk and the carcass had started to separate the center section of that tire. So Jimmy did indeed have a major tire issue going on.
We talked about the 55-mile-per-hour speed limit here at Daytona. It can be tough under green. Let's look back at Jimmy Johnson when he came down a moment ago.
Coming off on the outside, trying to come outside on you, coming outside.
That was a good move by Jeff Burton. I mean, the 48 got in there. I don't even think. See, you never saw a hand or anything come up. Normally, you're going to tell the guy behind you you're coming into pit lane. Now, Jimmy Johnson may have decided he needed to do it right at the last second. But I'll tell you what, when you're following somebody, they decide to hit pit lane before they let you know. It's close. Jeff Burton did a nice job avoiding the 48.
Now, the interesting part here, you see these two guys running together. You know what I mean? And these are the two guys that the 18, where are the leaders at? Right here?
Yep.
Right here behind them. But at least these two guys can get hooked up. And the 48 has better tires, and maybe he could drag the 18. So the 18 never gets lapped because the 18 thought he had a loose wheel. The 48 thought he had a flat tire. So as those guys pit, they may be able to catch the cycle enough, even though they're off cycle like we saw last week with Tony Stewart. Tony Stewart came back to finish second. So it's not as bad at this stage in the race as you may think. The problem is you got the 48 and the 18 if they get lapped.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
Exactly. Those guys they've got to run hard.
The other driver that made the unscheduled stop, A.J. Allmendinger, he not so fortunate because of where he was running on the racetrack when he came to pit road. He has already lost a lap.
Yeah, these guys are going to be coming in, I think, a lot earlier than we thought because of these tire issues.
Matt Kenseth is in for his stop. Ralph?
Matt Kenseth is coming in. He's had a struggle with his car all day today. In fact, he was very concerned about the tires that came off that car in the last stop. Crew told him everything was okay. They'll change forward. He's back underway.
I tell you what, Ralphie, I just saw a tire. I don't know which tire it was, but it was down to the cord that came off that 17 car.
So Matt Kenseth, another one of those drivers that comes here under green earlier than what we would have thought the pit window would be. All the while, Sam Hornish Jr. continues to lead. Tony Stewart's working hard behind the wheel of his 14 car, but it looks like he's been working pretty hard off the track. Let's take a look.
Tony Stewart loves flame broiling like it's his job. And for one day, it is. He's working a shift at a real BK to sell the Smoky Cheddar Steakhouse XT.
Welcome to Burger King. Can I take your order? How was that?
On July 19th, see Tony work at a real BK to sell the Smoky Cheddar Steakhouse XT.
Updating Tony's progress here tonight. Started the tail of the field on a backup car that had made no laps. Right now, Smoke scored in the 26th position. Still plenty of time for him. Sam Hornish Jr. leading laps for the first time ever at Daytona. Nice battle for second. Montoya to the outside of Kurt Busch. And Elliott Sadler's coming with him. A.J. Allmendinger at the tail of that mix is 1 lap down. Just joining us at Daytona, one caution here this evening. It was a competition caution put out by NASCAR at lap 17. Rain prior to this race made for a green racetrack, so that the decision NASCAR made for all the teams. Other than that, we've been very clean here this evening. You see the lap leaders bottom of your screen. Harvick has drifted back in the pack after leading a number of laps early. That a result of a 2-tire pit stop at lap 17.
You can see on some of these cars the handle's going off, like it's almost like a light switch.
You saw the 43 slide up in front of the 2. The 2 checks up a little bit right there, and now the 2's almost lost the draft on these guys. They're just pointing the car and aiming at a place on the racetrack right now.
Left of your screen, Elliott Sadler's been in the hunt all night long. He makes his stop. Down to the 1 pit stop with Matt.
A grip issue this past run. You can see they backed up the chassis adjustment they made on the first stop. Let's go up pit road to Marty.
Matt, a little too loose for Elliott Sadler. Half a round down on the track bar to tighten up. 4 tires and a good stop for this 19 crew.
Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Newman, Carl Edwards. Some of the other drivers making pit stops under green. See Greg Biffle, Marcos Ambrose exiting the pit lane.
These guys are going to be pretty spread out, too. You know, they're coming in and they're leaving the pit lane, and they're going to be spread out. It's not going to be like you're going to have a big pack.
Let's follow the 2 pit stop, Ralph.
Well, they're going to do 1 round of wedge, 4 tires of fuel, and an air pressure adjustment for Kurt Busch, Phil.
Ralph, they're going to go down 2.5 rounds on the track bar and put a little bit of air in the left rear as we see the 46 car smoking on the racetrack. Sam said the car is a little bit loose everywhere.
A tire issue for J.J. Yaley. Let's follow Kevin Harvick, Marty.
At the very end of pit road, it'll be 4 tires this time for Harvick, who has said, I don't want 2 tires again in this race. 2 loose and air pressure and wedge adjustment. Phil?
Tony Stewart was in. They adjusted on the splitter on that first round of caution flag pit stop. This time 4 tires for Tony Stewart.
Scott Speed leaving the pit lane with Tony Stewart, so there will be drafting help there. Jeff Burton is in front of Marty Snyder.
Hung in there in the top 10. Adam, he said the car was looser than they had expected on that last adjustment. He was loose, and you see him miss his pit stall. He's in Elliott Sadler's stall. They have to back it up. That's going to cost him a ton of time here, especially under green flag stops. A costly pit stop for this 31 team. Up front, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in front of him, pitting on pit road. Said the car is way too tight. They went too far on the last adjustment. He said the front end feels so stiff. They need to work on that. They did that with air pressure and wedge for the 88 bunch.
Montoya had cycled around as the race leader, but now he will come off the banking and make his pit stop at lap 58. First, let's follow Jeff Gordon in front of Ralph.
Here comes a 24, Jeff Gordon. He gets in a little angled in his pit stop. They're going to take 4 tires on this one. He's going to be okay. Marty, they're going to make that pit stop. No chassis adjustments.
As the caution comes out, Ralph, Juan Pablo Montoya sitting on pit road described his car as snappy loose. They go down on the track bar 1 round, trying to tighten up 4 tires and back out on the racetrack.
And as Montoya exits the pit lane, you see right behind him J.J. Yaley. We showed you him driving around track. The problems with that right front tire. He was able to make it to pit road, but littering debris on the track all the way around, and thus a caution thrown by NASCAR for debris on the track.
Yeah.
Let's go back and look at Kurt Busch coming to pit road for his green flag stop. Right behind him.
God, all these guys are locking up the right front like crazy.
And those are all Penske cars. All three of those cars are Penske cars coming down pit road, and every one of them has the front. As we follow Kurt all the way to his pit box, but you see the 24 here, and I want to make a point here. There's the 37 in the pit. This is what you hate as a crew chief. You try to coordinate with the guy pitting next to you. I'll come in one lap, you come in the next lap. What happened here, these guys pitted at the same time, which hurt Jeff getting in the pits. If he had to continue this, he lost some time getting in because you never know when that guy's going to pull out. But you see these guys talk a lot and say, stay out one extra lap.
But another thing on this front brake thing, guys, you can't, as loose as these cars are, you have to have a lot of front brake, because if you even touch the brake on this place and you're loose, you are going to be spinning out. So that's why these guys have so much front brake dialed into these cars. It hurts them getting on a pit lane, but it saves them from crashing during the green flag.
Yeah, and I think that's what we saw some of Kyle Busch doing when he come in, was trying to adjust some of that out so that he didn't have those issues coming in. So he didn't come in and lock the fronts and flat spots the fronts. He wanted to lock, he tried to get as equal as he could at the time.
Hey guys, that caution was a huge break for Kyle Busch, because it was only going to be about 6 to 8 laps before he was going to have to make another green flag stop. So this kind of puts him even with everybody. Now we know everyone that just pitted in the last 3 to 4 laps possibly will not come back to pit road, but you've got a lot of guys like Jimmy Johnson, the 48, a lot of them back in the pack on the lead lap. I think you'll see a lot of cars pit right here, since you've got a chance and an opportunity to make more adjustments.
The free pass to Robert Richardson Jr. And there you see Kyle Busch. Let's follow up on the issue Matt Kenseth had with his tire, Ralph.
Well, we've been able to chase this down. Here it is, hidden back in here. You can see that tire, and here's that problem that Wally saw. Look at that right rear tire, Wally. They have really chewed right through this thing. In fact, they're coming back in to put 4 more new tires on for Matt Kenseth here as quick as they can get him in. Matt had asked about the tires on the first pit stop. Crew told him everything was okay. I don't suppose a crew chief would ever lie to his driver, would he, to make him feel more confident, would he?
I'll tell you, that's incredible. That really is. That to eat up the tire like that, I don't know how much adjustment you can make to fix that.
Yeah, and part of that's coming in the pits and sliding on it, but it was eat up pretty bad when you start looking at the stuff.
But that was a rear tire.
Yeah, that was a rear tire, and that's the issue. When you're hanging on that much and it's that loose.
Talked about the brake for Kyle Busch. He's getting his service now, Phil.
Yeah, as they said, they're going to have to work on the left rear stud. Remember, that unscheduled pit stop was due to a loose left rear wheel. They're going to have to work on the studs and clean up the threads, Matt.
And Jimmy Johnson, under one of those cars that pitted under this caution, chassis adjustment for the 48 as well.
Second caution of the night for debris. The race leader, Juan Pablo Montoya. We return to Daytona in a moment. You're watching wide open coverage of the Coke Zero 400. We have just about cleaned up caution number 2 here at Daytona in the Coke Zero 400. Good to have you with us for NASCAR on TNT on this 4th of July weekend. Juan Pablo Montoya, the race leader. Jeff Gordon, Reed Sorensen, Brad Keselowski, and Elliott Sadler, the top 5. A moment ago, Jeff Burton came in under green and had problems. Marty?
And guys, what Jeff said is when he came to his pit box, you could see, he said he couldn't see his sign. He was going towards Elliott Sadler's box, looking for that 31 sign. They just put back over the wall right there. So what they've done, they have now rigged a light to the top of that sign. Jeff requested that a light be on his sign so that he could see it when he came to pit road. They're working on that right now as we speak, trying to make the light on top of the sign. And guys, Kyle and Wally, you know it's hard any day on pit road to see your sign, much less at night, and you don't really know what you're looking for, so Jeff requested a light on his sign.
I'm a little surprised. You know, normally I always had my crew chief count me down. you know, if we were 8 spots away, you know, 8, 7, 6, 5, it would help you look in the direction where you're going to turn left. That situation, there was nobody on pit road in front of him, which is just, that's really, that's a mistake that Jeff Burton normally doesn't make.
Yeah, normally doesn't make. And like you said, your crew chief would count you down, or the spotter would count you down. You know what I mean? One or the other. And obviously, he was just focused on something and his eyes locked in.
Coming up, a look at Piranha 3D in theaters everywhere on August 20th. This summer, 3D shows its teeth.
For 2 million years, they have been trapped, surviving, evolving, waiting.
I'm thinking about closing the lake.
There's us and there's 20,000 kids. You do the math.
They hunt in packs. The first bite draws blood. The blood draws the pack.
They're coming!
Please help!
This summer,
I need the National Guard.
3D
I need all the forces in your power to deploy.
shows its teeth.
Oh my God.
Piranha 3D. This film is not yet rated.
A couple of other items here under caution. We pointed out this being a good opportunity for Kyle Busch to get back on cycle with other cars up front. Not as good for his brother Kurt under caution, who made a pit stop and was caught speeding. He just came back down and topped off the fuel tank, so he will be a little bit better in regard to fuel mileage than some of the other drivers, but unfortunately he has lost a great deal of track position. Phil Parsons.
Adam Sam Hornish Jr. drove from the 30th position all the way up to the lead. When he came in for his green flag pit stop on lap 56, he had a little bit of a blister on the right rear. His crew chief, Travis Geisler, said it's definitely a heat issue, but the Goodyear engineers have assured him that their tires look among the best on pit road right now.
Montoya, a pair of top 10 finishes this year in the 2 restrictor plate races. The race leader, outside of him, Jeff Gordon. And right behind Montoya, Reed Sorensen started at the back of the field tonight in a backup car that had no laps on it because of an incident here in the happy hour practice session on Thursday. I would say so far so good for Team Red Bull. Right behind him, Brad Keselowski knows the front 2 rows, and you heard the report from Phil Parsons on Sam Hornish Jr. He restarts 6th. To the inside of him, Elliott Sadler, who's been very strong in the early going here this evening. We will complete lap 63 when drivers take the green flag and cross the start-finish line. It's time to go back at it here at Daytona.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. There's a car with a big bass on it that is slowly working its way towards the front. He just really has been playing it smart. He's got a really good race car. We saw it in practice, and Jamie McMurray, that one car, sitting right there.
Always a fine balance, Kyle, between patience and aggression when you come to a place like this. McMurray, very balanced, started 17th, and as Wally pointed out, here we are as things starting to heat up. He's knocking on the door.
That 11 was getting ready to knock on the wall right there a little bit. But you're right. It is patience, and he's gradually worked his way up, just like he did in the 500. And I think that's the deal. These guys are a little bit aggressive on these new tires because they know they got to get their position now. Because they know, a lot of them know, my God, I don't know what my car is going to do after 12 laps. I don't know what my car is going to do after 15 laps. And we saw these packs, this pack, separate in that last run, really get spread out. So these guys don't want to get spread out again.
Right, and that's just as we say that, McMurray gets caught in the middle right there. So he's going to have to find his way out in a hurry, and he does. He gets a break there. Elliott Sadler down on the bottom, losing a couple of spots right now.
Jeff Gordon in that outside lane, the new race leader. You're watching the Coke 0400 at Daytona, powered by Coca-Cola on TNT.
There's these footprints, so I figure that's how we fled.
He's yours, Sutton.
What?
You tracked him through the scene, damn it.
No, lock this place down.
TNT Tuesday.
Where is she?
A new kind of detective is on the beat.
Now write it down.
No more questions without an arrest.
So arrest him.
And he's like nothing you've seen before.
I'll investigate this for you if you want, but we're gonna have to go talk to your mama.
He doesn't have it in him, I can tell.
Bingo, Dwight.
Bingo.
He may not always do things by the book. Fellas? But I trust Dwight when he's got one of his feelings. I'd like to second that.
Me too.
Tuesday.
He's got murder, love, betrayal, all kinds of crazy stuff. Have mercy.
Solving crime takes a little down-home justice.
I will hunt you down and I will make you pay.
And a whole lot of Southern charm.
You are but a peasant in this vast kingdom called woman.
Meet television's coolest new cop, Memphis Beat. All new Tuesday at 10 on TNT. We know drama.
When you're a part of Wide Open coverage on TNT, you don't miss any of the action. And unfortunately, this action involving A.J. Allmendinger bringing out our third caution of the night.
Yeah, and he just, I don't know if he came off the corner and got loose or got tapped in the rear. He just shot out of the pack right here. You see him right here, 31 behind him. He tucks down under. The 18 comes off the wall, and they just get together right there. And part of this is you see the racetrack still a little damp here. As he's sliding, and this thing begins to slide, he's in the gas trying to make it do something, but there's no grip on that wet racetrack, and he just slides into the inside wall.
Yeah, what happens is he tries to stay off the 18. You can see him cut down on the 18, and as he's cutting down, he's getting loose, and him and the 18 made contact.
It was Bobby Labonte that went right behind Allmendinger as he slid down. Watch the inside lane.
The 18 did
being in front of you, stay where you are, just keep coming. Caution's out, caution.
Right in there with Jeff Burton, and now the other end of this business, trying to repair the car so he can continue on. Best career finish for AJ was here in 2009 at the Daytona 500, and he had been on quite a roll lately in 2010, but he will be a driver that won't figure into the finish here this evening.
I don't think I'd want to drive that, do you?
I don't want the spoiler that far down, but it'd be good for qualifying.
For one lap.
One lap.
Oh. Mike Bliss received the free pass and a little shot fake from Kevin Harvick and some of the others, but behind him, here they come down pit road, led by Casey Kane. He's the first to elect to get some service here. Matt?
And it's been a work in progress for the 9 team. Again, another track bar adjustment. Casey, too free on the bottom, but definitely cannot run the top. Way too free up there. Air pressure change as well, Phil.
Jimmy Johnson, 4-time champion, came in. A little quick pit work here. Looked like 2 tires for the Cobalt car.
Elliott Sadler leads pit road, 4 tires. Car was a little too loose for Elliott's liking. They go down once again on the track bar, trying to tighten him up.
Saw Tony Stewart exiting pit road. He has been there frequently tonight after starting at the tail of the field. On the other end of that, Hamlin started at the back. He's up to 3rd. Jeff Gordon, your leader at Daytona. Laps from halfway in the Coke 400 at Daytona. Started this race 90 minutes behind schedule after a rain shower moved you through here earlier this evening. But we are racing now, and Jeff Gordon is the race leader. The Coke Zero Fan 400 is happening right now online. Go to CokeZero.com and vote for your favorite driver.
We saw some guys having some problems on the restart, spinning tires. It'll be interesting to see if these guys have that same problem with the guys that didn't change tires. Because it's hard to go. It's hard to go on this thing on the restarts.
The top 9 cars stayed on track. And there were a number of others that did as well, but that's where the break was as far as the first group that elected to pit. And you see Denny Hamlin, obviously one of the drivers that did not come down pit road under this caution. He's advanced 35 spots. When we restart, it will be the first 18 cars on the track that did not get service. The first of those that did come down pit road, Jimmy Johnson, who will restart in the 19th position. We're set to go back under the green flag as we have wrapped up our 3rd caution of the night, a spin by A.J. Allmendinger. Gordon and Keselowski on the front row. Hamlin, Montoya, and Hornish Jr. join him inside the top 5. There's a couple of names we haven't heard much from in a while. Kevin Harvick restarts 9th, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. going off 10th as we get the green flag once again here at Daytona.
Montoya's all over that 12 car, pushing him down in that corner.
Oh, wow. That's almost too far. Like I said, you got to get off a guy's bumper when you get to turning that car. The 12 didn't get a good start, but the 42 kind of helped him on that. Pushed him back right up there going down the straightaway, and he's continuing to push him.
Interesting, you see Brad Keselowski be on the receiving end of the push from Montoya. Under caution, Jeff Gordon was talking about the exact same thing, saying Brad Keselowski a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, like I said, what happens, we had a little problem there with the audio, but what happens is it's all right to lean on a guy going down the straightaway. You just got to breathe the car. You got to get off the guy's bumper, you know, before you start turning the wheel, because if you're still on the guy's bumper when you're turning the wheel, you're going to turn him sideways.
Yeah, it takes a 17, 18, 21-foot car and makes it a 42-foot car. And the guy in front is turning left, where you still got your steering wheel pointed straight. As he turns left, you're just pushing through him, and it turns him around getting in the corner. That's why you got to breathe it a little bit and let that guy have some room to get into the corner and then go back to him.
That's basically what Jeff Gordon was saying. We didn't have the audio. We apologize for that. But he said, tell the 12 to be careful. He'll wreck us all. Here comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. More from him on Marty.
It's been an up-and-down night for Dale Earnhardt Jr., currently going the correct direction, though. He said earlier that they went too far with an adjustment. The car was way too tight. He said the front end is just so stiff, guys. It almost feels like there's a vibration out there. How rough the ride is out there feels like a vibration in the car. That's a pretty rough ride, isn't it, Kyle?
Yeah, it's really. But as we're talking about Dale Jr., he didn't give that 00 any room as they came up off the corner and got into him a little bit. Had to check out. And when Dale Jr. had to check up, they just freight trained him on both sides.
After inventing a drink with real Coke taste and 0 calories, Coke Zero now gives NASCAR fans an exclusive peek at Jeff Burton's pit stop.
Hey, it's Jeff Burton. I'm doing everything I can to win the Coke Zero 400 tonight, but I need your help to win another race happening online, the Coke Zero Fan 400. Go to CokeZero.com and vote for me. And listen, if you're the fan of another driver and plan on voting for him, just don't bother going online. Just sit there and watch the race.
Our wide open coverage allowing you to see Juan Pablo Montoya take over the top spot here at Daytona. One of 10 different race leaders here tonight.
Making that car pretty wide back here on the back straightaway, Montoya was.
And I'm going to tell you something, Hamlin is all over that wall going through 1 and 2. But a lot of guys are, but they're making it work. Right now, they're up there with the newest pavement on the racetrack after 30 years is right up next to the wall. Okay, and they're still using that pavement to make time. But Juan and that crowd still hammering the bottom down there. You look at where the 11. Look how high he is right there.
Almost like we're at Darlington, right in the rim around this place.
Looks more like the king up there riding where that's where they always run. He and Pearson and those guys. But he's making it work, and you see he comes off the corner. Now Montoya goes to the high side and jumps in line behind him, cuts off the 24.
Not sure Jeff Gordon was impressed with the move Montoya made there.
He probably wasn't, but here's what you watch this and you say, all right, the 11 has come from the back to the front, all on the high side, and the first thing he does when he gets to the lead is what? Go to the bottom. You know what I mean? And he goes to the bottom to try to figure out what's there because he's not been able to use that groove to get to the front.
Tell you what, another guy's up there, 5th spot right now, who had a real ugly tire that Ralph showed us is Kenseth.
It's been well documented, the struggles for Ford and the Roush Fenway organization in 2010. A pair of drivers starting to make their way to the front now. Wally, you mentioned Kenseth. He's 4th in line in that red and yellow car on the outside, and right behind him, teammate Carl Edwards.
And I don't think Carl's car was very good when they dropped the green flag. Those guys have adjusted their car to a lot more stable. We saw him lose the nose a few different times, and that's good that you see these guys are able to make adjustments and keep themselves in the race.
How they feeling about it in the 17 camp, Ralph?
Well, I don't know about the camp, but I can tell you the driver's a little bit happier, and that's really all that matters at this stage of the game. Because early on today, he was not happy at all, really struggling with the car. But I'll tell you one thing he does have working for him is they can work on the radios back and forth with their teammates. And earlier today, he was sharing information back and forth with Carl Edwards, and information like that is key.
Kyle Busch getting aggressive and sliding into the outside lane. He nearly went a lap down early after having to pit out of sequence under green, but a timely caution helped Kyle Busch get back in the game, and now he finds himself solidly inside the top 15. Here are Greg Biffle and David Reagan for more on how Goodyear supports our troops.
NASCAR trusts Goodyear on every car in every race. And tonight is the exciting kickoff of Goodyear's Support Our Troops initiative.
To NASCAR fans, the Goodyear blimp is a great way to view a race. But did you know the military used a Goodyear blimp to patrol the U.S. coastline after Pearl Harbor?
Goodyear supplies tires for thousands of U.S. military vehicles, and tonight they're inviting you to join them in supporting our troops.
Go to Goodyear.com to help support our troops.
Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
Denny Hamlin won back-to-back races starting 4 weeks ago at Pocono. He won there and at Michigan. His luck had not been great the last 2 weeks and got off to a rough start here at Daytona with a practice crash. But man, here he is at the front leading this race. And another driver that had some bad luck, Kurt Busch. Remember, he was penalized for speeding on pit road under caution moments ago. He's back to the front, and his teammate, Sam Hornish Jr., going for the lead in the outside lane.
You know, that outside lane is working after about 8 or 10 laps. We saw Denny use it to go to the front, and now we see Hornish and those guys use it to go to the front.
Yeah, but the thing is, Denny kind of changed his line. He got out there up front, and then he started running the bottom. When running the highlight, got him in the lead.
Seen teammates working well together tonight on multiple occasions. We see it now. Look at that outside lane, 4 deep. Jamie McMurray in the bright orange #1, and right behind him in the target car, Juan Pablo Montoya working together out of the Chip Ganassi stables, and now Denny Hamlin starting to drift back a bit.
You know, at least you've got Hornish up there, and Hornish is staying with the girl that brought him to the dance, which is the high line. You know what I mean? He's going to make these guys go under him at some point in time, and you saw, you know, the 17 look, and when he looked, and the 48 jumped out beside of him. But he's going to make those guys drive under him.
But this is like about the same amount of laps in the run when the 77 was up front earlier. You know, it's like these guys, some of them are for the short run, some of them, you know, their cars are better right there in the middle, and then it looks like everybody goes to junk at the end.
What do you see, Larry?
Well, what I've been watching, and I think we'll have to get close to the end of the race. We are halfway right now to see if this is actually what's going on. But when I look at some cars back there just outside the top 20, like Ryan Newman, like Dale Earnhardt Jr., Clint Boyer, Tony Stewart, who made his way up into the top 15 before that first caution. It's almost like those guys tested the waters early to see how strong their car was. Now they're just sitting back in the weeds trying to stay out of harm's way and let the laps wind down.
See that group of cars Larry was referring to right here.
2x2.
David Reagan, a solid racer on the restrictor plate tracks back there. Reed Sorensen, who was in the top 5 earlier.
Logano has got his hands full right there. I saw a lap earlier.
Got some help there.
Where he got loose, and he got big time loose right there. And he was up and about this. He was up around the 7th or the 8th spot.
Yeah.
About 5 or 6 laps ago, but.
Look at the 40. Look at the 18 pulls out on the 48 right here. Watch the 48 close the door on the 18 as they get to the corner. He's there. He's there. He comes over. He comes over. He comes over.
That could have been big.
Yeah, that's a little reminiscent of what the 48 did to the 24 at Talladega. Just like he didn't know he was there, and he just come over on him. The 18 lost a lot of ground. He's run it back in about a lap and a half. But that's where the spotters and the drivers have to work together to say, hey, he's coming. He had a run on him, and the 18 had a run on the 48 at that time.
Missed the battle for the race lead. Sam Hornish Jr. leads it. Jimmy Johnson squeezing down on Kyle Busch. And it's that 3-car draft on the bottom that's going to have the advantage. Jamie McMurray, the 3rd one in line there.
And as a driver, I'm gonna say, as a driver, that's incredibly frustrating. You see the 48 work and work and work and get himself in a position to lead, and then everybody gets in the other line, and you go back to 4th
Gates up on you.
Yeah, you hate that.
I don't know how you can come to Daytona after winning the 500 and be quiet, but McMurray has been very sneakish in getting to the front tonight, Matt.
One of the best race cars in practice. Remember, he didn't even run the 2nd practice because that car was so good, didn't want to take a chance. They've worked the past 2 runs to get this car back to the grip level it was the very first run. Now it's just a tick on the tight side, and he can run anywhere, bottom or top.
Just saw Elliott Sadler bounce off the wall there between 3 and 4. And he had been in the wall earlier, so this is about the 2nd time.
Let's look at it one more time. Top of your screen.
Yeah, he got put up there in the wall by the 00 Rudiment.
His teammate Casey Kane looking very good in the top 5. This portion of TNT's wide open coverage of the Coke 0400 brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Scorching speeds, heated rivalries, hot laps, burning grills, boiling tempers, victory burnouts, and smoking hot trophy queens. A sport this hot calls for a beer this cold. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer and the official beer of NASCAR.
Sam Hornish Jr. has been hanging on. He's been tested several times, but he's got 2 big boys ganging up on him on the outside. Kyle Busch being pushed by Jimmy Johnson. New leader at Daytona, 18 on point. Let's hear about the man that's now in the runner-up spot. Phil on Sam Hornish Jr.
Adam Travis Geisler, as crew chief, told Sam just a couple laps ago while he was leading that they were past halfway, and Sam said, let's start praying for rain then. So Sam Hornish would just as soon end her right now, but he's got some work to do. The 18 got by him.
And now he's under attack from a couple more. Jimmy Johnson with a little help from Jamie McMurray on the outside.
Hey, McMurray's car looks awfully impressive right now at this point in the race. I mean, he just seems to be able to work where he wants. The car looks like it's a little bit loose, but his car looked a little bit loose in the 500 when he won it back in February.
Clear all around.
See a great run right here. You can see he gets on the 77 car, so that car's pretty strong in a straight line as well.
Winning here, Kyle, so much about time and place, but you can make your life a lot easier as Sam Hornish Jr. squirrels around.
Well, the one got out of that because he thought it was going to be a wreck.
You saw the one just jump out of that right there. I mean, that was pretty vivid for you guys sitting at home to see how quick you have to react to see. You don't know what's going on in front, and he just jumps out of gas, loses like 3 positions. But
I don't think Hornish got out of the gas, but the one car did.
I think if Hornish saw that on TV, he'd come in the pit.
Yeah,
he'd come in and get it worked on.
Jeff Burton, one of the beneficiaries of McMurray sliding back. Haven't talked about Jeff much tonight, former race winner here at Daytona. Of course, Burton had that issue on pit road where he lost a number of positions, but his been able to dig in and rally back into the top 5.
But what saved him, they talked about the 18 being saved. You know, we talked about the 18 being saved because of that caution. The caution saved Burton, too, because he was going to be in a totally different pack and a totally different race if we had come out under green. But the caution kept him in the pack, and he's found his way back to the front. But once again, we're seeing these guys, after a number of laps, get so spread out.
Kyle Busch, the man that leads them all. A sport this hot calls for a beer this cold. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the official beer of NASCAR.
Scorching speeds, heated rivalries, hot laps, burning grills, boiling tempers, victory burnouts, and smoking hot trophy queens. A sport this hot calls for a beer this cold. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer and the official beer of NASCAR.
Talked about Jeff Burton a moment ago and the adversities he has dealt with tonight. He is 4th right now. 6 spots behind him. Kurt Busch, who was sideways off the corner. Nice save on the 2. Let's go down to Larry McReynolds.
Well, guys, there's a lot of these drivers that are running up there in the top 8 to 12 that they elected to stay out the last 2 cautions because they pitted right before that caution at lap 58. So with 4 to 8 laps, you're going to see Montoya, you're going to see Hornish Jr., Keselowski, Rudeman, Jeff Gordon, Kevin Harvick. A lot of those guys are going to have to make a green flag pit stop here in about the next 6 to 8 laps.
The drivers in 1st and 2nd right now, Kyle Busch and Juan Pablo Montoya, last pitted under caution at lap 67. Excuse me, Jimmy Johnson pitted at lap 67. Montoya, part of that group that Larry mentioned, that did not come in under caution. Seen a great deal of side-by-side racing here tonight. I thought for a moment they were going to settle down.
Well, I think they, you know, these guys are getting all lined up. And like I said earlier, these guys are fanning out because they're trying to give each other plenty of room because their cars are not handling very well right now. Their cars and their tires aren't good enough to be running 6 deep side by side right now through the corners.
Sam Hornish Jr. out front a few moments ago has dropped back to 6th. All 3 of those Penske cars inside the top 13. Watch TBS tomorrow, noon Eastern time. Cal Ripken, Dennis Eckersley, David Wells, and host Matt Weiner unveil the 2010 MLB All-Star rosters, followed by the Toronto Blue Jays and the New York Yankees. 1 p.m. Eastern time, only on TBS. Jeff Burton riding in the 3rd position there. It's Kyle Busch leading. NASCAR Sprint Cup fans, what will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Start creating first with the Everything Data Plan. More than ever, it's easier to do more than just make a phone call.
First has an 8-megapixel HD camera and can stream live video to the web. First has an HDMI out. First shares Wi-Fi with 8 devices at once. First isn't Jimmy Johnson, although he does come in first a lot. First has a kickstand for watching video. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
There aren't many of us who use a cell phone just to make phone calls. But when AT&T or Verizon offer you an unlimited plan for $69.99, that's all it's good for, phone calls. With Sprint, for the same price, you get unlimited text, unlimited web, and unlimited calling to every mobile phone in America. Now that's more like it.
$69.99 for unlimited text, web, and calling to any mobile in America. Only from Sprint.
Kyle Busch continues to lead here at Daytona. One of 11 different drivers that have been out front tonight. Driver 18 has led 12 circuits. Jimmy Johnson led the first lap of the night, and he is working that steering wheel as he drives to the outside.
I think it looked like it was loose getting in.
Yeah. It just rotates down in the corner. They look a lot. And if it looks like this from the TV, I can't imagine what it feels like sitting inside one of these things.
Let's find out what the situation is with Jimmy Johnson. Down to Matt Yocum.
A bunch of Chevrolets behind, trying to help him team up on the Toyota in front. But Jimmy, 10 laps ago, said the car is building toward the loose side. And then about 2 laps ago, he said this thing is definitely loose. You can definitely see when he gets in the corner, that car goes into a nice drift.
Yeah, when you watch their hands, and when they turn left into the corner, and you see their hand go way to the right, like that, that's sideways, that's loose.
And I'm on, that one car is coming. He's just little by little by little. He gains a little bit getting in the corner. You see the 31 give up 48, plenty of room right there coming off the corner. But that one car has just been making time, getting in the corner.
McMurray, 4 career wins, 3 of them on restrictor plates. He won here, of course, in February, won last November at Talladega, and just missed the restrictor plate hat trick when he finished second to Harvick in an incredible pass at the wire at Talladega a few months ago.
It's a good shot of Burton as he goes into turn 3. Just watch him work the wheel. This car doesn't look too bad.
No.
I mean, that's pretty decent.
Pretty decent. He's still in the gas. You know, you really didn't hear him kind of feather out of it or roll out of it. He stayed in it pretty good.
More on Jeff Burton with Marty.
Well, if there's a car handling well at this point, if that's possible at this point, guys, I would say it's a 31 car. He has driven his way back to the front here, and Todd Berrier told him when they were buried back in the field earlier when this restart happened, don't worry, the good handling cars will come to the front, and that's exactly what's happened for Jeff Burton. He said it's a little bit loose, but I would say one of the best handling cars here on the racetrack, and that shows on the lap times as well, guys.
Remember before the race tonight, Burton talked about how he was going to drive Daytona. A little bit out of the ordinary.
He compared it to Michigan at the time or someplace like that, and I looked at Larry when he said it, and I'm like, what's he talking about? But really, Wally hit on it a minute ago. These guys get all over each other down the straightaways just like they do at Michigan, and as soon as they get to the corner, boom, they all find a comfortable place and give each other plenty of room, and then they line back up down the straightaways.
Saw a perfect example of it there. Montoya running a completely different line than Keselowski and Kane. The 3 red cars lined up. That's 5th, 6th, and 7th. David Rudiman's been good tonight. He's in 10th and trying to maintain that position. Not going to do it. Kurt Busch rallying back to the front. Truex and Gordon there as well. Back behind them, a pack of drivers that you would anticipate at some point would push the button and get to the front. Larry McReynolds referred to him. Tony Stewart among those drivers running back outside the top 20. His teammate Ryan Newman was back there. Mark Martin, you see, is there.
You know,
there's Dale Jr.
And we heard a lot of drivers while we were waiting on the rain delay talk about, you know, the racetrack is just all worn out. It's got a lot of character. It's fun to race on. You got to be able to make your car work. You got to be able to drive the car. You got to be able to do this. You got to be able to do that, whatever it may be. But it's funny. Drivers kind of, and as we see these guys come down pit road, drivers kind of like this kind of racetrack, but at the same time, it's not what we're used to seeing at Daytona in the past. It's not the packs.
Green flag pit stops underway, and all the Penske teams coming down at lap 98. Phil?
Adam, Sam Hornish is in. They're going to raise the track bar 1 round, and they're going to put a little wedge in the left rear. He was loose in, loose off, and tight in the center. The 12 of Brad Keselowski is loose everywhere. The only place he can really get some grip is down on the bottom of the racetrack. When the outside line goes, he has to stay on the bottom. He can't go as well, so they're going to snug him up as well.
Ralph. Kurt Busch in the 2 car has been needing to get grip into the back of the track. It's where he's trying to get that rear end tucked down tight into the track, so they're going to lower that rear end a little bit, get him back out.
David Rudiman, the other car that pitted with those 3 Penske Dodges, and here comes Jeff Gordon, Ralph.
Well, he's got a bit of a vibration in the right rear, so they're going to work on that. They're going to bring him in here, put 4 tires, fill him up with fuel, and get Jeff Gordon back underway. Matt.
And Joey Logano's just been hanging out of that 20 machine. He said the track is loose and grip, and his car freer and freer. He was running best on the bottom. Significant adjustments, Marty, for this 20 machine.
Elliott Sadler nearly slid through his pit stall, stopped at the very last second. The car still too loose. Track bar and a wedge adjustment for Sadler. Trying to tighten it up. He brushed the wall a little bit early, and a slow stop this time for the 19 bunch.
Yeah, you saw the 19, the rear tire changer, get tangled up in the there was a tire laying there. It didn't go where they wanted it to go, and at the same time, he got tangled up a little bit in the airline itself. But that was a good salvage stop right there.
These are scheduled green flag pit stops we're seeing, but you will see them come somewhat staggered because there are a number of drivers on various strategies. Kyle Busch, the race leader. Right behind him, Jeff Burton, Sam Hornish Jr., Jimmy Johnson, Jamie McMurray. Here comes Denny Hamlin in for his service, Marty.
Yeah, he ran up front there for a while, Adam, but then had to fall back because he lost that high groove, as Kyle and Wally were talking about. Car still way too loose for Denny. It's an air pressure adjustment, and back behind him, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He said the car way too loose on this run. They have not been able to hit it right on the 88, but the tires, every time they pull them off, look very good for Jr. A quick stop for the National Guard team.
We see Junior leaving the pits. We saw Harvick leaving the pits right in front of him. But at the same time, in that last shot, we saw the one car. He just absolutely gains getting in the corner.
Here's Montoya, Marty.
For Montoya, Adam, still loose in the center. They haven't been able to fix that all day long. It'll be an air pressure adjustment for Juan, and also up on the track bar, a little too tight off the corner for Juan Pablo. And 4 tires here for the 42 team.
Top 5 cars on track. Kyle Busch, Jeff Burton, Jimmy Johnson, Jamie McMurray, and Casey Kane all last came to pit road at lap 67 under caution. So they've got a little longer run in them in regard to fuel before they would have to pit. Tony Stewart obviously has a lot of passion for racing. Looks like he's got that same passion for his partnership with Burger King.
To prove his love for flame broiling, Tony Stewart's going from behind the wheel to behind the register.
Welcome to Burger King. Can I take your order?
He's working at a real BK to sell the Smoky Cheddar Steakhouse XT.
Starting line, finish line.
Proper training to be doing this, and you guys are sending me up here to the wolves.
Watch Tony clock in to sell the Smoky Cheddar Steakhouse XT, July 19th.
He just turned us.
Kyle Busch into the wall will bring out our 4th caution of the night, and there was no question he got turned.
Wow.
Yeah, there was definitely no question there.
You all right, Kyle?
He's got his net down before the car's even stopped. He is hot.
Yeah.
Kyle Busch leading this race. Caught a big break early after having to make an unscheduled pit stop.
And you know, that's kind of...
He's okay. He's getting out.
He's going to be looking for the guy who turned him, I believe, which is going to be the 42 car.
Juan Pablo Montoya was behind Kyle Busch, but was not on the lead lap. You remember, he had pitted under green, so...
But these guys have new tires, and these guys have... Some are on new and some are on old. And as we see these guys, you see the 18 get the run, and they just hook bumpers right there. Wow.
How can you hook bumpers going down the back straightaway?
I'd like to see... I want to see this angle, because you see Juan going over to him and Kyle coming up. You hook bumpers when both people are crossing each other.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? One's going left and one's going right. I'm not, that's a bad deal, but I think the 18 thought he was cleared, and I don't know what the 42 was thinking at that time, but it's going for the same place on the racetrack. But that's definitely, it always amazes me at Daytona. We have so many crashes in the middle of the straightaways.
I know.
And we really do. We have so many crashes in the middle of this super stretch over here. You see the 11 down below the line trying to get out of the way. and they just hook right there.
Happens virtually every time we come here. It's going to create for some interesting situations. As you ride with Kyle here.
2 wide here, just 2. Corner. Hanging on your corner. Oh, he just turned us. 42 just turned us.
And you hate to bring this up, okay, but it's kind of the same situation that the 18 did to the 11 the other day in practice. They just hooked bumpers.
You all right, Kyle?
They were crossing each other.
Kevin Harvick, one of those that had made a pit stop the first 1 lap down. He will receive the free pass as we get one more look at the accident that has brought out our 4th caution of the night.
You see Denny looking in the mirror. He's pulling way out of the way because he sees these guys 4 wide.
And I think the 18 thought he had a good enough run where he was going to clear the 42.
The race leader is Jeff Burton. Here come the leaders down pit road. Matt?
And the 1 car, Jimmy McMurray, pulls to a stop, handing a water bottle. Look for a possible chassis adjustment. At this point, air pressure for McMurray, he was tight. Meanwhile, the 48 of Jimmy Johnson, he said that something fell off the 31 car, or the 31 ran over something because it's grinding under his car. Chassis adjustment completed. Marty.
Indeed, Matt, the caution very fortunate for Jeff Burton, who said he felt like he had a right front tire going down or picked up a vibration there at the end of that run. We'll check those tires, but he said they were going to have to come. Phil?
As you see, Martin Truex Jr. leaving pit road, he said he lacked a little bit of grip middle to the high part of the racetrack. They took a little bit of air out of both rear tires for the Napa car.
Jeff Burton, the race leader when the caution came out. 4 tires for him, and the 31 crew helps him hold serve. He's the quickest leaving the pits. We'll reset the running order when we return. 105 of 160 laps complete. We're under caution at Daytona. 106 laps in to tonight's Coke Zero 400 at Daytona, powered by Coca-Cola. We're glad you're with us for NASCAR on TNT. Under caution for the 4th time tonight. Came out when race leader Kyle Busch hit the outside wall down the back straightaway. Juan Montoya involved in the incident. The leaders have been to pit road. Kevin Harvick just came in. He was the first car 1 lap down when the caution came out. He received the free pass, and a number of drivers in line for the wave around. Let's go down to Larry McReynolds.
Well, what you're looking at here, Elliott Sadler, Joey Logano, there's about a dozen of them that just had made green flag pit stops. They're going to do the wave around. There's no question. Now, when everything cycles through, the team that really came out smelling like a rose is going to be that 5 car, Mark Martin. They were on pit road making their green flag pit stop. When the caution came out, they were able to stay on the lead lap because the field slowed down enough. They're going to actually be the leader of this race.
So a big break for Mark Martin. And right behind him in line, Montoya, who was racing to stay on the lead lap with Kyle Busch when the leader got turned going down the back straightaway. Brad Keselowski, Sam Hornish Jr., Jeff Gordon, and Kurt Busch, the other drivers in that category. And then there's Jeff Burton. He was leading the race when the caution came out. He came down pit road. 8 is where he is scored right now. At Daytona, one of the headliners, Kyle Busch. He's with Ralph Shaheen.
Kyle, over the radio, Juan Pablo Montoya said you came up on him. What's your take on that incident?
I don't even know what to say. Too many thoughts running through my head, but yeah, I guess it's my fault.
Well, do you want to take a look at the replay? We got the replay right here. What do you see?
That replay doesn't show anything.
Okay, tell me how come. What really happened from your perspective then?
I'm going down a straightaway as straight as I can be, and yeah, I guess I turned right across the nose of the 42 for nothing to do. Yeah, I wanted to wreck myself.
Is this a case of 2 cars racing hard? Did you think you were clear and you just ran out of room?
No, actually, what happens is that nobody really understands in these things is the draft. When you're beside somebody like that, they can move you. They have control on your car. and he was too close to my side, and it started turning me sideways down the straightaway without even touching me, just like I did to Denny. You know, he started turning before I even got him, or the 6 in practice. But you know, when you have no grip on these tires, I was 2 laps away from pitting on old tires, and you know, the thing just started rear steering on me down the straightaway, and I had no control over it. I didn't turn across the nose of the 42. Why would I do that? Why would I wreck myself? Leading the race, the fastest car, gonna win the thing, you know, but there's still a long ways to go. Who would have known? But thought we had the best car out there by far. Drove from the back to the front, and can't believe the interstate batteries, all centers, Camrys tore up again another week, but whatever.
3 consecutive weeks where Kyle Busch has struggled, and a pretty good explanation on what happened, really.
A really good explanation. And after he got past the attitude part of it, where he said, hey, you know, I didn't wreck myself, I didn't do this, he was being sarcastic, that's okay. So all you fans out there, if you don't know what the sarcasm font looks like, that's what it looks like right there. He's just being a smart butt. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. He just was leading the race, thought he could win. But what was interesting is, just like we said here in the booth, that's the same thing that happened to he and Denny the other day. He even said that's the same thing that happened when he was running with the 6 car. So there's some things going on out there that we don't see from up here. We can't comment on from up here. These guys feel the way the cars move around, and he just thought that at that point in time that did not need to happen. And Juan would probably say the same thing at this point.
Top 6 cars as we get set for the restart did not pit under caution. Martin, Montoya, Keselowski, Hornish Jr., Jeff Gordon, and Kurt Busch. And now they wave off the restart. Right behind them, from 8th on back, are the drivers that actually came in and got service at lap 105. Coming up, a look at Piranha 3D in theaters everywhere on August 20th. This summer, 3D shows its teeth.
For 2 million years, they have been trapped, surviving, evolving, waiting.
I'm thinking about closing the lake.
There's us and there's 20,000 kids. You do the math.
They hunt in packs. The first bite draws blood. The blood draws the pack.
They're coming!
Please help!
This summer,
I need the National Guard.
3D
I need all the forces in your power to deploy.
shows its teeth.
Oh my God.
Piranha 3D. This film is not yet rated.
So as Larry McReynolds pointed out moments ago, one of the big benefactors of the caution, Mark Martin, right place, right time. He was making his pit stop under green when the caution came out. Works out nicely because he is the race leader, and a number of other drivers using this caution to take advantage of the wave around. Among them, Elliott Sadler, Joey Logano, Paul Menard, Marcos Ambrose, David Rudiman, Ryan Newman, Dale Earnhardt Jr. When we get the green flag, there will be 34 cars on the lead lap. The first not on the lead lap, Denny Hamlin. And we will get the green as we put 110 laps on the board.
And Mark chose the outside for the restart. I think that's the first time we've seen that tonight.
4 cautions, but now we are back under green at Daytona. Wally pointed out Mark Martin is the race leader, choosing the outside lane. These double file restarts. The leader does have his choice. Looked like Martin a little sideways there.
Yeah, he was getting hit pretty good there with, from Hornish in the 77 car.
3 Penske cars inside the top 6.
Yeah, those guys have been very impressive tonight.
Montoya's looked solid as well. This lap, though, going to be led by Mark Martin. You becomes the 14th different leader. He led 4 laps under caution prior to leading that green flag lap. Be interesting to see as this run continues what happens in that outside lane throughout the night, as you see Montoya and Keselowski work good on the low lane. But throughout the evening, that high lane, as the run has continued, has gotten really quick.
But it seems like the Dodgers are really strong down the straightaways. I mean, those are the cars that are doing all the pushing, it seems like.
Yeah,
if they can get all lined up as teammates, they may go somewhere.
Yeah, they are pushers. That is for sure. It's funny when you come to places like this. You get cars that can lead and you get cars that can push. And these Dodges have pushed people to the front. You know, the Penske group has they pushed a lot of people to the front. They're going to get lined up right here in a minute where it's going to be 1277 and the 2. Mark, you know, started on the pole. Mark's dropping, but Mark's really not been a factor in the first part of this race. If we look at the top 10 or 15 cars, Mark's not been there.
More on Mark Martin with Marty.
Yeah, considering he spent the first third of his race trying to convince guys that he wasn't just hanging out in the back for no reason at all. Mark has really struggled with the handling of this race car all night long, extremely loose. He told Alan Gustafson before the restart, I'll do my best to keep it up here, but I'm not promising anything, guys.
I can tell you right now, he's looking for the back of that pack as fast as he can get there because he is out of control at this point.
Yeah, Mark is a phenomenal driver, no doubt about it, but you cannot drive that car. He sailed that thing off in turn 3 there and was sideways. I mean, that's as sideways as I've seen any car all night long.
It's like riding a bicycle on the freeway. Mark Martin pedaling in the wrong direction. That's opened the door for Jeff Gordon to go back to the point in that outside lane.
See Clint Boyer there, we haven't seen much of him tonight. He's been struggling with handling issues.
But you know, at the end of the 500, we go back as we got to this point in the 500 and you get down to it, the Childress cars were there, the 31, the 33, the 29. And Boyer was a factor in that race. Boyer felt like he had one of the fastest cars.
And look who's right behind him. Tony Stewart.
And you know, Tony and those guys.
Kins it sideways off the corner. What a save.
That was not a wreck. I have no idea how that wasn't a wreck.
That is phenomenal. I don't think you can overemphasize how phenomenal that was, because when you saw that smoke, he was headed down the racetrack. We got to see that one again.
Yeah.
As Kenseth was making that save, Jeff Burton able to get around Jeff Gordon for the race lead. Here it is again.
He just got loose and he hung on, and I'll tell you what, everybody behind him did a great job too.
Great job. You look at the 1 car and the 9 car, they all checked up. Everybody behind them checked up and gave him plenty of room to save it. I'm telling you, man, that's amazing.
Riding with Tony Stewart on the inside lane. There's Stewart, Kenseth by the wall.
Now, clear. Everything's good. Be safe.
This should be a good angle.
This should be a great angle.
Hello.
Tony Stewart right there is looking in the mirror, thinking there's a caution, and they just eliminated half the pack.
Let's get more with Matt.
Go inside. Put your bumper and clear low.
That save even impressed Jimmy McMurray. He came on the radio and said, man, that was unbelievable. And Spider said 10 for it.
Yeah, hey, I hope Matt, when Tony gives out the Stewies at the end of the year, his awards, that gets an award for the save. He must have a flat tire. He must have some issue here. You see Matt slowing down, getting behind the pack.
Yeah, that may have what put him up there to begin with. Yeah, a couple laps ago.
The 09 500 winner has certainly had his fair share of problems here tonight.
You saw him weaving a little bit as he came down the pits.
Ralph?
Yeah, he's been screaming about a flat tire. His brakes are glowing hot inside those tires, too. He's screaming about flat tires. Takes 4 new ones. He's underway.
He took 2, I think, on that one, didn't he?
He took 2. I'll tell you what, that right front, when they pulled that right front off, he obviously run down the back. Oh!
And here's a big one. David Reagan in the wall. McMurray and Truex get a piece of it.
Wow. Too bad a couple of real good race cars that were running up front up there most of the day are now done.
A break for Kenseth. We just made that pit stop under caution. We look at what happened once again.
Reagan gets just dead sideways loose, and I'm sure these guys just stack up behind him. Yeah, Jamie McMurray had nowhere to go, and neither did Truex. No. Those were two innocent victims of that crash. But again, at Daytona, when you get a guy that gets sideways or crashes in front of you, most of the time somebody else gets involved.
And I hate to say this, but that's almost exactly the accident that happened in the first practice session with Reagan. With David Reagan, he goes in the corner, he gets almost the same spot. He turns down into the corner. He took out the 18 and a couple of cars in that one that were involved in that accident. But that was, I mean, he just turned in the corner. And when he turned in, it just turned out from under him. These guys,
caution of the night.
These guys did a great job behind him. You see, as these guys, the 77 gets by, he's sideways right there, catches that.
Yeah, this is usually a 15-car wreck.
Yeah, these guys did a great job. But I think everybody's driving a lot farther ahead tonight than what they usually are, because they're expecting this. You see these guys down on the apron going back up and forth. Joey Logano, great job of avoiding that.
And behind these guys, Casey Kane trying to get slowed down to avoid the accident, got a piece of the wall.
And he couldn't go down. There was nowhere for Jamie to go. There was cars on the low side. So
okay, you're clear low. They're wrecking. Stay low, stay low, stay low, stay low, stay low, stay low. Get low, 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 low.
Guess he wanted him to go low.
I think he wanted him to go low, but I mean, when the guy's screaming at you, you're doing all you can. You know what I mean?
Message was delivered. Not sure if it was received. So that means we will get pit stops under caution at lap 118. Let's go down to Matt Yoakum.
The same issue for Clint Boyer from the drop of the green flag. The car just slipping and sliding all over the racetrack. Shane Wilson going with the same game plan from the drop of the green. 4 tires every stop. Another chassis adjustment again, Phil.
Matt, Brad Keselowski, top center of your screen. He's been so loose all of this race. They finally got it tight and actually said it was a little bit too tight. So they're going to take a rounder wedge out, Marty.
Your leader, Jeff Burton, top left of your screen. It's 4 tires. He said, I'd love a little rear grip without hurting the turning of the car. So a half pound on the right rear tire. And I think there were some 2 tire stops there as well, Adam.
One of the drivers taking 2 tires, Tony Stewart. He gains 8 spots and was the quickest off pit road. Kevin Harvick took 4. He's up 2 positions to second. Carl Edwards and Jeff Burton. Kurt Busch, the top 5 leaving pit road. We're under caution for the 5th time tonight at Daytona. Welcome back to our live coverage of the Coke Zero 400 at Daytona, powered by Coca-Cola. Hope you're enjoying this 4th of July weekend. We're glad to have you here with us. Jamie McMurray, a part of our 5th caution of the night. Let's hear from him with Ralph.
Yeah, boy, his car is tore up pretty good. Jamie, what happened out there?
Yeah, I don't know. I saw the 6 car get into the wall, and it honestly felt like there might have been oil on the track or something right there. I don't really know. They said the 9 hit the wall behind me also, so it's unfortunate. It was a pretty big hit, and we had a really good car there. You know, it wasn't as good as I thought it was in practice, but on the longer run, it seemed like our car was good. So had a lot of people here from Bass Pro Shop, so we wanted to do well for them. But unfortunately, I don't think they'll get it fixed.
Can all this humidity make the track feel like there's oil out there?
That sounds good, but I don't think so, no.
All right, hey, you're reaching for something like that, you know? I mean, I know it's gotten pretty moist out there.
Yeah, that would be grasping, I think. It's the track is really slick, but it's not any different than it has been in the past. It just, you know, it's really fun. I hate that they have to repave this place. It's so much fun to slide around like that.
All right, Jamie McMurray, looks like he's done, guys.
One of the beneficiaries of our 5th caution of the night, Denny Hamlin, he received the free pass and will be back on the lead lap. Steve Park and David Strimmy were yet to pit, so they have been scored as the first 2 cars. Fans, everyone's favorite Cup Car Design Contest is back. The Toyota Racing Sponsifire 2 is underway with new features. To design a car and learn more about the contest, visit sponsifire.com.
Well, we wanted to do something for our fans.
I want Kyle Busch in a pink car in a pink suit.
Nice.
And now?
They get to be our sponsors.
I'm a 7-tier Warlock, which at my age is extremely rare, 34. With this contest, I can put that out to the world. Up to now, it was just my van getting the word out. I'm choosing Joey Logano as my avatar. I feel he is a worthy ally.
She's always been artistic.
And she loves those cats.
I'm a little over it, to be honest with you.
Who doesn't like kittens, bunnies, and little baby seals?
I love you.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart.
No, write that on the spoiler.
Okay.
Design a new car, win new prizes at ToyotaRacing.com.
40 laps to go. We told you Steve Park and David Strimmy had enjoyed some time at the front of the field. They have made their pit stops, so that cycles Tony Stewart to the front of the field. And he took 2 tires on that cycle of stops to gain some track position. It did not work earlier in the evening when, ironically enough, Kevin Harvick did it as the race leader. We'll see how it pays off for Smoke here.
Can't imagine it will. I mean, it will for a little while.
Yeah, it will for a little while. That's exactly what. With 40 to go, I can't imagine it will. You know, with 10 to go, I'm all for it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because we saw Harvick and those guys make it last for a number of laps, but you know, the track position Tony had gained just on his own, just by driving around people, was pretty good.
32 cars on the lead lap. We will get the restart with 39 laps to go. Tony Stewart, Kevin Harvick on the front row. Carl Edwards, Jeff Burton, Kurt Busch in the top 5. Boyer, Keselowski, Jeff Gordon, Montoya in the top 10 as well. We are back green at Daytona. As they start to gain speed here at Daytona, we pass along that David Reagan, who was involved in our 5th caution of the night, has been released from the infield care center.
That's such a cool shot right there.
It is.
When they're running 2x2 at 180 miles an hour, that's just a cool shot.
Oh, 2 pushing the line there.
Yeah, if you
Boy, he made it work.
If you go below that line and advance your position, it is a penalty unless you give it back. He flirted with it, but I think he was in bounds.
I think Carl wish he wouldn't have let him get down there, because Carl's going to lose a lot of spots there in that 99 car.
Tony Stewart gets those 2 tires, gains the track position, and now he leads with help from Jeff Burton. And as we watch this, we hear from Martin Truex Jr., involved in an accident a moment ago.
Yeah, Adam, he's down here. Guys are working on his car. All right, Martin, what's your take on what happened out there?
I'm not real sure. It was it all happened in front of me, so, you know, when I got there, all I seen was the 6 up there sideways and coming down the track and all checked out. You going down into 3, you committed wide open. You can't, you just can't slow down. So we had a good car. Our Napa Toyota was running good. We got, when Kyle got wrecked there in the backstretch, we hit a piece of debris and had to pit and got us in the rear. And that's, you know, if it wasn't for that, we'd probably never even been in the wreck. We'd have been ahead of it. But it's just the way it's been going for us lately. We've had fast cars and just can't seem to get to the end. Can't seem to catch any breaks. And it's just a shame for all these guys working so hard. This car was really, really good. And we were just really biding our time all night and running around the top 10, just cruising. So we're going to the front right there when it all happened, but it's all for naught now.
Talked about the Penske cars and their success tonight. 3 of the top 4 out of the RCR camp, including Jeff Burton, who is leading, until Tony Stewart got some help from Boyer on the outside. Lane management has been key at the front of the pack tonight.
Yeah, but it's really hard to know where to go. You know, Burton was on the outside, cut across the tail of the 14 and took the inside line, and I really thought that Harvick, and Harvick is pushing him now, that Harvick would push him away, but the next thing you know, Boyer pushes the 14 back.
But I think you got to start getting into this. 36 to go, you got to start looking for your teammates and your friends. You've got to start positioning yourself right now for the end of the race.
Let's hear what they're saying down in Tony Stewart's pit. Phil?
Guys, we documented that Tony Stewart only took 2 tires on that pit stop. Darian Grubb-Crucci said we only had 7 laps on the left side tire, so thought it was a good gamble to get some track position earlier before that caution. Tony said, I'm really driving this thing for all it's worth, so Darian decided to do a little strategy to get him up front.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. That's a good point, Phil. We didn't realize that, so that does change things a little bit.
Yeah, that changes everything you and I were talking about.
Right.
You know, that's
Again.
that's not a two-tire stop. You know what I mean? If you've only got 7 laps on those tires, that makes a lot of sense.
You're watching the Coke Zero 400 at Daytona, powered by Coca-Cola on TNT.
Goodyear has special tires in tonight's race to launch their Support Our Troops initiative. Here are Sam Hornish Jr. and Kurt Busch.
We all know that NASCAR trusts Goodyear, and tonight every car is racing on Goodyear's special Support Our Troops tires.
It's exciting to see a company like Goodyear use their sponsorship and their great product to get fans excited about helping out.
Go to Goodyear.com to make a donation or bid to get your hands on one of the awesome Support Our Troops tires used in tonight's race.
Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
And a quiet night for Clint Boyer. He's the 3rd car in line on the outside right now, chasing down a perhaps run at the title in September. He's in the thick of things as far as the chase is concerned. How's he feel about things, Matt?
The game plan between he and his teammate Jeff Burton, Adam, before the restart was to work together up top and then get to the bottom as quickly as they could. But Mike Dillon couldn't get him down there quick enough. The hole closed up, so he's stuck on the outside, still trying to work his way to the bottom.
You know, there are a number of drivers in the top 10 that have had some kind of problem, either tonight or throughout the weekend. And here they are as we go down the stretch, 33 to go, and they're players. I mean, Jeff Burton slid through his pit earlier. Tony Stewart, of course, in a backup car, started at the back of the field. Kurt Busch speeding on pit road. I guess the cream does, in fact, rise to the top at a place like this.
Seen a lot more aggressive driving right here. Wow, 4 abreast.
4 wide. They make it work. Kurt Busch getting aggressive.
Wow. The 33 to go, that is aggressive. Oh.
Yeah, the 2 cars hanging on. But these guys are, you're seeing that. You're seeing a lot more mirror driving right now, and defensive driving than we've seen all night. Getting down to the end, and everybody's looking at trying to stay in that top group.
Tony Stewart's got to be feeling good as the race leader because they're 3 wide behind him.
Well, we haven't seen this all night.
To avoid the mess.
I can't imagine they'll stay 3 wide too long.
Harvick slides to the outside lane. He's going to follow his teammate Clint Boyer. Let's get more with the point leader. Marty?
Yeah, Adam, this is the same Kevin Harvick that took the lucky dog a while ago. They drove from that up to 4th, made it from 4th to 2nd on the last stop. The car, terrific. Kevin actually told his spotter a moment ago, I actually don't want to be on the top, but I'll go help Boyer. I would rather be on the bottom. If he can go to the bottom, that would help me out a bunch.
I'm going to say this. There were comments made between these guys. Boyer felt like that he needed to help Harvick in the 500, and it cost him the 500. So I think when it gets down to time here, these guys may be dancing with each other right now, and they may get you to that last lap, but they're not going to get you to the checkered flag.
Yeah, check the shot out of Tony Stewart. You'll see him looking over. He's looking at the mirror a lot. He's got his left hand blocking right there. But these guys are checking the mirror out a lot more than they have all day. And boy, this is how much you wrestle these cars at Daytona. Now, this track will be a lot different after they pave it. And they resurface it, but that's what it's like driving here.
Yeah, that's a good shot right there, man, because you see the intensity in his eyes as he's looking out.
Hear about these NFL players that crave the hot tub day after a game? Some of these drivers may be relaxing tomorrow. Man,
that's a left.
Yeah,
right.
and wait a minute, that's a good handling car.
Yeah, he's running up front. Think about the guy that's running in the back.
Clint Boyer led that last lap. The 18th different driver to lead here tonight. Look at that. 3 of those 4 cars in the outside lane owned by Richard Childress. He's had a lot of success at this racetrack over the years. Reed Sorensen giving that 83 car as good a run as we've seen in quite some time.
Wow.
He's behind Tony Stewart in the bottom lane.
That 2 car got a run through the trial over there, and just with a little bit of help from that 29 and just blasted around the 33.
Kevin Harvick pushing Kurt Busch. And look at him pull away as he gets out front.
Yeah, I think the spoiler really creates that draft sensation where you're able to really draft up on somebody. You know, we saw it at Talladega, the way the 29 drafted up on the 1 and then could use the slingshot around him. We're seeing a lot more of that right now with these guys. They'll draft up on those guys. The spoiler creates just enough of a pocket of air where it pulls you up to the car in front of it and you can draft around.
How does Kurt Busch feel with 29 laps to go, Ralph?
Well, the thing about Kurt Busch is trying to decide when you're going to be aggressive. He talked earlier this week about days when he's patient on the super speedways, he tends to do better. When he gets aggressive, he says he tends to lose spaces at the end of the race. The point is, at some time, you're going to have to get aggressive if you're going to want to win this race. So Kyle and Wally, how do you decide when to be aggressive?
Well, you know, Ralph, and he talked, we visited with Kurt earlier this week, and he talked about that. And he said it again tonight when we talked to him. He needs to stop being so nice. He feels like he's being too nice, especially at the end of these races. So he's going to have to be aggressive. I mean, if he's in a position where he could win this thing in the last couple of laps, it's got to be a take no prisoners deal.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Going 3 wide down into turn 3 a minute ago and hammering it through turns 3 and 4, that was an aggressive move. And I think, you know, and that's almost one of those things where it builds confidence in him, because he runs through that corner and he says, okay, I can make it here. I can make this thing stick. So he'll be a little bit more confident to try that and be a little bit more aggressive if he has to use that move.
Well, that 20 car back there, I've seen it twice. He is just sideways on the exit of each corner.
It's Joey Logano leading that second pack in that bright orange Home Depot Toyota. You saw Jeff Burton drive around Kevin Harvick, his teammate returning the favor. The point leader to the inside as they come off turn 4. Burton, though, with a bit of an advantage through the tri-oval. Jeff Burton led that lap, the 42nd lead change of the night. What about the 31, Marty?
Adam, they've had a terrific second half of this race. After he slid through the pit stall earlier on, they've made one adjustment to this 31 car. That was half a pound out of the right rear tire because Burton said, I'm a little bit too loose. Terrific run for him, but lately he told me we haven't had any luck. He said, we've been here in the top 5 late in races. We've had a chance to win races, but something has always kept us from winning a race lately. Someday it's going to happen, maybe even tonight at Daytona, guys.
I tell you what, guys, the one thing that I'm looking, they all pitted on lap 118. That's 42 laps to go. Now, it would be a far-out shot that we will go caution-free to the end of this thing, but that puts all of these guys just right on the outside of that window of being able to make it. Here's what I also see when I look at our top 10 guys, with the exception of Kurt Busch in the 2, Kevin Harvick in the 29, almost everybody up there is looking for either their first career win or their first win of 2010.
Can you say hungry? The Coke Zero Fan 400 happening right now online.
Trouble.
And there it is. David Strimmy goes around.
You okay there, David?
6th caution flag of the night.
I got loose either. I don't know. Something happened there. That was pretty big.
That's Robert Richardson Jr. sliding through the grass.
And everything Larry just talked about just went out the window.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And that's the way it goes.
1,000.
And that's the way it goes. And that's what happens with these things. You know, you try to figure and you try to calculate, and this is already in progress. You see, he's already he's already loose. He gets down on the apron, goes back up the racetrack from just, and that's just correcting. You're trying to catch the car at that point in time. These guys did a really good job of avoiding him right here.
Oh, somebody just got into him right there.
71 of Mike Bliss able to get through unscathed, but Robert Richardson Jr. not so lucky.
Robert just got caught in the right rear as Strimmy came back down the racetrack.
Good to see David Strimmy outside the race car.
And you heard Strimmy say, I don't know what. You know, he started to explain it, and then he's like, I don't know
and
what.
after he's looking around, he's trying to figure out what, you know, he said, man, did a tire go down? Did a wheel come off or what?
Yeah, but let's be honest. Kyle Busch came in and said he thought he had a loose wheel. You saw Matt Kenseth, one of the best drivers out here, come in, think he had a flat right rear. So these guys, this racetrack's just so slick and so rough right now. It's giving these guys a feeling sometimes that they've got an issue.
Yeah. Do we have a lucky dog on this one?
Kevin Conway.
Conway.
Wow.
Should put 31 cars on the lead lap. And these pit stops will come with just over 20 laps to go. Ralph Shaheen.
Waiting for Kurt Busch. He just told his crew chief, Steve Addington, over the radio, I want this trophy. Steve said, me too. Here they come. 4 tires. They're going to get him back out. He's ready to go, Phil.
Cam Horner said he wanted a little bit of wedge in the left rear. It's just a little bit too free right now. 4 tires. Marty.
Jeff Burton, your leader, top left of your screen, said, I have no idea what you guys did on that last stop, but it was perfect. Do nothing to it on this stop. 4 tires, fuel, that's it for Jeff Burton, Matt.
And the same for his teammate Clint Boyer in the 33, Marty, sticking with their game plan. 4 tires all night long.
Kurt Busch, the first off pit road.
By a long way.
And he took 4 tires. That is impressive. And some contact. Mark Martin, Elliott Sadler.
And don't forget, he got hammered for speeding once.
Yeah. Kevin Harvick up 3 positions to second. Jeff Burton leading when the caution came out, lost 5 spots on pit road. Back to Daytona in a moment. Our 6th caution of the night here at Daytona. David Strimmy spinning through turns 3 and 4. Robert Richardson Jr. got a piece of the action. And as we clean up that, a number of drivers have been on pit road. In fact, all the lead lap cars have been there, and it should set up an entertaining run to the finish with just over 20 laps remaining here at Daytona. After inventing a drink with real Coke taste and 0 calories, Coke Zero now gives NASCAR fans an exclusive peek at Clint Boyer's pit stop.
Hey, it's Clint Boyer. While this race is happening, there's another race I'd like to win happening right now online. Go to CokeZero.com and vote for me in the Coke Zero Fan 400. If you do and I win, we'll all get to do a victory chug with free Coke Zeros. So go to CokeZero.com and vote for me.
Still anybody's game at Daytona. 22 laps to go. There will be 21 when they come across the start-finish line. 31 cars on the lead lap. Let's hear from Marty on Kevin Harvick, who's currently second.
Yeah, they gained him a spot again, this time on pit road, Adam, but he also wanted to deliver a message to his teammate Clint Boyer for what they should do after the restart.
Billy, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do, but the 2 is going to pick the bottom here to have the 77 behind him. You got to tell the 33 to have a little bit of finesse. It's not about ramming the car. We got to time it right so that when we come off the 2, you know, it's not just ramming. You got to ease up into it and get that gradual push. It's not about one slam. 10-4.
And the strategy starting early before this final, what could be the final restart of the night. Very interesting. The teammates certainly want to work together. That doesn't always work out, does it, Kyle and Wally?
Well, what he's wanting to do is he's instead of that one shot, you know, what he's looking to do is to have his teammate get on his bumper and push him all the way down the straightaway. That's faster than getting that one pop, you know, coming off the corner.
Yeah, we've seen these guys give somebody that one big shove, and it pushes that car away, but then everybody runs him back down and goes by him on both sides. He wants to really hook up in a train and push both cars to the front and stay there because he feels like they can stay there if they go together.
Kurt Busch, the race leader. He was a big gainer on pit road moments ago when he came in at lap 137. Kevin Harvick started this race on the pole as the point leader after qualifying was rained out here yesterday, and using that #1 pit stall selection to his advantage, he picked up some spots in that exchange a moment ago as well. Sam Hornish Jr. has been strong throughout the night. He will restart third. Clint Boyer in the top 5, as well as Jeff Gordon. And this 6th caution of the night brought out when David Stremme and Robert Richardson Jr. were involved in an accident heading to turn 4. David Stremme, we showed you out of his car, was obviously okay, and Robert Richardson Jr., we just got a report, has also been released from the infield care center. How about that? 43 lead changes tonight. And David Stremme has also left the infield care center and is doing fine. How about that 77 car tonight, Phil? Hornish looking good.
Adam, he was just reminded by a spotter, said, you know who you have in front of you. Let's be a good teammate now. Let's work together. We know the RCR cars are going to line up on the outside, so let's work together out here.
You got those 3 RCR cars on the outside, as Phil pointed out.
Yeah, you got the Hendrick cars right there down on the bottom as well.
Right behind the Penske guys. We'll see who is team loyal on this restart.
But that's what I'm saying, and we've been saying all along about dancing partners and everything else. This is where you've got to line up with your guys, and you've got to stay with it. Even if it looks like the other line may be better right now, you've got to hang with your teammates.
The lights have gone out on the pace car. The restart will come with 19 laps remaining in the Coke 0400. Talked in the opening laps after a 90-minute rain delay about the anxiety level for these drivers.
Now
any change of pace right now with 20 to go?
It's definitely up right now because you are getting down, and you're not sure what everybody else is going to do. And you know, it's going to get crazy because, like I said, everybody starts mirror driving worse now than you've seen the whole race.
And the thing is, we've gone 19, 20 laps to go. These guys all have good tires now.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not going to get to that stage in this run where they're out of control the last 10 or 12 laps of the run.
And they're all on a level playing field, something we haven't always seen throughout the night. We're about to find out what's around the next corner in this race at Daytona. Green flag back in the air, 19 laps remain.
I think Kevin got what he wanted.
Yeah.
They just weren't as strong as
Yeah.
those 2 bottom cars. Because Boyer looked like he was right on his bumper and just laid on him, just really knocked him up there. Just kind of tried to push him.
Making it work now.
Here they are.
Well, we got problems in the back of the pack. Elliott Sadler, and it looked like Matt Kenseth. Perhaps, and there's Mark Martin on the inside of the track.
Yeah, and they run into somebody or something's thrown up.
See the caution out for the 7th time.
Both ends of that thing.
Something we should point out that Tony Stewart, who's been a yo-yo tonight, started at the back of the field, worked his way up, led some laps. He's another driver now at the tail end of the pack, being scored 23rd. Here's a replay of what happened. You ride with Tony Stewart.
Wow. You know, and the one thing about that could have been a lot worse, but they really weren't up to speed completely.
No, Matt and the I don't know if Matt and the 5 got together or the 5 turned left, because Matt goes up. You can see the right rear corner where he slammed the wall, and the 5 comes down on the bottom, and everybody kind of drives between them. There's the 18 all knocked in. Maybe the 5 got into him.
And the 16, Greg Biffle, looked like he might have also trying to avoid the accident, got a piece of the wall.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It was already in progress, and it's hard to, when you look at the damage on 3 different cars and you try to put them together like a puzzle, it's really hard to tell where it started or how it ended up.
Now let's look back at what's happened tonight down to Lindsey Czarniak.
Thanks, Adam. Well, it's well documented that this thing was a long time coming. An hour-and-a-half rain delay at the start of this race. And after that rain delay, the drivers excited to take to the track. We got the green flag 9:24 p.m. Larry Mack. Drivers happy about that?
Yeah, you know, I think there was a lot of anticipation getting this green flag, but I think the weather showed that we were going to be okay. Now, this was Kyle Busch, had to make a pit stop on lap 28 because he thought he had a loose wheel.
Yeah, lap 47, Jimmy Johnson forced to pit road with the right rear tire problem. Then, lap 58, we saw J.J. Yaley. He blew a tire. That brought out the second caution of the day, Larry.
This was right after the restart there. You see A.J. Allmendinger in the 43 car gets together with that 18 car. This brings out the third caution on lap 66.
Lap 85, we would have a lead change on the track. Kyle Busch getting out in front of the 77 car of Sam Hornish Jr. Kyle Busch, at this point, thought his car was really, really good. Lap 104, Kyle Busch, not too happy. Bumped by Juan Pablo Montoya. Kyle goes into the wall. His night is ended. He was mad, Larry Mack.
Yeah, you can see him walking away from the car. He felt like he had a this race. Looked like to me he was going up and the 42 was going down.
How about a little bump drafting for you? All night long, we've seen some great bump drafting. Go ahead.
Yeah, the good news is they've been doing it on the straight.
Exactly. Lap 117, David Reagan gets himself loose. Take a look at this. David Reagan in that 6 car hits the wall. Martin Truex Jr., Jamie McMurray also get taken out as well. Got a bunch of guys with cars that they felt were pretty good.
Yeah, this was a caution just a little bit ago. David Stremme gets real loose in that 26 car, and along comes Robert Richardson Jr. in the 37 car. That's a backup car from a practice crash. This brought out the next caution.
So as we stand right now under our 7th caution of the day, Kevin Harvick remains the leader. It's teammate Clint Boyer right behind him. We just heard them chatting about how they could do some damage after they get out of this caution.
Well, it's easy to work together as teammates with 17 to go, but trust me, when we get to about 10 to go or less, your teammate is the person that can help you, not necessarily somebody that's actually on your race team.
You know somebody that knows that, Larry Mack? Kurt Busch. Remember, he pushed a teammate to victory here once.
Well, again, it's easy to make a plan right now, but Lindsey, when they start getting 3 and 4 wide, as we saw them earlier in the race, your friend is the person that can help you.
You know, I'm looking down that list. Jeff Gordon is somebody that I say to watch out for, too.
Well, and don't forget his teammate, Jimmy Johnson, sitting back there in the 9th position right now. And we've seen how strong the Penske Dodges has been right now. Kurt Busch is 3rd, Sam Hornish Jr. is 5th, and Brad Keselowski is just outside the top 10 and 11th.
Man, but we still got some laps to go here at Daytona. Guys, why don't you take it?
Kevin Harvick, the race leader. He chooses the outside lane. And I got to believe it's because of who's going to be behind him.
That's exactly. But this is where the double file restarts change your strategy. You listen to what Larry and Lindsey say. You know, a minute ago, it was 3 Childress cars in the outline. Now they're running 1st and 2nd and 4th. Now one of them gets shuffled out, and it's Boyer that gets shuffled to the inside. And not that he gets shuffled out, he just gets moved to another place on the racetrack. And this is where the double file restart on the green-white checkered every single time changes your dance partner.
So the man starting behind Clint Boyer will be Kurt Busch. He's been strong tonight as well, Ralph.
He has, and here's some pretty interesting stuff he was just talking about on the radio about Sam Hornish behind him to his spotter, Chris Osborne. He said, you know, when the tires are brand new, tell Sam he can get right up there and he can push me all the way through 1 and 2 when the tires are new. He said I needed to drag the brake a little bit more. That would have made it easier for Sam to do that. However, he told Chris, now that we've had a heat cycle on this, it's a little bit tougher to do that, Matt.
And the 33 Clint Boyer told his spotter, Mike Dillon, my worst habit when I'm out front is I get too big of a gap between myself and the car behind. Make sure I drag the brake to close that gap so he can't get a run on me.
Could it be a night for an underdog? As we get set for the restart, we'll be at 15 to go, and Sam Hornish Jr.
got to give a call
Reed
out
Sorensen
to Reed Sorensen
in row
in
three.
the 83 car.
It's incredible.
The Red Bull cars have needed something to happen this year. This is so far, this is a great run for them.
And it wasn't long ago we were talking about Casey Kane avoiding an accident, getting into the wall. He will restart 8th. Kevin Harvick, Clint Boyer on the front row. Green with 15 laps remaining in the Coke 0400.
Boyer to the top. So now you got 3 children's cars, nose to tail.
And that inside lane made up of the Penske Dodges. In fact, 3 of the 4 are there. 3 of those 4 cars are Penske cars, rather. Kurt Busch, Sam Hornish Jr., and the man in the middle, Jeff Gordon, separating Greg Keselowski from his teammates. David Rudem, another driver in the top 10 that we should give a call to.
I'm gonna tell you, 14 to go. It's impressive to see the children's cars just run like this. You saw it. See Burton pull out though. You know, these guys down there running 3, first, second, third, and they pull out on each other.
Harvick looked like he wanted to slide down in line behind Burton. Thought better of it. Stays with Boyer, his other teammate, and they lead in the high groove.
I think Burton's
for
decided.
now.
I think Burton's decided he wants to win the race.
You know what I mean? He's not playing by the team rules any longer.
I'm telling you, you know, because, I mean, there you were 3 in line, everybody behind you that way, and he pulls out. But he pulls out because he feels like that's the only way he's going to get to the front. He's got to pass his teammates.
What do you think, Larry?
Hey, guys, I worked for Richard Childress for 4 years. He had 2 simple rules. You don't help someone beat your teammate, and for Pete's sake, don't wreck your teammate.
I gotta believe RC's a nervous wreck right now. His car is running good, but very close together on the track.
Well, they can block the track right now if they wanted to.
Oh,
I'm telling you. Oh, hang on, Jeff Burton.
Burton up into Hornish.
He's going to come back up
and now the big one.
There it is.
7, 8, 9 cars involved, many which were running inside the top 10.
That's the whole field, isn't it?
That's the whole field.
And look at that. Nowhere to go.
And these guys were trying to avoid the 2 coming back up on the racetrack, and the first group that saw them check up, and everybody runs in behind them. That is massive right there. That's incredible. I don't think I've seen a wreck like that at Daytona.
That's a long time since I've seen that many cars in a wreck.
There was a Busch race or a nationwide race down here in turns 3 and 4, and they piled up about 30 of them down there one time. These cars, that was wicked.
Mark Martin got a piece of the action. You've seen Tony Stewart.
Yeah.
Saw Reed Sorensen driving through.
Wow.
And like Kyle said, watch the 2 car. Everybody's expecting the 2 car to come back up the racetrack because that's what happens. When you get in the grass, you're coming back. He just goes diving down here after he gets clobbered by the 31. On the 83, okay, this started already behind, but the 83 got turned.
But they see that going on in front of them, and they're all jockeying for position to avoid that. And it's that chain reaction accident. You know what I mean? Look at the cars, man.
There's a lot of cars in that accident.
Menard did a great job. He got up on the high side and kind of got around them. But these guys,
all these cars have damage here.
You see the first group when you. Don't pay attention to what the 2 cars doing. Watch everybody behind them because this is where the wreck.
Well, see what happened. The 83 checked up, the 12 checked up, and it looked like Montoya got into the back of somebody. And but there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like you said, it's a chain reaction. There's a 5 car that came in on fire.
That was
see Mark climbing out right there.
You see some of his crew members running over to help the Lowe's guys come over and get him out. That's pretty cool right there, man. Mark was already piling out. You can see he's unhooked.
And the safety crews were actually coming from the garage area to help extinguish the fire. It's been a rough night for Mark Martin. So one more time we look at the accident It happened with 12 to go.
Yeah, the 12 and the it looked like I don't know how they got together, but the 83 and the 12 were at the front of that pack. And look at these guys. They're packed in there. Montoya's headed backwards, and you can't see. I mean, they kind of slide out of the way, but they're 4 deep and packed on top of each other, and they're still coming in behind them. You see the 12, you see the 42, you see these guys.
And there's just nowhere to go.
There's
there's no openings on the racetrack whatsoever.
Nowhere to go. And you can't imagine sitting at home driving into that at 170 or 80 miles an hour, getting up to speed, but driving into that and not being able to know left or right. And the spotters are way over here. They can't see. They can't tell you where to go either.
This is Jeff Burton.
Still outside. 2 pushing you now. Middle of 3. 3. Clear low. Got another wreck. You're clear. Watch him.
Gordon gets through
Go
that?
on. Come on.
You know who else drove through the outside, and I'm not sure he got any of it? Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Who's going to push 31? Inside. You're clear. You're about wrecked 31. You're underneath. Big wreck behind you.
Checking up.
Wow. Montoya, one of the drivers involved in the accident, under the red flag with 12 laps to go.
We can, you see they've stopped on the backstretch here.
Let's hear from Montoya, Marty.
And boy, they were in position to maybe do some good things there. That was crazy, wasn't it? What happened from your vantage point?
They just started piling up in front of me. I tried to go let down, and I just clipped in with the right front corner, and there's nothing you can do. It's just one of those deals. You know, again, this Chevy has been off season. It's been amazing. You know, the team have done a really good job, and just that's the story of our year.
They were in a good position there to maybe make a run to the front. Had a good car, but obviously sitting here on pit road now under the red flag with a whole lot of damage, Adam.
There you saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the inside sneak through. Maybe got a little bit of damage. And now we ride with Joey Logano. Now Ryan Newman riding on top of his hood there.
Well, you can just hear that. You know, it's just dragging parts and pieces.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, that's just terrible, man. Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Well, Larry and Lindsay, now we've got something to talk about, huh?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I mean, Larry, we're sitting here watching replays of this wreck, and bottom line, there's nothing, as Juan Pablo said, that you could do to avoid getting that pileup.
Well, the biggest thing that I'm seeing right here, Lindsay, and I've been doing a little calculating, and we knew this was going to be a wild card in this race to the chase. I'm looking right now, about half of our top 12, they've been involved in wrecks tonight, including this big one, and a lot of those guys outside the top 12, like Joey Logano, like McMurray, like Truex, a lot of those guys, they were either involved in that wreck or wreck earlier, so this is really going to shake these points up with 8 races to go.
Well, it is, and as you had said before, it looked like there were so many guys that had opportunities possibly to get a win that had not won before here at Daytona.
Well, and I saw a lot of guys up there like Reed Sorensen still looking for their very first Sprint Cup Series win, period. So, yeah, there was a lot of things going on in the top 10 or 12, but a lot of it just got wiped out.
One of the drivers that was involved in that big wreck was Ryan Newman, who's standing by now with Ralph Shaheen.
Yeah, we're walking with Ryan. Ryan, can you tell us what happened from your vantage point?
I saw the 12 and the 83 sideways in front of me, and I couldn't tell you what else happened. I just know I got pile drive. I saw the 48 sideways and myself sideways and up on 2 wheels. Just right place, wrong time like usual for me.
Tough night.
Ralph Shaheen there with Ryan Newman. Obviously, Ryan kind enough to stop and talk, but a lot of these guys just very, very frustrated right now. I mean, take a look at how many were involved.
24.
Yeah, this is looking out the back of Ryan Newman's car back at Joey Logano, and you see people started slowing down, but this is a product right after a restart, Lindsay, of cars running 3 wide down the back straightaway. Cars in front of them check up, the guys behind them, and they just start stacking up from there, and that's what causes the big one.
At that point, as a spotter, what's going through your mind?
You know what? A spotter's almost helpless. You know, you can hear all these spotters saying, slow down, slow down, slow down, go high, go low, but you know what? It's like there's 30 cars there running in a big pack. The driver actually has a much better view than the spotter has.
And a lot of onus on them for sure. So right now, as we look at where these guys are going to fall back, we see Boyer still apparently in the lead.
Well, yeah, I still like those Richard Childress cars up there. You know, you've got, of course, Jeff Burton that was just involved in that accident. Actually, the start of that accident, but Clint Boyer looks awfully good. And remember, Boyer was one of those guys I was talking about early in the race that kind of stayed just outside the top 20. I think he wanted to let the waters kind of calm out. We always know the waters get uncalm at the end of the race, but there he is. Seems like he's got one of the stronger race cars.
And it turns out to be that, like you said, him and his Childress teammate right behind him, Kevin Harvick, we heard them talking about communication and how to get involved with drafting so that it could help them in the future in this race as we get back.
And I'm sure as we're sitting under this red flag, Clint Boyer and Kevin Harvick are talking to each other right now on those radios.
Yes, most likely. Guys?
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Larry. And Larry talked about the implication in regard to points. Clint Boyer, the big gainer, as they sit right now. He has moved up 4 positions to 11th. He is now inside the chase. That's a big break for him. And we also got a report that Tony Stewart was released from the infield care center. And now you can see on a hot night in July, the driver's getting a little refreshment. Here's a look at the Mark Martin situation coming down pit road.
And you know, when they had the wreck, Mark had spun and was down on the apron, and we had a shot earlier where he was trying to get it fired up and get going. He drove the thing, and about the time he got to pit road, this thing flamed up. It was not on fire when he left the accident scene, but as he drove around here, the sparks coming up, the oil, the stuff, it just up under the car, and you can see it, man. That's a thick smoke. That's a choking smoke right there. When you're in a car and a car catches on fire, and it's hard to describe, there's some smoke you can just, it seems okay to you. I don't know how to describe that to anybody out there. But there's some of that electrical stuff and some of the oil that starts to burn, and it chokes you, man. I mean, it is hard to breathe in that thing.
Now gotten reports Regan Smith and Jimmy Johnson has walked from the infield care center, and now we hear from Mark Martin with Ralph Shaheen.
Mark, an amazing end to your night there. Tell me about the fire in the car. You okay?
Nah, fire was outside. It wasn't inside, so no big deal. It's a disappointment to be in a wreck as hard as we fought and as hard as we worked. You know, my guys did an awesome job of battling, you know, through things, and it's just, I wish we hadn't been in that wreck. I wish we could have. There was no way. I couldn't see anything, and I couldn't get down. My spotter said get down. Well, I was going too fast. There wasn't no getting down.
All right, Mark, we're glad to see you're okay. I know I'm running.
That was good, and that was good information. Just like, you know, Larry said it, we said it up here. Spotter's not going to help you right there. You know what I mean? A spotter can't help you when there's that much smoke. And you got to figure, the spotters are just above us in the booth right here. As you see the wrecks start to happen, spotters are just above us in the booth. That's a half a mile over the turn 3. You know, and you're trying to depend on the spotter. The 2 and the 31 gets together. The 31 slams into the 77, which does a great job, but it sends the 2 right back down across the racetrack. I still see Jimmy Johnson coming straight up the racetrack
Jimmy Johnson, one of the drivers involved, Ralph.
Yeah, Jimmy was caught up in it as well. All right, pal, your thoughts on what happened out there?
You really can't see much from the cars. I saw the 2 down on the flat, and then I was hit from behind, and everybody's trying to slow down and just kind of caught up in things. But and we came close. I mean, 380-something miles of not having a big one, and then we always seem to have that big one at the end.
Was this just tight racing, or was this somebody being a little bit aggressive, maybe a little bit too early?
I couldn't really tell from where I'm at. I would just be speculating, but the energy inside the draft changes as the laps wind down, and we all know that every move you make could be worth 5 or 10 points on the track and a position. So you can sense it. We knew it was coming. You could feel it building, and sure enough, it happened.
It'll be very interesting to see when the cars begin to roll, Wally, how much damage for Jeff Burton, who was very strong and racing for the lead and was a part of the start of this accident, and Kurt Busch, how much damage they received, because it's obvious they're big-time players, but
well, you got to throw Jeff Gordon in there and even Earnhardt, because when you drive those race cars off the bank onto the apron, You know, it doesn't take much to mess up the bodywork on these cars, and those guys did a great job staying out of the wreck. I just don't know how hard they hit the apron coming off the banking.
A number of different angles from our crews here tonight. This one on board with Kevin Harvick.
Who's going to push 31? Inside, you're clear, clear. You're about wrecked 31. Drove underneath, big wreck behind you, big wreck behind you. Back out, there's about half the field right there. 77 smoking, it got the...
That's a good call. That's about half the field. That's about 2/3 of the field. And wait a minute. It's 12:10, so that's the official first fireworks of the 4th of July right here for us.
And I've got a feeling, with 12 laps to go, there may be more in the offing.
Man. There may be more.
So there are the cars sitting on the track, some of which were involved in what was our 8th caution of the night and now is turned into a red flag, and some who are anxious to get going again. Jeff Burton had a little contact. How concerned are they, Marty?
Well, if this means anything, Jeff came on the radio, said, guys, we can still win this race. Do not think that we are out of this race at this time. And what's going on with all the drivers on the backstretch, you see them all back there. They're all kind of talking to each other through their spotters, and they'll ask, you know, Robbie Gordon asked a moment ago, can you look at my front fender? Can the other guys, can you look at my left front? They ask each other how their cars are, so that's how they evaluate the damage. The closest look is a driver beside you, and sometimes can be your best friend as well, Phil.
Yeah, Marty, we saw the contact between the 31 of Jeff Burton and the 77 of Sam Hornish Jr. Sam actually had some flat tires, so he came directly to pit road, went ahead and changed his tires. You see, he's already left pit road. He's on the end of pit road when the red flag came out. He did pit before pit road was open. He will have to go back to the back of the field for the restart, but as crew chief Travis Keisler said, we pulled the fenders out, you have 4 new tires, you are good to go to the end. And obviously with so few cars on the racetrack, going to the tail end of the longest line is not going to be that big a deal.
See all those drivers sitting on pit road and the crews not working on the race cars. In NASCAR competition, when the red flag comes out, you cannot work on your car. You can do a lot of evaluating. You can get parts and pieces ready to repair the car once the red flag is lifted. But under red, you cannot work on your race car. You see the shake-up in the points. We're going to step aside. Under a red flag, 12 laps to go in the Coke 400. The 4th of July getting an early start at Daytona International Speedway. Welcome back to TNT's coverage of the Coke 400 at Daytona, powered by Coca-Cola. This evening began with a 90-minute delay because of rain in the Daytona Beach area. Once we got going, 8 caution flags tonight. And now we sit under the red flag with 12 laps to go. Let's go down to Matt Yoakum.
And sitting at the top of the pit box, Shane Wilson. We hear so much about the air traffic controller on your team, Mike Dillon. What's going to be the biggest thing that you need Mike to stress to Clint over these final laps to get this car to victory lane?
Well, we just got to try to keep it out front and not get too far out front. You know, you don't want to get out there too far and people will get a run on you. So we just got to try to do that, try to keep it up front and try to win this thing.
The last 2 plate races, 4th and 7th for the 33 of Boyer. Marty?
And Gil Martin is part of the RCR triumvirate up here. And so how do you get your 29 past that 33?
Hopefully we're going to do it on pit road right here when we come for get some 4 tires here in just a second.
So you do think everybody will pit here?
I don't know if everybody will. We're going to. We're going to put 4 on it and see what happens. I mean, it's going to be about 8 laps to go, and I think tires are going to be king here at the end. And I mean, I think it's going to be better to go down swinging because you've got about 9 or 10 cars. I know it's hard to tell how many doesn't have damage right there, but a lot of them are going to come to pit road, and all the debris out there, I think you're going to need to come.
All right, I'm not a great poker player, but I think Gil Martin's actually telling me the truth, Lindsay. They're going to come to pit road for 4 fresh tires here.
Marty, and I'll bet that Gil Martin knows very well that Kevin Harvick is going to rely on his experience here at Daytona, as we know that he is one here. But when you look at the rest of the guys that are left in that pack, Larry, there could be a lot of first-timers here.
Well, there could be guys looking for their very first win ever, but I talked about this earlier in the race. You've got only one guy up there that doesn't have damage or that was not involved in that wreck that has a win in 2010. So we very well could see someone getting their first win of this year. You look at the Roush cars, the Fords up there, Biffle and Edwards. And I tell you, what I'm pretty impressed with, they have dodged the big one, is guys that are in the top 20. You look at Mike Bliss in that 71 car, Kevin Conway back there in Front Row Motorsports. A lot of guys that were well outside the top 35, they're now sitting up there inside the top 20.
And you mentioned the Fords. We know all of them are using the FR9 engine. How do you think that that's playing into things for them this time?
Well, what I saw in practice on Thursday is none of the Fords, none of the Richard Petty Motorsports cars or none of the Roush Fenway Fords had that fast lap in them. But I think they've really worked hard on getting those cars to drive good, and it looks like it's going to pay dividends for some of them.
And when we look at the Fords that are up there right now, Casey Kane and Carl Edwards, Kane has been so consistent over the past few weeks. Edwards, he's a guy that could really use this.
Well, all of the Fords could use it. And you think about Casey Kane, just look at his last 3 races. He's had a top 5 car, had a winning car at Loudon when he had the engine problem. And it wasn't that long ago when we had that wreck with David Reagan and those guys and McMurray. He was actually in the outside wall down in 1 and 2, and here he's fought his way back to the top 10.
Ralph Shaheen right now is with the crew chief for Jeff Gordon. Steve Letarte. Ralph?
Yeah, we're down here with Steve. You were just talking to NASCAR official. You going to get a little help in checking out your car?
Well, it's just important that the official knows when we're not going to send our gas guys over and you're going to send a couple mechanics over. It's hard to count 7 in a short stop, and I just want him to kind of have a heads up on where our 7 guys are going to be and what they're going to be doing.
What are you worried about with the car?
Well, I think Jeff did an amazing job missing the wreck. You know, DuPont Chevrolet's been pretty good the whole time down here at Daytona, but when you came back up on the racetrack, I just have some concern we might have broke a splitter brace or pushed a splitter up. So we're going to go over, just make sure it's right. It doesn't look like anybody behind us made it through, so I think we're the last car out there anyway, so we'll give it a shot and then hopefully have a shot at the end.
They're in 6 right now, Adam.
2 Hendrick cars out of this race. We heard moments ago from Jimmy Johnson and Mark Martin, both involved in this accident. The other 2 still alive. We just heard from Steve Letarte, and you're right on board with the 4th Hendrick driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Stay low there. Come on low. 1 outside. Come on.
Little bit of a hit there.
Yep.
But for the most part, the 88 able to avoid the accident, and he'll be another driver to watch, trying to sweep the weekend.
Yeah, both those guys, the 88 and the 24, did really nice jobs avoiding that. It's hard, again, it's hard driving off the banking and you know, not wrecking when you hit that apron.
So the engines have fired on these race cars. You see the pace car pulling away, and we've gone from the red flag back to the caution. Clint Boyer is the race leader. Kevin Harvick, Casey Kane, Carl Edwards, and David Rudem in the top 5. Pick out your favorite driver and try and figure out just where he stands in this whole thing in regard to damage.
Well, look at the splitters of the cars, and the splitters like on the 24 and the 88 look pretty clean. And that was the only thing I was really mainly concerned about, was that. Everything else should be fine if the splitter's fine.
Yeah, this is just survival of the fittest right now when you look at it. But I thought it was interesting to hear those guys talking, to hear Gil talk. We're going to take 4. We're going to take 4. You know, 4, we feel like we're going to have 8 or 10 laps to go, and 4 tires are going to get it done for us. So it's going to be interesting to see who gambles and does 2, who stays out and tries to do the track position thing. And we saw Junior, let's be honest, we saw Junior in the 500 on a couple of those green-white checkers. He had 4. He came from 12th or 15th to finish 2nd in the race. So 4 was a big, big thing here in February.
And the other item that takes a little drama out of the strategy here is the fact that there are so few cars involved.
Yeah,
now.
definitely. Yeah, definitely. You've got and a lot of the really, really good cars that had a shot at winning this race got wrecked. So you've got a better shot coming back from 11th or 12th right now to get back to the front. Just because of the competition.
Yeah, the competition, you've got wounded competition, and you know the competition up front is the 33, the 29, and you see, 33 stayed out.
Perhaps he was
going to be big.
Everyone else coming down pit road, Ralph.
Yeah, here they come, including Jeff Gordon. The crew goes over the wall. Remember, they want to look at that splitter. They're going to go, they pull off one of the tear-offs off the window. They take a look at the right side, and the 2 car comes in as well. Kurt Busch comes in right next to him. They're working on that car as well, taking a long look at the right side, Marty.
Ralph, Kevin Harvick, the last pit stall on pit road. It'll be 4 tires, no changes for Harvick. A couple of guys taking 2 tires. We saw Boyer stay out. Harvick putting the last tires on. He'll be the first to leave with 4 tires from pit road here on this stop.
Guys in the booth, just looking at the 33 car, I don't feel bad about what he just did there because they pitted on lap 137. We've only run 2 green flag laps since that pit stop. I think the only issue, Gil Martin brought it up, making sure that they did not run over anything to cut one of these tires.
How about Kevin Conway?
Right there, man. Right there. He was like 17th or 18th after the wreck, and that's what I was trying to look to see where he got back to. You see these guys now. Remember, look at the bent braces. Just like Wally said, I was looking at the splitters. Look at the bent brace there on the right where they've added those braces. But that thing is
yeah, it's got a little bit of angle up.
It's got a little bit of angle up. That changes it. That changes it, man. And it doesn't take much. And you don't want to bend it down too low. You think, oh my God, I can knock this thing down a little bit and gain us a little downforce, so we're going to be good. And then the first thing you do is sell that thing off in the corner, and it lays on that splitter, and it takes you completely out of competition.
Now, what that's going to do, more than likely, because it's angled up like that, that's going to make the car push. He's going to have a hard time with front grip in that car the way that splitter's angled.
You can really see it coming at us, which is the right side of us.
And if anybody gets $1 million challenge on this race tonight, has more than earned it.
Yeah, you got that right.
If you got it tonight, Wally and Kyle will kick in and write you a check too.
Yeah. Not for $1 million. I won't say that, but maybe
I didn't put a dollar
we'll
figure
kick in
on
a check.
Maybe a check.
So after the smoke settles and everyone comes to pit road, the reset says there are 20 cars on the lead lap. Kurt Busch, who you see here, the last of those. Clint Boyer, as we documented, stayed on the racetrack. He is the race leader. Sam Hornish Jr., Denny Hamlin, Carl Edwards, David Rudum in the top 5. But we got to keep our eye on Hornish because, as Phil Parsons pointed out, he pitted before pit road was open. So we're not sure, but it appears he's going to restart here on the inside of Boyer. And that 77 car has been strong tonight. I mean, 1 to go has been given.
Now he's peeling down.
There he goes, yeah. So that'll move Carl Edwards up to the front row. And this works out nicely for the RCR bunch because that puts Harvick in the outside lane behind Boyer. More on the race leader with Matt.
When Clint Boyer realized that he was the Lone Ranger pretty much staying out while the other leaders hit pit road, his crew chief told him, Shane Wilson said simply, do not worry about the tires, we will be fine. And Larry Mack documented well the number of laps, so they feel like they're in a good position here.
And the lights are out on the pace car. We'll get the green flag with 9 laps to go. A Chevrolet and Ford on the front row. A Chevy and Toyota in row number 2, and they've added a lap. The lights go back on the pace car, and there's the reason why.
Yeah, just a
cooling hose.
Yeah. It's going to be about, like Gil said, it's going to be about 8 to go when they throw the green flag.
There may be stuff falling off these cars for the next 5 laps, though.
Let's look at some of these names still in the hunt. Robbie Gordon running 10th. Second a couple of weeks ago at Sonoma. Mike Bliss in the top 12. Steve Park having a good run inside the top 20. Richard Petty Motorsports teammates Casey Kane and Elliott Sadler both have had their fair share of problems tonight, but both will restart inside the top 10 here.
I'm not sure there's a car out there without a tire mark on it. You know, I mean, this looks like Martinsville.
It does.
But when you really get into it, I mean, it is amazing how these guys have bounced off each other and bounced off the walls tonight, and just tried to stay off each other. But it's been incredible.
The ebbs and flows of racing at Daytona.
pace car looks good. It's clean.
For now.
For now, yeah. So far.
Brett Bodine, the pace car driver, has earned his money tonight. Caution's been out on 8 different occasions. Just cleaned up a red flag that involved virtually half the field. And it appears this time we will get the green with 8 laps remaining. Clint Boyer trying to work his way into the chase. Kevin Harvick behind him, his teammate, the point leader, trying to get some bonus points for the chase. Edwards looking for his first win of the year, and David Rudeman doing the same on the inside lane. Some drivers out front that you would expect to be there at this stage of the race. Some of the others playing the underdog role. Getting ready to roll. We got 8 laps to get it done, and it begins right now.
That inside row with Carl Edwards and the 00 and the 9, we've not seen those guys all night long in that, at that position. Carl's had a good run, but we've just not seen him up front.
Elliott Sadler quickly pulled out of line. Drops in behind Sam Hornish Jr. Those are teammates on that outside lane. Cheerios car driven by Clint Boyer, the 33, being pushed by Kevin Harvick.
I'm going to tell you, that inside line's kind of hanging with these guys. But we've seen it all night with new tires. The inside line can hang for a few laps.
It's really all, it's a lot about pushing right now as far as pushing each other. When the green flag dropped, the outside line, even Gordon was pushing the 29, and the 29 was pushing the 33. You got Kurt Busch is sitting right there in that 2 car. I really thought he'd be struggling.
I thought he would just be, with that valence the way it was, with the splitter where it was, and the way he went down across. He did a great job of saving that thing, just from the drivability of him driving it. And look at it suck up on the 24 right there. Obviously, it's still getting, it's got something, you know what I mean?
I think he got a push on the 31 there coming off of 2.
The 00 really can't, doesn't look like he can hang with the 99, and it's kind of broken the inside line there. People are trying to get in that outside. You see the 9 car jump to the outside.
Carl Edwards trying to get forward their first win of the year. Paying the price on the inside lane. Here's Kurt Busch pulling out of line.
Kurt knows with 6 laps to go, he's got to make something happen. He's got to get in position for somebody to push him and push him back up there. Now, the trick's going to be if somebody falls in behind him. If the Chevy guys just fall in line like they are on the outside, his only help is the 77 that just went by him, and you see Kurt.
Yeah.
And that's just getting in. Wait, what Kurt say? You get impatient. When you get aggressive, you lose some ground. He got aggressive there and lost some ground.
But this is also a time where you start eliminating guys. If you can line up 7 or 8 guys and somebody pulls out, you get hung out to dry because they want you out of the pack. That's how they start eliminating people.
Kurt Busch went back to the high line. And his teammate Sam Hornish Jr. there trying to slide in the 77. Can't get it done.
And Hornish was 4th just a minute ago. And now all of a sudden, Hornish is back here at the back.
3 Chevrolets have pulled away with 4.5 laps to go. Boyer leads, Harvick 2nd, Jeff Gordon, and then another Chevrolet, Jeff Burton, who you see pulling out of line there in that Caterpillar Chevy.
And that's impressive that he's worked his way back up there, because he started at the back. Junior's dropped to the back of this pack. Junior must have a little bit more damage than from that little bit of a hit that he took than what we thought he did. You see him right there.
He gets up in the wall here just a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's got a little bit more damage there than what we anticipated, too. I'm going to tell you, this is going to get good right here, because all these guys need a win. Need a win, man. Need a win bad.
4 laps to go.
But it's really like you've got to separate the Childress cars. You know, the 24, the 9, and the 99 really have to work together if they're going to beat the Childress team.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, Jeff Gordon did something right there. He separated those 2 cars. He put himself in position. Now, is somebody going to go with him? Yeah. He didn't need anybody to go.
No,
He got a
went
shove.
by himself.
He got
Man,
a shove, and he's there.
He's got to get up there.
He's got to get up, man. I thought he would have got up before that.
Yeah. Those magical words from his spotter.
Wow.
All clear. Jeff Gordon on the point with 3 to go at Daytona.
Now,
he's got trouble behind him because he's got the 2 children's cars, and wherever Boyer goes, Harvick is going to go with him.
The best part is we can sit here and run our mouth all night long, but you can't guess what these guys are going to do. You know what I mean? Because they're sitting there.
Well, the 24 is going to start blocking.
Yeah,
I can tell you that.
That's good. The 24 is going to, but you know, you got Harvick here who wants to win. You got the 33 who needs a win. You got Casey running 4th there, who's put himself back in position. And I mean, who they're going to go? That's going to be the thing. Who they're going to? And you hear these guys, stay hooked up. We're going to get him. We're going to get him. Let's stay hooked up.
Jeff Gordon, the king of restrictor plate racing. He's won more than any other. 12 times he's gone to victory lane. 6 right here at Daytona. 2 to go, and he has the race lead.
I think he got to wait. I don't know where. I would wait until the white flag. If you had a partner,
if
you could wait late.
If you had a partner, you know. But the thing is, the thing that gets you with this package is,
white flag. 9's right on you. 9's right on you.
Maybe right now, because you had a run.
There they go. Clint Boyer pulls out a line. Harvick pushes into the lead.
Clear. 9's coming under
Kane coming through. Here comes Kurt Busch. They freight train Jeff Gordon off of turn 4. They'll get the white flag this time.
It's hard to figure.
Trouble.
Hornish out of trouble. He hits the wall.
Big wreck behind us. Come to the line.
And there goes Kurt Busch.
Come on. You're clear. You're clear. Come on.
The leader did not take the white flag, meaning we will get a green-white checker finish.
There ain't anybody to have a green-white checkered finish with. Boy, 19 went in the wall hard. He got turned, and boy, he went in hard. Boy, 77 went in pretty hard, too.
Yeah. It's been a great bit of this night. Inside the top 10 did the 77. Nothing to show for it.
You heard him say, check your oil pressure, man. That was.
Coming to the white flag.
Looks like the 2's drifting up, the 0.
Oh, that thing.
77 just got in there in the middle and couldn't hang on to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, you know, it's go time.
It's go time, man.
I mean, 2 laps to go. You know, if you see a hole there, and you've got to run, you've got to try to fill it.
You see him, he gets down in there and he realizes, okay, right here I'm loose. I catch it. I get into the 2 car, and he ricochets and he comes back and takes the 2 out. And poor Kurt thought he was safe at that point in time. These guys behind him did a really good job of avoiding. You see, I think it's the 99 that goes down pit road. He's getting ready to turn right here and head down pit road. These guys hit pretty hard. He's got to be disgusted. You know, he's bounced off everything all night long and still had a shot at having a good run and ran good early in the race. You know, we talked about where they're going to make a move. It's hard to guess with these guys because of the spoiler. This is something they haven't had here, and we saw the move made within 300 yards of the start-finish line at Talladega. It was in a different place than it had ever been made, or than it had been made in a lot of years. So this is a little bit different.
Been a frustrating night for a number of drivers. This is our 9th caution of the evening. All these drivers racing inside the top 10.
That's tough to be in the middle coming off of turn 4 too. It's bumpy over there. You have no aerodynamics on your car when you're in the center like that.
Not sure how much damage, if any more, for Kurt Busch in that exchange. Looked like when Hornish got turned into the wall, Busch was able to get by in front of him without getting any damage, and I think he stayed off the wall, and you see him here. Always plenty of work to do when you've been beaten up like he has tonight, but he may be able to come out of this thing okay.
It is amazing. These cars do look like they just run a Martinsville race.
Well, they're working on the 2 of Kurt Busch. They're taking a look at that body, getting it all put back together the best they can. They put 4 new tires on it and they're sending him back out.
Been a couple of different times in this race tonight where the lineup has worked perfect for the RCR bunch. Boyer's leading and Harvick lines up behind him, or Harvick's leading and he's got Burton behind him. They're 1-2 on track right now, which means when we get this green-white checker finish, they'll be side by side.
But we're at the point where I think Larry mentioned it earlier. No such thing as a teammate at this point.
No.
It's every man for himself.
Kane and Gordon, the drivers that will line up in row 2, and then right behind him, the other member of the RCR camp, Jeff Burton. And there you see Richard. Got to celebrate with Dale Earnhardt Jr. here last night. That 3-car going back to victory lane. Repaved this racetrack in 1978. A very entertaining Daytona 500 in 1979. They will begin repaving this place on Monday, and it's going out with a bang, Kyle.
If you can bookend it, with the '79 Daytona 500, and then the Coke Zero 400 tonight, and the way this thing is playing out and the way it has played out, 2 pretty good races to bookend a racetrack and the pavement here. That's pretty cool.
And now we get a report on the race leader with Matt.
And Mike Dillon laying out for Clint Boyer the cars that would be behind him on the restart, depending on which lane he chooses, whether it's the 24 Gordon and the 99 of Edwards, or the 9 of Kane, or 31 his teammate Jeff Burton. So guys, which lane would you pick, knowing who's going to be behind you pushing?
I don't know.
Easy to answer that question.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Lindsay, Larry, your thoughts?
I think Kyle Petty just made a great point about bookending this this length of time that this track has seen this kind of action here. I mean, this is an amazing race.
Yeah, hopefully we won't have a fight down in turn 3 and 4 when this race is over. But I love what Wally said. We don't have enough cars almost to have a green-white
I know
checker.
who's left. It's remarkable to see the guys that are left. I mean, looking at the teammates up front, Clint Boyer, Kevin Harvick, you've got to think that with this green-white checkered flag, they're going to take it.
Yeah, but what is the wild card here is they no longer will be nose to tail. They're side by side. And I'm going to tell you, that 24 car, he showed a lot of muscle a while ago when he pulled out and took the lead without anybody helping him whatsoever.
If you're one of those crew chiefs, so for Boyer or Harvick, Larry, what are you saying to them right now?
You know what? It's like I said in the keys to the race. This is the point. There's nothing else that crew chief can do. It's on the driver's shoulders and maybe whatever the spotter can, whatever hand he can lend.
Looking down that list, who else do you like besides Gordon? I know you just mentioned him and the move he was able to pull on them earlier.
Well, Carl Edwards, until he got shuffled out, looked awfully strong when he was at the front of the pack, and I wouldn't count that third Childers car out just yet, Jeff Burton. I know he's got a little bit of damage, but he still looks awfully strong right now, sitting back there in the 5th position. I still believe it's one of those deals, even with only possibly 2 laps to go, it still could be anybody's game right there in that top 6 to 8.
And you look at the point standings, and right now, you know, when we saw last week the 88 Dale Earnhardt Jr. teetering, playing hopscotch basically over that 12-13 line. I mean, this is for all the marbles.
Now, this race here so far, we're not done yet.
Yeah.
It's taken the points and just shuffled them and threw them all over the floor. Guys in the top 12 and guys just outside the top 12. A real winner, maybe in 2 ways tonight, could be that 33 car of Clint Boyer, points-wise and race win-wise.
And we don't want to look ahead too far, obviously, because as you just said, we still have racing left to go tonight. But as you head into Chicago then, how does this change things for that race?
Well, again, we'll get back to a little bit of normal racing. You know, it's still going to be a great race, but you come here to Daytona, restrictor plate racing, and I've always said, you feel like you control about 0.1% of your destiny. I think we saw that while ago on the backstretch. 2 cars get together, 19 cars end up involved.
Well, I know right now a lot of guys holding their breath, getting ready to go back under green. We send it back up to you guys, Adam.
Getting set for this green-white checker finish. We could have as many as 3 of these. Lights out on the pace car. The 1 to go signal has been given. And we say up to 3 attempts at a green-white checker. Once the leader takes the white flag, the next flag ends the race, either the caution or obviously the checker. If the caution comes out prior to the leader taking the white flag, we reset the lineup and have a second attempt under those same rules.
Yeah, we had the big wreck, and Tony was in it, Tony Stewart was in it, Denny Hamlin was in it. These guys got their stuff together and got back out there. Even though they're 7 or 8 laps down, they picked up a lot of positions by being able to get back out there. Now we have another crash. They're picking up even more positions because they're out there riding around right now. So they're going to have 15th to 20th place finishes, don't get me wrong. Yeah. But it didn't kill Tony Stewart. This is not killing him like it killed some of these guys.
2 of the drivers involved in this, our 9th caution of the night. Elliott Sadler and Sam Hornish Jr. both had hard hits. Both have been taken and released from the infield care center.
Yeah, it's got Speed up there. Steve Park is up there. Conway's up there.
Robbie
Gordon's up there. Mike Bliss is sitting at 13th spot. There's a lot of these guys are going to have some great finishes tonight that haven't had much luck this year.
And that's a good run for Tommy Baldwin and those guys.
Yeah,
and
they
Steve Park
needed
to be able
it.
to come back. I mean, that's financially and point-wise for some of the things that these guys have done.
Daytona, the place where it always seems to happen. And tonight we get an overtime finish.
It's a late wave around, isn't it?
It's Paul Menard driving around the field.
Either a late wave around or
he's getting the green.
He's a lucky dog because he's going to be in a totally different place on the racetrack when everything happens next time.
He may win it.
Daytona, a place of uncertainty. This field been thrown a lot of curveballs tonight. The green-white checker finish could provide even more fireworks on this 4th of July. Back under green, overtime at Daytona.
Good jump in that outside line right there that time.
Yeah, and I think Jeff Gordon wants to go.
Yeah, Jeff's going with him. I think Jeff's doing to the 33 what the 29 won to 33.
Oh, up on the high side.
Oh, Gordon getting aggressive, going to the outside of Clint Boyer.
He's going to have a good run, too.
That's a big move by Jeff right there.
Wow, he just drove right around him. Harvick inherits the lead in that bottom lane, help from Kane.
Oh, wow, he gets popped by Boyer, almost turns Gordon in the wall.
Gordon able to keep it off the wall. And speaking of Burton, look at him on the bottom lane, getting help from Dale Earnhardt Jr.
You got the 24 and the 9 on the outside. You got 2 guys that's not been there. This is going to be white flag right here.
White flag is out. Kevin Harvick, the race leader.
That 29 car is going to get wide here in a minute because he's got to stop this momentum of this 9 car. Look at the 2 car up there on the outside. Coming. Look at Kurt Busch.
He's been involved in the last 3 cautions.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
No more Mr. Nice Guy right here.
Driver number 2 will not be denied. There's Boyer around.
Backing up a little bit. Got spin behind you. Come on. Keep coming.
As of now, we don't have a caution. We'll see if they let him race back to the line, and it appears they will.
And there's no caution because he's so far behind and there's nobody back there. I'm sorry.
Kevin Harvick, the race leader, off of turn number 4. Casey Kane and Jeff Gordon behind him. Will they make a move? They will not. Harvick wins at Daytona.
The 2 car, they got together right here through the trial. These guys did, the 2 and the 71. Good run by Bobby Labonte. You got to give him a little credit there. He's
top 10 finishes
15,
for
16.
Reed Sorensen, Mike Bliss, Scott Speed, and the momentum continues for Dale Earnhardt Jr., 4th tonight. One more look at Clint Boyer, who was the race leader when we went back under green.
33 looked like he kind of bounced off the outside wall and came back across Ruderman's front end. I don't think Ruderman had anything to do with that at all.
Carl Edwards just shot out of line.
Yeah, Carl just up the race. Oh, right in front of Bliss right there in the 71. Bliss had no place to go.
And after all of that, Kurt Busch finishing 7th tonight. Look at that race car and explain how he comes home 7th at a place like this. Kevin Harvick started on the pole as the point leader after qualifying was rained out. And at the end of the evening, he's the man that will get the trophy in victory lane. Second win of the year for Harvick. The other one also coming at a restrictor plate track in Talladega.
The Coke Zero 400 on TNT is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste and 0 calories.
In this field had to endure some sort of problem. One time Kevin Harvick received the free pass. Driver 29 never wavered, and at the end of the night he's going to celebrate.
And I'm going to tell you, you know, Gil Martin made that call and he said we're going to put 4 tires on this thing. We're committed, and you got to give those guys credit. I mean, they stayed with their plan. They ran it out, and little by little there were 3 children's cars, then there were 2 children's cars, and then there was 1, and it was the 29 car of Harvick.
Kevin Harvick said, we're going to let it all hang on. Let it all hang out.
Is that the good smoke you were talking about? That's a good kind of smoke.
That's a good kind of, you like choking on victory, on burnout smoke, man. You like choking on that. Nothing wrong with that.
Casey Kane, a runner-up tonight. Let's hear from him with Phil.
Casey Kane, how did you dodge all that shrapnel out there?
I have no idea. Every time I looked up, there was a crash going on. It seemed like the last 30 laps there, and I hit oil when I hit the wall. You know, we had a great run going with our Armed Forces Budweiser Ford, and I think I hit oil, just spun out, and then they wrecked in front of me, so it actually helped me, or I'd have definitely been in that wreck, so I was already slowed up. But the team did a nice job. Another top 5, 4 top 5s in a row, kind of. Not really, but kind of.
You should have had another top 5 last week.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to thank all the men and women out there who fight for this country on this 4th of July weekend. It's a great weekend. We were happy as can be that we get to race, and we love all of them.
All right, thanks, Casey. Marty.
Well, Phil, a 4th for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Have you seen a race that crazy in anytime soon, recently?
Well, yeah, I've seen a lot of races that are pretty crazy. Congratulations to Kevin and RCR. We were terrible all night. We didn't do a good job this weekend as a team putting our car on the racetrack and making it as good as we could. We thought we were going to be okay, but we just weren't when the race started, and we just had to do a little bit better job. We got lucky, real lucky tonight to get what we got. I'm proud of the work the guys did, but you know, you'd rather be good than lucky. But tonight, anybody wants to trade you some luck like they all did tonight, we'll take it.
Yeah, I know you said guys looked like they were determined just to tear things up, right?
Even after the checkered was over with, the cars were in the mirror spinning. I didn't know what was going on, man, but I was just out of control all night myself. But I want to thank the National Guard, the 8 soldiers and the 8 missions that were here tonight. They're representing the entire National Guard, and we're proud to have him here. I wish we had put a better race car on the track for y'all. So.
4th for Dale Jr., Adam.
And with that run, Marty, he has jumped into the top 12 in points. It was a long evening in Daytona, no doubt about that. And as the fireworks continue to sound here at the World Center of Racing, we welcome you into our Coke Zero 400 post-race show. And now we join the celebration in Victory Lane with Matt Yoakum.
Back in February, Kevin Harvick dominated with this very race car, led it through the first and second green-white checkers, and just missed scoring the win. Tonight, he closes the deal. What's it mean to win this race, a crown jewel event, and especially with the historical ramifications of this is the final race on this pavement?
Well, this has been a great place for us. Daytona has been one of those magical places for us since we started coming here. And just got to thank everybody from Shell, Pennzoil, Jimmy John's, SKF, Champion, Coca-Cola. Drink a lot of Coke Zero. This is their race. Real Tree, Reese's. Who did I miss on the back? I think I got everybody. But I wanted to say hey to all the guys from Jimmy John's, and congratulations, Brock, on kicking some ass tonight. So that was pretty cool.
How crazy can you describe the final restart and setting yourself up knowing what your teammate was going to try to do as well?
Yeah, you know, that really wasn't a situation that we wanted to be in. You know, I wanted to be behind him and being able to push him because it was working pretty good for us, and then that caution came out and we had to split up because of the double foul restarts. But I helped him as much as I could, and we got split up in the 9, and I think the 24 split the 33, and then that was it.
You have an impressive trophy room, so many great mementos from your racing history. What's it going to mean to add another Daytona trophy and probably some pavement from the start-finish line, too?
I don't really care about the trophy. I want some of that pavement from the start-finish line out there, so this is pretty cool.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kevin Harvick enjoying the Coke Zero, and it never tasted so good. And some congratulations from his owner. Always good stories to tell when you have a victory at this place, and Kevin Harvick able to pad his point lead in the process, not only on the season, but he picks up another 10 bonus points for his second win of the year. And there you see the updated standings halfway through the season. How about Jeff Gordon jumping up to second? Kyle Busch dropped to 6th, and here's the meat of the story. Mark Martin fell out. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is now in, and what a difference with a green-white checker finish for Clint Boyer. He stood to be inside the top 12, leaving here with momentum. Instead, he's outside and 49 points behind.
Yeah, but those guys just changed position. When you look at it, they're still 20th place is only 170, 60 or 70 points out, and it's been that way for a few weeks now.
Jeff Burton didn't get the win, but a top 5 finish for him. Let's go to Marty Snyder.
Somehow a top 5. How did you rally for that top 5, Jeff?
I don't know. That's just the way our year's been. I don't know. We had a great race car. I thought we had the fastest car on the racetrack, and we just you know, got in that deal with Kurt. To be honest, I don't even know what happened. I know he was coming just, you know, a big head of steam, and we got together. I don't know if it's my fault or his fault, or, you know, it was one of our faults, and wrecked half the field, unfortunately. And the car wasn't that bad. It hit every corner, but it hit everything solid, so it didn't tear anything up too bad. And you know, we got in the right line the first restart. That last restart, we were on the bottom line, and that wasn't any good ever. But we had a fast race car. I thought we had the best car on the racetrack tonight. I thought that if everything would have gone the way that we needed it to go, we'd have won the race. But nonetheless, it was a good finish for us. You come home to the restricted plate race, top 5, you probably ought to skip, go home.
After all the races, though, lately where you've had a top 5 car and didn't finish there, how rewarding is it tonight?
Well, I'm disappointed we didn't win. You know, like last week, I was really disappointed we didn't win. But I'm not discouraged about what we're doing. We're building great race cars, and you know, we're not finishing the deal, but we will. And when we do, it's going to be a bunch of them. And you know, if we can get ourselves into chase, we are a real contender. I mean, we can run. Our speed's great. You know, so I'm real happy. And I'm proud of all us Caterpillar and all our sponsors have done such a great job with us, being patient through last year, and just real proud of all of them for sticking in with us.
Led a lot of laps, finished 5th tonight, Phil.
Jeff Gordon, I know you would like to be over in victory lane where Kevin Harvick is right now, but all in all, with all that went on there in late stages of this race, you got to be happy with the top 5.
Well, it's been a while since we finished one of these races too, so you know, we certainly haven't had good fortune going our way recently, but DuPont Chevrolet was really strong tonight, you know, especially on the long runs. We needed long runs, and you know, there at the end, Steve made some great calls, and we missed some of the big stuff, and I did a big 4-wheel slide into 3 there, and you know, able to come out there pretty clean, and you know, got some good runs there at the end. And I was trying to push Clint Boyer, and I don't know if he was riding the brakes or what was going on with him trying to keep me on his bumper, but it was really messing us up. And I finally just said, I got to go, man. You're killing me. And you know, got a run around him, got another run, and got up to Casey. Was trying to help him get to Kevin, but all in all, a great top 3 finish for us.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
TNT would like to thank the following sponsors for supporting tonight's wide open coverage. Goodyear, Piranha 3D from Dimension Films, Coors Light, Subway Restaurants, Sprint, Toyota, Burger King, and Coke Zero. Wild night in Daytona, very unpredictable throughout. Harvick, the last man standing.
Last man standing, and that's the way it was. But I mean, there were times when we had the complete Harvick, or the complete Childress group up there, the complete Penske group, we had the complete Gibbs group up there, and when you looked at it, it's just the way this thing played out. I don't think any of us thought, as slick as this racetrack was, as bumpy as it was, the way they separated and the way they got spread out, that this was going to happen. But I mean, it's good race no matter what. It came down, but there were a lot of stuff probably shouldn't have happened out there tonight.
You know, earlier I knew Harvick was running a good season. I just didn't know if they had what it took, you know, for championship. And I'll tell you what, they're looking pretty tough right now. You know, they're starting to put wins in their columns, and that's impressive.
They've been consistent. That's good. But you said the key thing, Wally, wins and bonus points.
Yep.
That's what will win you the title. Next Saturday, NASCAR on TNT heads to the Windy City. Coverage begins at 6:30 p.m. Eastern with Countdown to Green. And then it's NASCAR Sprint Cup racing from Chicago. That's Saturday, July 10th on TNT. Coming up next on TNT, it's Tommy Lee Jones, Wesley Snipes, and Robert Downey Jr. in U.S. Marshals. Head to NASCAR.com right now for the NASCAR on TNT post-race show. Interviews, analysis, and more live now on NASCAR.com. This race was scheduled to start over 5 hours ago. It was a long night in Daytona, but for Kevin Harvick, it was worth the wait. He's enjoying this fireworks show, celebrating his second win at the World Center of Racing. We congratulate Harvick and the entire 29 team, and we thank you for joining us. For Wally Dallenbach, Kyle Petty, and our entire NASCAR on TNT team, I'm Adam Alexander. Good night.